to my desk. Do I sound okay?
Mhm.
I was gonna say you sound a lot louder, like a lot
I had to
clearer.
move it a little bit closer because usually it was normally in the far back. All right, let's get this started. So, last we left off, the crew of the Valiant, upon landing into this frigid, frozen landscape known as the Outlands in the frozen waste just cresting off the Dwarven Mountain, landed in front of this small warrior-like village known as Glorum. Upon waiting for them on their arrival, the sound of war drums and beats of thunder happening from beyond the distance, where you saw a crowd of many fishermen, villagers, and other normal common folk people with weapons ready to do battle, and several soldiers standing in front, on guard, waiting at any moment's notice. Upon introducing yourselves as the crew of the Valiant, they introduce themselves as well. One of them, specifically their leader, let me go ahead and get her notebook and her page out here real quick. Where is her page at? There it is. Their leader, the young woman known as Bonebreaker, Tazara Bonebreaker, had a negotiation with you guys as asking you, who are you, why are you here, and upon your explanations, she deemed that it was safe enough to lower her guard around you for now, and invited you into the village of Glorum, up into the House of Glory to discuss about your doings and your future ahead. Over a heavy lunch of many meats, vegetables, potatoes, and ale, and of the release of a certain misty samurai warrior from a conch shell after Bayhorn said, "Yeah, you can do what you want." You were all given a map of the Outlands, showing you the wide range of this new area that you have fallen into after entering one of the Planescape portals, showing you the many different major sites upon this map. You notice that Sigil is in the middle with the Library of Lore nearby, and she says that she does have a small problem with these big giants over in the Dwarven Mountain. After discussing a little bit more and exploring Glorum at your own leisure and starting to train the B team over at the training grounds, this giant cobblestone courtyard that is nearby the neighboring lake and the river spreading across it, Fuk'ler issued some sort of challenge to the training ground to whoever can fight him and try to best him in battle. And from one of the neighboring huts nearby the training ground, a blonde-haired, pale-skinned, blue-eyed woman known as Vadia came out of her hut and accepted your challenge. During the duel, after she showed herself in a form change to be some sort of dread knight or dread warden, this warrior, this lady warrior who is managing to hold both radiant and necrotic energies within her, was felled due to your immense strikes from your gavel, your hammer. And upon her defeat and her surrender, you two made your way over and grabbed some more food and drink. After explaining that she was a part of this, how should I say, this faction of the Outlands, this faction that is known as the Athar, that this Athar faction believes that these gods are imposters, that they're just mortals or other imaginary, like fictional characters in the world, and that they all revere an entity known as the Greater Unknown, which some of you, especially you, Fuk'ler, know that what they're referring to is most likely this thing called the Architect, as you've been hearing during your adventure. Upon a little bit of back and forth between Vadia and yourself, Fuk'ler, she quickly determined that with a headstrong notion she wanted to join your crew, and so flew off to give a kneel to the captain and ask, or in a way almost demand, that she would join your cause. And so, as she kneels down in front of you, Kayasaya, and you accepting her rather upfront and almost intimidating plea to join your cause, to join your crew for the time being, what do?
I accepted her request.
Mm-hmm. You see that she stands up in front of you and she quickly she's already form changed back into her other self, her holy self, the one with the shredded wings on her back. I thank you for letting me join. I know this is a little bit upfront and a little bit headstrong for almost anybody. Even as a captain, this might seem a little bit odd to you. The reason why I flew down here to join your cause because I've been waiting for a chance or a beam of light to shed down upon me in this land to, I wouldn't say dismantle, but at the very least wound this faction known as the Thar. As I've told your dragonborn companion, I was a part of that faction. These people who claim that gods are frauds and they're imposters, and that they revere and they serve under one known as the Greater Unknown, something that is an entity beyond godhood. I was taken to them when I was young, and of course stripped of my being and sanity. Over time, I managed to reclaim myself, and I found my way back into the Outlands. Even to this day, they still search for me, but thankfully, Glorm is a very nice hiding place. But I don't wish to hide no longer. I'll have you know, if you do accept me into your companionship, into your gathering of peoples, if they know that I am with you, the Athar might be hot on our traces. Now, some people in the Athar aren't inherently evil. Even the leader, Factor Terrence, I would say isn't evil either. They are just either misguided or too intellectual for their own good.
Well, by joining us, you also gather a risk of becoming an enemy of several other groups.
There's definitely some enemies in my time which I could not have bested, and I had to run away with a tail between my legs. But with a group such as yours, and if you're as powerful as the one that I fought earlier, then it'll be they who have their tails between their legs. And I've noticed between your lot, you are relatively healthy, but you don't seem to have a cleric in your midst.
We do not.
Fair being, I am not your ordinary cleric. I do not hide my true nature. I do have a alter within me, another one, an ego, in a sense, where the one you see in front of me is more of a mask and the other one is more of a true self. Or maybe it might be the other way around. That part I still don't know much about. But I do thank you for allowing me into your midst. It might have been a bit rude, but I did leave your companion over back at the tavern, so I must get going. And she switches her form again and she flies off back over to Fuk'ler.
Kaisai looks at Bighorn. I think he's got a girlfriend now.
He's so getting pegged.
Farkna just sighs and gives out a chuckle. I don't know what to do with any of you. I'm going to train the rest. And he goes off and trains the other team. You see he puts on his gauntlets and he's ready to start boxing or do some sort of physical training with them. At this point in time, Fuk'ler, even though you've been left at the the House of Glory, are you going to chase down Vadia, or are you going to just wait?
I don't know if I could catch up with her even if I tried. But I'll try.
Okay, so as you're running down to the travel courtyard, at this point in time, by the time you get there, because you're not the fastest of the bunch, you see above your head is two blackened wings as it's flying back over to the House of Honor, or the House of Glory.
Damn it. God damn it.
You're gonna run back?
Yeah.
You can start running back. By the time you make it and run back, you are winded. Like, normally in combat, you're able to keep your breath steady, but since you're not in any real danger, you're kind of just being round around like a dog. And by the time you get back to the front steps and the front doorway, you do notice Vadia is back in her normal, or you think it's her normal form of her white angeled and blonde haired form. She looks over at you and she says, "Oh, I'm sorry. Did I accidentally left you here, didn't I?"
A little bit. A little impromptu nonetheless, but I should have expected something like that.
My apologies. Based on our talk earlier, I found a new sense of vigor, and I flew down to ask your captain's permission to join you on your quest. Even though it might seem selfish for me to join, because I see power and I see strength within your group, it's also more of a personal vendetta for myself to strike back, or at the very least disallow those who have kept me from the world for so long. I'd be willing to pay your crew and your captain and yourself especially if we do manage to succeed in what I wish to do. I don't ask of you to do anything on my part for no coin or no pleasures or no items of any value. I'm just tired of hiding. tired of running. I've been in Glorm for the past 3 years, and there's been a few times where the Athar have almost caught up to me. But thankfully the people here are strong and good people. But nothing's going to change if I keep just sitting and waiting in one spot forever.
And I completely agree. I don't know about paying us. We would have probably tried to do something similar anyways. But you are welcome to travel along with us, as I'm sure my captain assured you.
She has, and I appreciate her confirmation. To be honest, if she didn't accept me, I probably would have went off on my own. As much as I do enjoy the pleasantries of Glorum, there's something out there that is... It's calling to me that I must do something, anything. I know it might seem a bit rushed, but it might be a little bit selfish of me to even admit it, but I do see that this is a chance. And even if it's selfish for me to take it, I'm still going to take it. So, I thank you, and I thank your crew. Oh, our food has gotten cold a little bit. Let's walk back. I don't want you to run anymore. Would you like to walk back to the training ground?
Sure.
Alright. She leads you back to the training ground, this time at a much slower and calmer pace. At this point, you are walking back. Vainhorn, what are you doing right now? Are you still at the training ground, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, I'm over there with them still.
Okay. Kaisa, are you also at the training ground?
I am.
Okay. I would say the rest of the day continues on. You do eventually see both Vadia and Fuk'lers show up to the training ground. Vadia leading the way as walking at a very snail's pace due to save the breath of Fuk'ler, who had ran almost like 3 miles in the last 10 minutes in a very quick faction. But eventually Vadia starts to help out some of the younger children train and heal the wounds of those who have gotten a few too bad scratches or some bruising or even some bad scrapes on their knees and their arms. And as you guys are continuously helping the B team train, I would say they're getting a little bit closer to leveling up themselves, as one day of training isn't going to do it, but over time they'll eventually start to gather and gain their own strength over time, some faster than others, depending on their training regimen. The day continues on, and it is now nearing sunset. The snake statue in the foreground has not moved. It is still staying there and watching over Glorum. But the clouds have started to overtake the upper sky, and it seems like it might start to rain pretty soon. At the first signs of the cloud darkening the sunlight, you do see that the majority of the children and the young ones who are training start to pick up their training swords, their training maces, and whatever other training equipment that they have, and they start to put them away. And you see that the B team is getting close to out of breath after they've been training for several hours. Eventually, Finnegan has already stopped for about an hour. He's been reading a book. Kind of hobbles over to you, Kaisaya. You see Finnegan in his hands has kind of like a sheet of paperwork, and he has like a satchel with like 2 to 3 books on his side as he's holding these papers to you. Captain, I think I have an idea for the ship. I know it's your ship, and I don't want to illegally modify anything of it without your consent or your agreement. I have an idea for 2 things, but I might only have time for 1 in the time being. Do you want to know what I have cooking?
I do.
All right. Well, I have 2 things. One is a way to allow the ship to withstand the pressure of the ocean. I've been thinking about it ever since we left Meritopia, and it would have been very handy for us just to bring the ship down into the depths. Of course, the ship looks like it could be an underwater vehicle, but it's definitely suited more for the Astral Sea, and I'm not too sure if the shielding for the magical prowess of Vorthekron could hold the pressure of deep sea travel. Or, I have been thinking as well, instead of allowing the ship to travel underwater, what if we traveled without being seen? I've been watching Bayhorn's web thing on his back, and it might be a little bit unorthodox and a little bit weird, but I was thinking about taking some of that living web and experimenting on it to try to figure out how it turns Bayhorn invisible that way. And if I can figure that out, I have this other idea to allow the ship to have some sort of stealth,
Well,
some sort of
we
way
can
to.
go invisible for about 10 minutes.
But what about longer?
That is true.
What if we need to infiltrate, let's say, a navy wall in the Astral Sea? What if we need to infiltrate past like an asteroid field? I've read some pretty interesting stuff about that. There's these asteroid beholders, and there's these giant asteroids that are just creatures in nature, which kind of creeps me out a little bit.
Why do you think we have the sunbeam?
Well, this is an idea that we don't have to use the sunbeam.
Let's
But
try and pursue
I
that
leave it up
idea
to
then.
you. Want the invisibility?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
We can
sure.
utilize that anywhere, even outside of the sea.
Yeah, true. It's just seeing the big map of the Outlands and knowing that there is a plane of water. Kind of want to go visit. And well, if you go to the plane of water from the books that I've read, it's just a big open sea with very
Mhm.
few islands, and the majority of it is underwater. So we need some way to go underwater.
Well,
But
lucky for you can have an extra set of help.
by who?
By me.
Okay, sure. Wait, is it you or the other you that's on the ship?
The other me.
Oh, well, that's boring. All right then. I will go ahead and either steal or persuade Bayhorn real quick. I'll
Good
see
luck
you on the
stealing
ship
that off
then.
of me.
And he turns around and he walks over to Bayhorn.
Yeah, aren't I right next to Kayasaya?
Yeah, we're
No,
kind of
yeah. Are
close to
you?
each other.
He doesn't see you. You're stealth.
Yeah.
Roll a stealth check.
At this point, you need to give me a passive stealth score.
Nah. What is your passive stealth?
It'd probably just be like the same as your passive
Well,
perception.
your
Just a 10
passive
plus your
stealth.
proficiency.
No, here's the thing. Your passive stealth is your plus because that's your bonus.
Oh, then I have a 24 to passive stealth.
Yeah.
God damn.
Does he see me? I'm not attempting to
No,
hide.
he does not see you.
And then
You've
Bayhorn will
gone
just
so you've gone so stealth. It's like one of those like comedic things where it's like, dude, I'm right here, and they don't see you.
You ever seen Kirk with basketball?
Yeah.
I'm the blue-haired kid.
Oh no, you are the blue-haired kid.
Yeah. Bayhorn will just kind of tap his shoulder and say, "Yeah, good luck stealing it off of me, buddy.
Ah! Oh shit! You
I've
scared
heard the
me.
entire thing."
Fucking hell. Whew. Okay. Um. Can I have some of your cloak then?
You gotta ask Rowan for that.
I
I'm not.
can't talk to him.
Well, shucks. I don't know.
You gotta ask him for me.
Uh, Bayhorn will ask Rowan. My wizard friend here, the water one, wants to know if he can have some of your web stuff. I don't even know if that's possible or not.
You know that you feel your cloak, Rowan. Um, you feel a little bit of a weird shiver coming from him
Oh,
before eventually you feel kind of like a weight has appeared on your hand, and on your hand you see a small ball of the black living web.
all right. Bayhorn's gonna just look at it in mild surprise and be like, "Oh, well, I guess he's okay with you having some." And this is partially to like make sure nothing bad happens, and partially just to fuck with Finnegan. He's gonna say out loud as like a finishing remark. Now you can't use this to kill anybody.
I'm not. I mean,
Oh,
if you
he's not
say it's
talking to
true.
Finnegan. He's talking to Rowan,
Oh,
and Finnegan can kind of figure that out.
you do know that, or you do feel a faint voice appear next to your ear with Rowan saying, "Oh no, I would never do that. If I did, then I'd be dead on your ship. Or would
Yes,
I?
most likely.
I don't know.
This
That's a
this
good
ship
question."
is probably really good, like hidden entity control, because it can find me and you.
Fair enough.
Anyway, behave. And he'll hand the lump to Finnegan and say, "Here you go. He probably shouldn't kill you."
Maybe.
Probably.
You gotta remember, this is technically a parasite.
Uh, yeah.
I just happen to make friends with it. Just remember that.
You-
I told it not to kill
you're-
anybody, so you should be okay. But be nice.
Got it. Well
Anyway,
then,
have fun.
I'll try my best to make sure that doesn't happen. I hope.
Have I freaked Finnegan out?
Roll me a insight check.
A 27.
He's a little bit. Yeah, he's a little bit weirded out by it. He's not like completely freaked out because we've seen worse, but he's a little bit weirded out that you have this weird sense that he's kind of thinking in his head is like, why do you let this thing sit around your neck?
I did tell him I had made friends with him, so.
Yeah. Okay. At this point in time, now that the sun is starting to set, and you see that Chakna is starting to round up the B team. Eventually, Chakna does head over to you three. So, you guys ready to take a little bit of a rest, or are we going to start flying the ship somewhere else?
Do you boys have anything you want to do here other than your thing, Bayhorn?
No, I'm pretty much done.
What did you need to do, Bayhorn?
I need to go visit that big old statue up there. And you'll point
All
over
right.
to the big statue.
Well, since the B team's a little bit strained from training today, I'll stay on the ship while we fly over, and we can drop you guys off nearby. If that's all right with you. And he looks over at you, Kaisai.
Yeah, we can do that.
At the very least, you have Vadia now as a new piece of the team. So you have
Yes.
somebody else extra to be there. Huh. Now you actually do look like an adventuring party. You have a wizard, paladin, rogue, and a cleric. Kind of cliche.
Yay.
A little bit odd. Alright. Well, he turns his head over to the B team. Everybody, let's head back. You all earned some rest, and Tiana, I hope you're still available to fly a little bit. We're gonna go to that snake thing. You just hear Tiana in the back. Got it! I'll see you guys at the ship. And he leads the B team over to the ship. As they start to walk off, you do hear these heavy footsteps coming from behind you as Tuzada Bonebreaker comes over to you guys. All right. Well, thank you for enjoying your time here in Galorum. What is your next steps now that it's nightfall? Are you going to stay here for a few more days?
We're probably not going to stay too long, except my friend here wishes to go see that statue.
Yes, we did talk about that earlier. Be careful going up to Serpent's Rise. If you are going to take your ship to fly over, there is a few spots where you might be able to land up in the mountainside. Just be a little bit careful for the lemming boy. And also, watch your tongues around the Briar Wanderers. Jack Thano is, he's a charismatic person, but our tenuous alliance between him and Glorum is a little bit strained due to the recent tidings of the giants and, well, just the random occurrences that's been happening around the Outlands recently. Seems like more and more of that is popping up day by day. But be careful.
We will. Thank you.
You're welcome. She looks over to the children who are now freshly clothed and they're running out into the village. Watch yourselves. Nightfall's coming soon. It might be a snowfall tonight. Good luck, everyone. We'll be here if you need a drink or if you need food. The house is always open. Then she takes off and walks over into the village.
Cool.
So, with her leaving you to your own doings, at this point in time, I assume you guys make your way back over to the ship.
Yep.
Indeed.
All right. As you guys make your way up to the village entrance, to where you see the ship is already starting to whir and power on as it's waiting for your arrival. You notice that a bunch of children and other people wave you down and say goodbye as visitors, friendly visitors at least, are very much welcome here, and they're sad to see those visitors go. Eventually, you do make your way back to the ship, and as you make your way up to the bridge, Tiana is already sitting there waiting for your call, Kaisaya, waiting to take the ship up over to Serpent's Rise.
Once everyone's on, I can give her the order.
Okay. All right. As you give the order to make way for the Serpent's Rise, the ship starts to whir and it eventually starts to take off into the sunset cloudy formations up in the sky as you guys are starting to make your way out of Glorum into Serpent's Rise itself. Serpent's Rise is a little bit northwest of Glorum, as this snake statue is far bigger than most people think, as it is nestled within the mountains. But the snake statue is looking down onto Glorum. As you guys make your way through the cloud formations, it's about, in terms of the map size and in terms of travel size, it'll take you about an hour or two to make your way into the mountains itself. To find a landing spot, however, might be a little bit tricky because you guys don't know the area. So whoever is on the bridge and whoever wants to keep an eye out, you can roll a perception check for me, please. Fuk'ler rolled a 12, Bayhorn rolled a 22, Kaishai 25. Okay. So Fuk'ler, at this point in time, as you guys are entering the mountains and the cloud formations, over the next like hour and a half, it's starting to get pretty heavy. The snow is starting to get relatively intense, where Fuk'ler, for your eyes, sadly, you just can't exactly make sense of any of the outward or the outward vision that you see. However, for both Bayhorn and Kayasaya, as you guys make your way in to the mountainside east of Glorum, the mountains are starting to get more and more dense as less and less trees and more rocky cliffside faces are starting to appear. You barely see out into the distance is that there's a clearing ground, maybe big enough for the ship to land, but it might be a little bit tricky. But Tiana also does see it, and she states over to you, Kaisa, "It seems like that's the only spot I can see, Cap. Do you wish for me to land there, or do you want to keep looking out anywhere else?"
And how far are we from the statue?
The statue is actually not too far away from you now. You see that the statue is actually, now that you're getting closer to it, you see that the snake is actually coiling around some of the mountainside. As it starts to coil around, you do see that the head is a little bit farther away from you, but that's mainly because you couldn't exactly find an opening or a clearing to land. But the clearing that you see from up in this distance is nearby the snake's body. You could probably use it to climb on it and try to follow the snake that way, or you might be able to find some other way if you climbed around the mountainside.
The ship can hover.
The ship can hover, that is true. Do you wish to have the ship hover somewhere else instead?
Yes, I wish to have the ship hover as close to the statue as possible.
Okay, alright. Kiana takes your motion and she goes off and attempts to look for the snake statue's head. And it only takes her about like 10 minutes to travel and follow the snake statue's body to make her way over to the head of the statue. You see Serpent's Rise. This statue it's quite immense. It's almost a little bit intimidating due to the fact that now you're just looking at this giant snake and you kind of have this like odd feeling. It's like, please don't come alive and attack our ship.
No, surely not.
But you do see that the serpent has very odd, I guess you would say, dragon-like features. It doesn't have any wings, as far as you can tell based off the body, but the face, the visage of the serpent, definitely looks like it's more kind of like, I guess you would say, dragonborn-esque instead of snake purely. You don't see the traditional fangs of a snake, but you do see the mouth and the jaw formations that look like a dragon's or a dragonborn's jaw would be, and the snake head, where the head would end and the body would continue, in that midpoint where its neck would be, has like these frills that almost look like a dragon's frills or a dragonborn's head frills going down into the body itself. You see that the snake head, Serpent's Rise, is in that state of opening its mouth agape, almost like it's roaring or more like it's coiling to attack. But you are hovering above it. At this point in time, the snow has started to get pretty heavy at this point. But you're able to see it due to how close you can get to it thanks to your hover. Well, Cap, I think this is the best I can get before the snow starts to take over. So what are we doing here again?
Kaisai looks at Bayhorn.
I have business.
All right, well, what's your business here? You gonna talk to it? Because it's stone.
I mean, you know how many other things I talk to that's not supposed to be talked to?
No,
I
he's
feel
gonna
like that's
kiss
just
it.
in your head.
He's definitely gonna kiss it. Give it a little smooch on the lips. Wake it up from the stone.
Oh, please no.
Adrian, do you have that prepared?
Yes, I do.
You would have that prepared.
Of course.
Go on, Bayhorn. Give it a little smooch.
Does my sword seem to want to react to anything? Now that
take a
I'm
look at
like
your sword.
right up to it, I am looking at it.
Okay. You do see that your sword is glowing, like the runes, not entirely glowing, like from tip of the blade down to the shaft where the handle is, but you definitely do see that the runes have started to glow a little bit more brightly, a little bit more readable this time.
Can I try and see if I need to do anything with the statue and the sword? Like if this is supposed to be some kind of checkpoint or ritual? Essentially, is the sword gonna tell me anything now that I'm here?
At this point, make a wisdom check.
A check?
Yes.
An 18. Which is
An
not that
18?
bad for me, especially.
It is not. However, just looking at your blade and seeing that your blade is reacting doesn't mean that it's going to tell you what to do. You have no idea.
Most peculiar. Can I go and interact with the head? Like, can I go down there now?
You are hovering above it, or like around it. So, I mean, the bridge, the window for the bridge is staring at it. If you wish to go outside, you're gonna have to find some way to fly.
All right. I know I said I was gonna see if it was gonna tell me what to do. Can I actually try and commune with it this time? Now that it's currently actively glowing without me doing anything, and I'm next to what seems to be some kind of catalyst for it.
Okay.
Because normally when I commune with it, I just do it wherever I happen to be. This time I'm near something it likes to be around, it looks like.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and roll me. Do you have anything that helps you with meditation?
Not that I know of. I don't meditate often in terms
You
of
really
like
don't.
religious
That is
or
true.
type thing. I just sleep. I
That
can
is
go to
true.
sleep.
Uh, you can't exactly hover here forever. I mean, you can, but you know what I mean.
And your charisma is funnily low.
Yeah, your charisma is a
Okay, Mr.
+0.
Paladin. Let's talk about your dexterity.
Go give it a little kiss on the lips, like I was telling you. Come on, go on.
You do see Vadia kind of speak up next to you, and she says, "If you need me to carry you, I can fly you there."
Actually,
can
there is
also-
something you can do. Can you punch him in the face for me? And he'll point
No.
at Fuk'ler.
Wait.
Is that an order from? What's the chain of command here, Captain?
Wait a minute.
The chain of command here is I am in command, technically followed by my simulacrum. Technically,
You guys
but
share command.
yes, which is why I said technically.
All
Then it
right.
is Shakna,
Okay.
following Shakna.
Is
It's Fuk'ler.
all right. Well, Chakno or Captain, do I punch him?
No,
Wait.
No
Oh, thank
fun.
God.
Okay.
no violence
I-
on the bridge.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes.
Violence in the holodeck.
Just don't break the holodeck. But no violence on the bridge.
Worth a
No
shot.
violence in engineering.
It was worth a shot.
Wait, we can break the holodeck?
Don't break it.
It's
No,
still
you
a
cannot
room.
break it.
No, I didn't know that was an option.
It is an option. Everything is breakable.
The more you know.
I mean, the universe is about to break. So
I'm just gonna ask randomly, does anybody know anything that assists somebody with meditation?
I do.
Your captain's right there.
But like on the spot? Because I know you have a cool meditation walk, but like I don't know if I can take a giant statue with me.
We can kind of do a semi one.
How's that?
I will cast minor illusion in the open space on the bridge to create just a random swiggly swirl of lines.
This gonna be considered
Okay.
the snake?
No, this is your path. Pick
Oh.
one end, close your eyes, and I'll walk you through.
Okay. And he'll pick the end that's farthest from the snake that's outside.
Okay.
Do I need to like roll insight on my sword while I do this? Since
You're gonna
that's
have to
what I
roll
wanted to
something.
do.
I won't tell you
Alright.
what you're gonna roll. You're gonna have to roll something though.
Roll performance.
You just want me to fail.
What was your performance low?
It's charisma,
Oh, I'm an
dipshit.
idiot. Excuse me. I'm actually stupid.
I feel like you're doing this on purpose at this point. No. The first, like, 3 times. Hmm.
No, that's on me. That's on me. I didn't even think about it.
Now can she punch him?
Please don't. Please.
Not on the bridge. There's delicate porcelain up
Machinery.
here. I don't want them to break.
Anyway.
Are you ready?
I am ready.
Well, we'll do a semi-Helmach. So
I suppose.
start with the Yotmach. Close your eyes.
I close thine eyes.
All right. As you close your eyes in this meditative state, go ahead. Roll me. Let me try to figure this out. Which one do I want you to roll?
Something nice, please.
Something nice? Well, now I'm going to do something not nice. Roll me a religion check because you're meditating.
Alright. Can I redo this?
I was about to say, since you're getting help from Kaisai, you can roll this at advantage.
I am walking you through a meditation, so.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, nice. Really good. As you are
1d4.
being guided down this meditative state, almost instinctually you pull your blade out and you have it sit on your lap as you are currently sitting on this meditative state.
Oh, he's walking.
Those of you... Oh, sorry, as he's walking. As you notice those who are watching him meditate, you notice that the sword's runes on the side start to almost pulse slightly. So, Kayasaya, in this point in time, since you're helping him, you're not able to see the blade, right? Because you have to keep your eyes closed with him.
No, I can have my eyes open. It's just I'm using my arcanic energy and my telepathic energy.
Okay. So, Fuk'ler, mainly, since you're the one who is not actively helping him out here, you notice as he's walking this path and the blade is glowing, you notice on the outside, the serpent, the eyes also start to glow that same bluish energy. Bayhorn.
Yes.
As you're walking along this path, your mindscape goes from the middle of the bridge to this long and winding trail. You're standing on clouds, this path that continues forward. You have nothing on you except the clothes on your back. You don't even feel Rowan. You don't feel any weapons on you. What do you do?
Well, the whole point of this is to walk, so I'm gonna go take a walk.
Okay.
It's more
I
like
just
walk,
follow the
but
trail. Yeah, that's why I'm walking. We're going on a trip in our favorite walking shoes.
Where are you going with that, Cedric?
Right.
Was it supposed to go somewhere?
oh my
I
god.
thought you were gonna like end it off something else, not just that.
Just leave it on a cliffhanger. All right. Next time
Apparently.
on Cedric's random song.
Yeah, I'll come up with new lyrics. It's an original song.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Bayhorn, as you're continuing walking, you feel this presence that you feel like it's being watched over you.
Does it feel familiar? Say
It
to a
does.
certain serpentine spirit?
It does not feel familiar.
Does it feel predatory?
It feels more like it's curious than predatory. As you continue walking, you notice that the clouds start to get a little bit darker, almost like the clouds that were once nimbus clouds turning into thunderstorm clouds. These darkened with electricity as you start to
I
hear
remember those.
thunderous booms just like every so often.
I remember this part. If I remember correctly, last time I was here, it was a cliff that I ended up in, right?
Yes.
On my path, do I notice a cliff, similar or not?
You do not. You are currently walking. In fact, as you're walking, as you look down on the path, roll me a perception check.
I'm just gonna assume it's fucking pitch bright in here. I rolled not good, so that my reliable's gonna take over. 23, I think.
23. I like how you said that's not good. 23.
I rolled a 2. That's what I was referring to.
You feel the air and the energy start to shift. Fuk'ler.
Okay,
Or not
okay.
Fuk'ler. Taisai.
Mhm.
You feel your connection to Bayhorn start to falter. As you feel the ship around you, as well as you, Fuk'ler, you feel this thunder and wind start to shake the ship up a little bit.
Man, the outside thunder is doing wonders for this environment building.
Mhm.
Is it raining outside?
It is currently thundering and lightning outside of my house.
Oh shit!
way.
You literally got extra immersion
Hang on a
right
second.
there.
Let me go look around outside real fast.
Yeah, no, it's
Oh no,
currently
it's
storming
raining.
outside my house. Yeah.
It ain't storming for me, but it sure is raining. I see the fences
Yeah,
are
no, I
wet.
got a loud ass thunder crack earlier. And there are a couple
Bayhorn.
smaller ones.
Yes.
You feel your feet, the ground at your feet, start to shift as well with the wind and the thunder happening around you. As you look down with your perception check, it's not dirt or concrete or cobblestone you're walking on, it's scales.
Can I pick some up?
The scales are attached to the ground. And as you try to pull, you feel like you're pulling on flesh.
Do I have the notion that I'm standing on the serpent?
It seems like you're standing on the serpent.
Can I look to my right and left and see if the ground just casually just starts curving down as if it's part of the snake's body?
So the path that you're on starts to curve and move you along, but the sides are just pure clouds. You don't even see a bottom or a ground to land on.
I am in the air. I'm gonna keep walking, as it's the only thing I can do.
You hear a serpent's growl happening in the distance. Not just you, Bayhorn. Kaiasaya, this rain and thunder breaks you out of this meditative state with Bayhorn, but Bayhorn is still walking the path. As you break out of this formation, you, Fuk'ler, and the rest of the team who is on the ship, Vadia, Chakna included, see on top of the serpent's head, outside of the ship, is a small boy with bluish hair and long, pointed ears. The rain and the lightning crackle and thunder outside, but the boy is just staring at you.
So, I'm thinking one of two things. It is
Okay.
a manifestation, akin to possibly an avatar of this snake. Or, what if we somehow fucking stumbled upon another fragment of Bayhorn?
A statue?
Not the statue! And she points to the boy.
Well.
Stumped.
Statues can house pieces of someone's spirit, even an entire spirit. Can they not?
Well, that makes me question even more what happened to him. How did a piece of him end up all the way out here, so far away from the rest of him?
Man, I feel like whenever I get back, everybody's gonna have a lot of questions for me.
Yeah.
Fuk'ler, the bigger question I
Man.
think we should be asking is, how did a soul get fractured into several pieces? One of them keeping the original body and the others somehow inhabiting bodies that mirror the original.
As you guys are currently asking these questions, you guys are talking, another big flash of lightning happens and the boy is gone.
Oh no.
Okay, I'm leaning towards aberration, avatar shit. Like,
Yeah, no.
I think it's the snake spirit.
At, at this point, my best guess is as good as any. Bayhorn's some form of lightning god that we just don't know about. Hear ye, and his soul's been split apart. Who knows? I certainly
I
don't.
swear to God, if I am like a mortal manifestation of a lightning god and I just have never known until now,
It's gonna be pretty
I
funny.
mean,
I'm gonna flip.
it kind of would be ironic, but in a way makes sense with this group.
Would be
Yeah.
Considering
so ironic.
you, Fuk'ler,
Could
are.
also explain how your soul got split into pieces so easily. But, you know, that's just a theory. A game theory. Oh, Dr. Pepper, you betray me!
Never watched that before, by the way.
Oh, God.
I don't think I've ever
Excuse
seen
me,
a
I am
single
so
episode of
sorry.
any Game Theory or Game Grumps.
What are you saying about Game Grumps?
I said I don't think I've watched a single episode of Game Theory or Game Grumps or whatever it's called.
Those are two completely different YouTube channels, and I don't want to talk about that right now. But who knows? This might be a physical manifestation of Bayhorn's repressed memories or forgotten
That
memories.
too. That's an interesting
Because this
aspect.
is baby Bayhorn, obviously, or not baby Bayhorn, mini Bayhorn, little guy. He's
Yeah,
obviously walking around with some sort of repressed power. So who knows? I certainly don't. Is there
Bayhorn.
anything weird happening to the statue while Bayhorn's in this trance?
No, the eyes are still pulsating. It's blue eyes every so often.
I swear to God, if I wreck their guardian statue, or it turns out it starts to like unpetrify or some shit, I'm gonna flip.
It's gonna be really funny.
Bayhorn,
Uh,
as you're currently walking along this path, you hear more of the reverberations of the snake's growl as you feel like you're getting closer to the end of your walk.
oh.
You hear whispers. You hear a language that is slightly incomprehensible to you.
Lightly?
Slightly. Roll me an intelligence check.
Okay. I didn't roll very good. I rolled an 8.
An 8. You don't
Can I
understand
guess?
what. Go ahead and guess. What do you
Can I
what
guess
do you
what
guess?
language it might be in?
Go ahead and guess a language.
Seeing that I'm dealing with an ancient deity, and I slightly understand it, I'm gonna go with one of the only things I don't fully understand as a language and say it's some ancient dialect of primordial.
That's incorrect.
Alright.
You see as this snake body is coiling as you're starting to move to the left and then to the right, and then you have to climb this small little bump and then go down a little bit more. It's like the snake's body is coiling around something before eventually it starts to straighten out. And as it straightens out, you look behind you to see the thing that it was coiling on is the top half, with the top half of the jaw still connected, this giant skull with like green looking venom or blood coming down from the top of the cranium down to its eye sockets.
Oh, that's nice.
Before a flash of lightning happens in your vicinity, Bayhorn, and outside, Kaisai and Fuk'ler, the lights go dark.
What, just outside is dark now?
No, the ship's lights are now dark.
Oh. Uh-oh.
And you now hear this whispering on the outside. So I must ask you guys, because I know Bayhorn doesn't know this language. Kaisaya or Fuk'ler, or even Chakna can speak up, and maybe Vadia might know it. Do any of you guys know Draconic, Abyssal, and or Yanti?
I know
Chakna
Draconic.
Chakna knows Abyssal.
Chakna knows Abyssal, and you know Draconic.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird. The language of the spoken word that you hear is fractured. Like, some of the words happen in your language that you understand, but some of them don't. Fuk'ler, you hear the words Samarak, coast, delayed, and then eventually ends on permanently.
Samurai Coast delayed permanently. Oh no, is this a first grade riddle?
But then
Combine
Chakna
languages.
speaks out, I heard sword. Me you have. And I don't know the rest.
I heard Samrock Coast delayed permanently. So obviously I think it's talking about the Sword Coast.
Sword Coast. Delayed.
He was
Me
delayed.
you have.
He was delayed from the Sword Coast permanently by something?
What does that mean? What does it mean being delayed?
Maybe homie's stuck. And he's a little more stuck than the statue's letting on.
What was that word you said in the beginning?
Samarok?
Does anybody know a place called Samarok?
I don't.
I don't know either.
Well, if this is the Sword Coast of Usolde,
I know of Samarok, but I've never been there. That's weird. Samarok was known, or Samarok isn't really known typically. It's a nation of Samarok. It's inhabited and neighbored by a place called Tindol and Tashalar along the Kulatan Peninsula. But I'm not too sure why we would hear this from this statue. It's on Toril. It's a whole plane existence away. And it's not even close to the Sword Coast.
Well-
It's a little bit southwestern of it.
we're in the outer planes and not on the material planes. So we could be both incredibly far and yet incredibly close to almost any point.
I guess so. But how's he doing? And she looks over at Bayhorn, and Bayhorn's almost to the end of his walk. Speaking of Bayhorn, as you continue walking along this path, after passing the giant skull, like the giant skull that was being coalesced and or being overrun by the snake's body. You feel this odd, like, stabbing sensation happening on your left-hand side.
A stabbing, like on my actual side
On your actual side, yes.
of my body.
Yes.
I guess Bayhorn would reflexively, like, touch his side to see if he was wounded or something.
There's something sharp and metal in your body now.
He's gonna look. He's gonna kind of take a peek at it while still maintaining vigilance about his surroundings.
It's definitely a smaller blade that looks like a dagger, and at the very end is, at the hilt and the pommel, is a snake head.
Does it kind of feel like my dagger?
It does not, and now you are starting to feel searing pain. Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh shit.
Do I get a
those
bonus
of you
if
on
I'm
the-
next to? I'm gonna have to.
Those of you on the outside, you see Bayhorn's body instinctively flick his wrist. He turns his katana into his dagger, and he stabs himself on the side.
Can I get a reroll?
Ooh.
What'd you roll?
No.
A nat 1.
No, you take 2 death saving throws.
Oh, am I dead?
No, you are not dead, but you feel this like insane puncture wound that is curving upwards over that it punctured your lung.
I'll just
And
keep
now
track
as you're
of that in my head.
as you're looking down, you're not bleeding red, you're bleeding green.
Okay,
Tripping
can I get some kind of, like, insight? Can I roll like some kind of check to figure out why it's green?
Yeah, roll an insight check.
I rolled an 18.
It
Yes.
seems like the only reason why it could be green, either you miraculously turned into a Yuan-Ti, or the blade was filled with poison and it's now being pumped into your body.
Uh-oh.
Do I feel poisoned?
You
Besides
feel a
hearing pain?
very sharp, burning sensation spreading from the tip of the point of the blade.
Okay.
I think you're poisoned.
Do I get the sense that I should leave it in for the ritual's sake, or should I pull it out?
This is up to you.
Is
Maybe
it
you have to be
bearable?
on
Can
the
I
very
walk?
edge of death to talk to this
It-
thing.
It is bearable, but you're not too sure how long you can handle it.
And is there any sign from my environment stating I need to continue the walk
This
or
path
deal
keeps
with
going.
it right now? And then I follow the path. I'm just gonna keep the blade still and try not to make it move around and cut me up more.
You continue forward and you hear another growl of something in the distance before, in common, you hear something loud, not whispered. Keep your acts obfuscated and secret. The night is your greatest ally.
Sound familiar?
It does not sound familiar.
So the thing who says that doesn't sound familiar at all?
It does not sound familiar at all.
At all. Different thing entirely. Okay.
Different thing entirely.
Can I roll an insight check to see what he means and why he's
Roll an
saying it
insight check.
now?
Yeah, roll an insight check.
Another 18, because I rolled a natural 4.
You have no idea why you're being whispered this. However, instinctually, with that 18, you know that this snake is not the same snake that you know as Raiko.
Bayhorn's just gonna call out to this all-encompassing voice and being and say, forgive my ignorance, but I'm afraid I don't know what you mean," as he's, like, kind of grunting with pain from stabbing himself, apparently.
You hear another. You hear not a phrase, not a command, not a whisper. It's more of someone stating a commandment, like they're speaking above a church, or the way that they speak it in this tone is speaking like a law of the land. Strike quickly and without reason. Blind the target with their own confusion. Kill slowly, and you feel a sharp pain on your left-hand side again. That poison starting to spread. Agonizingly. It starts to spread even further across your body. As Fuk'ler and Kaiasai, you see that he pulls his blade out, and now there's just gollops of ichor starting to come out of his side as he's still walking. Now that the blood is starting to spill onto the bridge, it's kind of messing up the ritual site. Or worse, make them enjoy it. Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
He gets +3s.
I'm gonna shoot
Another
myself.
natural 1.
Can I please re-roll this?
You cannot re-roll this.
I can't cast silvery barbs on him.
Bayhorn, in your vision, you immediately take the blade out of your side from the serpent, you look at the pommel, and you slash your own neck open. Those of you on the outside, you see he pulls his blade out, he turns into a katana, he flips it around, and he's about to seppuku. What are you going to do?
I will use my telekinetic abilities to try and stop it.
Alright, make a strength check against his strength check. Bayhorn, since you're rolling at an unconscious state in your meditation, this will be at disadvantage. So this will help you. Roll me a strength saving throw at disadvantage.
I'm going to help Kaiasai, I'm gonna try and
I
tackle
rolled double
Bayhorn.
fours.
Yes!
Double fours. Okay, Kaiasai,
For a
roll a
6.
strength check.
I did, 14.
Immediately, you push your telekinetic shove on him. He was almost about to puncture his gut before you push him off, and he drops his blade. As you drop your blade, Bayhorn, in your vision, in your mindscape, you see this large, looming, orange, bright-eyed, green-fanged, almost like green poison trickling out of its mouth serpent. Keep Samarak and your Sword Coast. Delayed me you have, but not permanently. I will spread the spell plague as far as I can across Toril, and no one shall stop me, for my name is Zahir. And as you hear the name Zahir, you are knocked out of your meditative state, and you are on the ground, and you are pooling in blood.
Help!
Fuk'lers is currently running over to try and aid him.
You see Vada also run over and start to like put hands on him and starting to pump in some lay on hands as well.
How much health have I lost from the blood loss?
You are at 1 HP.
Oh,
yeah,
good.
I was pretty sure you were on death saving throws, right?
Yeah, he's failed 2 death saving throws. He was almost about to roll another one.
Ooh, natural ones. Wow.
Fuck off.
Wow. Just wow.
Fuck off.
I'm
You
going
hear-
to pump in my last 5 lay on hands to neutralize the poison in him and try and heal
Vadia
him a little.
pumps in the rest of her remaining 30 available healing hand on you. So you're back up to 36 HP, or 37. As you guys are currently hounding him, trying to heal him, you all hear this odd and almost demonic childlike laughter coming from the outside. And on top of the snake's head, you see that boy, this blue-haired, absinthe green, bright-eyed boy looking at all of you with this wide grin and like this green looking liquid or ichor coming out of its canine teeth as it gives you a sharp, almost insinuating or almost comical type of laughter before another strike of laughter strikes all of your ears and a bright flash of lightning and it is gone.
So, Bayhorn,
Am I still conscious?
You are still conscious, but you are very much in pain.
I would like very much to talk with my snake spirit now.
Isolde is already rushed up behind you. She kind of lifts your head up to help you sit up, and she's trying to like grab bandages for you. What did you see in your vision?
That wasn't my snake deity.
So
Something
what is
about
this snake then?
being trapped in the Sword Coast and delayed, spreading the spell plague across Toril.
The spell plague has been eradicated from Toril for hundreds of years. Did it say who it was? Did you catch a name?
Adrian, I don't know how to say the name. Can you say it for me?
Zahir. Zehir. In fact,
Zahir.
Bayhorn, or Cedric, you were mentioning to me about this god a few months ago.
Huh?
Uh-oh.
Mm.
Hang on. I need to remember what he... Fuck, I was. This makes sense.
You see Tiana is already has sword and shield out waiting for any sort of battle as she's watching over you guys, because she's not a healer, she's a fighter, she's a defender. But knowing that it seems like there's nothing about to attack, even though Bayhorn just literally stabbed himself almost twice. Captain, I feel like we should probably get the fuck out of here, no?
Bayhorn, are we done here?
Bayhorn's gonna grab his sword, taking a heavy knee and using it to support himself, and he's gonna try and commune with Raikou.
Okay.
Because he figures if anybody knows anything about snake deities, it would be a snake deity.
He might be.
And he's and this time instead of a more polite request, this is a more urgent request, like, hey, we need to talk.
Roll me a religion check.
At 11.
I will
Am I
silver
allowed to-
barbs you.
I was gonna say, am I allowed to use my silvery barbs?
Yeah, you can silvery barbs.
I'll use mine because mine don't
Okay.
need spell slots. Damn, really? Okay. 16.
You don't feel any religious or any meditative pull to the sword. But you do hear a whisper, lighter, more friendlier in your ear. Pain is but the wind before the storm. Rise, for the tempest still has need of you.
Then following what I assume to be Raikou's word, I will, with difficulty, rise to my feet.
It is insanely tough. You feel your bated breath start to release out of you as Isolde has finished bandaging your side, and healing magic can only do so much. The wound that you've caused yourself has deeply impacted your body. Magic can cure wounds, but it does not fully heal them. It does not fully get rid of scars or deformations or abnormalities. You see on your side as she's patching up your wound, as she's putting bandages over, it is deep, it is a raw and visceral image on your side. It's almost like your blade serrated you from the inside out, almost. You've never seen that happen. You've always had clean cuts, clean kills. You've never left anything that looks so disfigured or so deformed in such a way. And you feel that you have been extremely wounded. So for the next few days, you have a -4 to stealth.
Nerfed.
Like a flat -4 that overrides all my other bonuses?
No, just the -4 to your plus total.
Okay.
I was about to say, if you roll a nat 20 on stealth and you have to do a -4 to it, that's tragic. That's tragic.
Isolde
But it
helps you up as well.
Sound like you want that to happen.
Nah,
And as
You asshole.
I don't.
And as Isolde helps you up, she kind of like pats you a little bit on your side. Not on your wound, but on your other side, she says, "So, you heard of what name again? In your vision?
Some deity named Zahir. Apparently he was supposed to spread the spell plague and was delayed or thwarted. I assume this statue is some semblance of a prison. Some way to help keep him chained up.
I don't know if it's a prison. It might be a remnant of his worshippers, but Zahiric clerics were called the Venomers. They haven't been seen in hundreds of years, ever since his fall. From what little knowledge I know, Zahir was some sort of serpent deity. The Yuan-Ti followed him very closely. Used to be called the Master of Poisons and Shadows.
Well, whatever he is, that's not my deity.
Alright. Well, the next time before you go off and meditate to a random statue, you should make sure it is your deity, right? Come on,
It
let's
sure
get you to
seemed like mine.
let's get you to the medical bay. There's a pretty bad wound you've made yourself here. She prestidigitates the blood stains off of the bridge. Takes a few spell casting because of the amount of volume that is there, but it eventually goes away. Let me lead you down. Come on. And she drags you along the way. If anybody would like to follow him, you can. But Tiana does put her stuff away, and she sits down at the console. Captain, I'm going to get us out of here. I'm going to at least fly back to Glorum, because I know at least there it's safe.
Well, that's where we're heading to back anyway, because that's what the portal we're going through is.
Alright. Keep an eye on him. Make sure he doesn't have his weapon on him. I don't want to lose another one. But at this point, as you guys are leading Baythorn down into the infirmary, and you feel the sudden surge of energy as you guys are now flying away from this serpent's rise, this serpentine statue. You guys fly back to Glorum in the middle of the night with rain, thunder, and snow abound. I need to go use the restroom, so if you guys like to talk amongst yourselves about what has happened, you can. I'll be back in a few minutes. I will also change the music to fit a more peaceful nature while I'm away. There you go. Be right back.
Now, Cedric, I know you want to believe that I want you to get nerfed. It's simply not true.
I mean, it's almost like you said you wanted me to get nerfed.
No. No, but for real, this is actually bad news bears, because this is specifically the thing you're good at. This is
I mean,
Hmm.
it isn't
Well-
like I'm out of the game. I still
And
have
it's
No,
a
you're
only
not
for a
out of
few
the game.
days.
It's only a -4 too. It's not like it's a huge debuff either.
And it's only going to be for a few days.
Yeah.
I'm probably just gonna end up sitting in the forge for the next 4 days.
No,
Yeah.
no,
Something
you're
like
not.
that. What do you mean?
You
What?
know I'm not.
You guys asked for a vacation. Where do you think we're going?
Forge.
We know something we don't.
The Ruby Palace is
Cedric.
a fancy place where you can bask in all your pleasures.
I think so.
Does
We
the
know
Ruby
something we
Palace
don't.
Does the Ruby Palace have a forge?
Yes.
Okay, because I really got to get working on that stuff.
Also has a sauna.
Nice.
Um,
And a pool.
Well,
I think I'm definitely gonna try meditating with my sword for the next few days to try and really get a conversation out of Raikou, because I have not done that before. It's just been on the spot. Well, that was unfun.
rad though. Unfun. But we get to see an encased snake god in stone. I mean, that's neat.
I guess so.
Does your dagger have poison on it?
No.
Then
What if
how'd
it
you
wasn't-
does now?
I wasn't poisoned.
Oh.
Then why were you bleeding green?
In the vision I was.
Oh, you were tripping balls.
I mean, I guess so.
Ooh, that might have been a hint to who your next person is.
My next person on what?
Of you!
This is something different, I'm pretty sure.
Maybe. But it might.
I like the optimism, but I don't think it's the right lead that I need.
Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Do you have, like... So, I know there's a Goliath of you running around somewhere. That'll be pretty hard to miss.
Mhm.
Unless he's already dead.
Goliath of me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we talked about that.
Yeah, there's a Goliath version of you.
Yeah, we
There
talked about
is?
that sometime back when we were helping Q out with his weird problem.
No, it's when you were meditating and then you saw all those and then you found
Wait.
your other you.
Goliath of me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Remind me again when we found that?
Well, we didn't find it. We learned of it when you were originally doing the meditative walk.
Yeah.
And it led to us then having a mental fight with words escape me. What's your other name?
Zorzard?
Zorzark.
Zorzark. That's right. Too many Z's.
Oh yeah, and you fought that big snake version of him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know that there was a Goliath in my party, but I wasn't
No,
aware
no.
that I would have
There,
turned into all the Goliath as well.
A
No.
fraction of you is a Goliath wandering around out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The more you know.
Yeah.
But you guys knew
but
something that I didn't.
maybe it was just something you forgot about because you didn't write down or something like that. And it happens to the best of us. But I was just wondering, the fact that you don't remember that doesn't instill much hope. Do you know the other ones that we haven't found yet? Or do you remember them?
Of me?
Because, yeah.
I can't say.
Perhaps
Because
to
As far as I
meditate,
was, that's what I was gonna do anyway.
but
As
meditate
far as
on
I
your
was
other
concerned, I
fragments.
thought they were all just same body / look, but
Mm-mm.
they might have been different.
mm-mm. There could be a horse bayhorn out there. You never know. Who would suspect a horse to steal their items?
Except they're apples.
Exactly. A talking horse to steal their stuff. No one would suspect a horse.
No, I guess they wouldn't.
Exactly. It's a perfect crime. So we know the Goliath is out there. We know that Zorzark had about 3 pieces, including himself. And how many pieces were you split into again?
Again, I don't know if I even ever figured that. I need to go and talk with Adrian about that. I'll probably roll history checks and meditate and try and figure it out.
I thought it was like 8 to 10.
That's what I assumed and
I think
guessed.
so.
Yeah.
I could have sworn it was like 8 to 10 or something. I haven't exactly been keeping the best notes. I know, shameful. I know I'm lacking. But it is what it is. And so Bayhorn currently has what about 5/8 of himself? So there's still at least 3 other pieces of him wandering around out there.
Mhm.
That being said, there could be even more. We just don't know.
Mm-mm.
Okay, I'm back. Hey Shelby.
Hmm.
As I was in the restroom, I opened my phone and I got a news alert. You might have to go check your laptop because
Oh,
Elon's
great.
doing stupid shit again.
I'm gonna pause the
He's
recording.
he said on yeah. Ready to continue?
Yep.
Weston.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Shelby, go ahead and start it up
Already
in
did.
like 10 seconds. Okay. Cool. Cool.
You get
All
no
right.
time to rest.
I get no time to rest. Now that I'm back, everybody, with Bayhorn being inside the infirmary, now at the very least stabilized and being helped with everyone's available magics and or medical expertise around. You feel the ship land, and you feel it shuffle a little bit as you are now, assuming you're now in front of Glorum again. You hear over your comm badges that Tiana says, "All right, I landed. It's getting pretty damn bad out here tonight, so I don't think we should be flying any longer. So we'll keep the lights on and everybody just stay warm. Looks like it's gonna be a cold night tonight. Don't go outside for anything." So, now that you guys are in the infirmary, what are you guys going to do now?
Who's to say I went with?
Oh, where did you go?
I stayed on the bridge.
Okay, well, Tiana's there and you heard what she said. So what are you going to do?
I'm going to look for the portal to the Ruby Palace.
Okay. How are you going to look for it?
Using crystalline sensors?
Okay. So where are you
Basically
going to do it at?
casting our using the ship to cast an Arcana check, like to see the
Oh, got it.
portal.
All right, got it. Go ahead and roll me an Arcana check as well. And I have the ship's sensors in the back as well.
30.
30. Yeah, fair enough. So as you are sensing the ship, or you're trying to have the ship sense for any sort of open portals or pathways out into the astral sea, you sense that there was a portal to the west that you came from, that you landed into Glorum. The portal seemed like it was closer to the Library of Lore than Glorum in general, but you managed to land in Glorum just fine. The other portal that you sense that it has like arcanic residue and energy that goes to the astral sea is off to the east, almost to where the ocean is outside of the Outland Circle. So at the very least, you know where to go in the morning
Okay.
if you wish to go there.
Well, yeah.
But
That's
after
very nice.
that, what else are you going to do?
Not that late in the day, is it?
It's nighttime. It's heavily snowing. There's a snowstorm out right now. Yeah, it took you like an hour and a
It's
half to
late in
get
the
to the
day.
Serpent's Head, and then another hour to get back in the snow, maybe a little bit longer because you had to drive slower.
Driving in the air.
In the air.
Kind of called flying.
Driving in the air.
Uh, did we land?
You are landed, yes.
Okay. I'll take over on the bridge so Tiana can go relax for a little bit.
She looks at you and she just goes, "All right, I can do that. Just let me know if you need a quick getaway." And she takes off. At this point in time, Fuk'ler, are you with Bayhorn in the medical area?
Yep.
Okay. So, what are you going to do now that Bayhorn is situated and resting now from his very odd meditative journey?
Calling. Fuk'ler is going to look at him very, very patiently. With sweet, curdling honey in his eyes, and say, "You should brush up on your religious history."
Can I try and kill Fuk'ler?
You can try. Do you want to roll initiative and fight him?
Yes.
Yes.
22.
You're gonna make me actually roll initiative. You're going to make me actually roll initiative while you're on a bed in the medical wing. Is this actually happening? Do I need to roll initiative, Adrian?
I mean, how serious are you, Bayhorn?
Yes.
All right,
Oh.
Fuk'ler, roll initiative.
You should know that most snake deities in religions, or in religious history, are seen as deceivers and traitors. You gonna go ahead and hit me?
Am I standing next to him?
I'm
No, you're on
currently
the bed.
sitting. I'm sitting at your bedside.
So I get advantage on this, right?
What do you mean advance?
How do you get advantage?
Because he hasn't taken a turn yet. So I get assassinate.
Then I guess yes, that is true.
I had to actually read what it does because I haven't used this since level 4.
Oh my lord.
Because I'm never first.
That is sad but true.
22.
To hit?
Yeah.
Doesn't
That
hit.
actually doesn't hit. Surprisingly.
Reaction silvery barbs. Do I get reaction silvery barbs, Adrian?
You do, yeah, but you're gonna burn your reaction.
25.
Just barely hits.
Auto
Just
crit.
barely hits. So how are you gonna hit him? What are you gonna hit him with?
Auto crit? What do you mean
My
auto
lightning
crit?
serpent. If I hit you,
You're
then it's an
gonna
auto crit.
You're actually gonna. Are you legitimately gonna hit him with your lightning serpent?
Yeah, it'll be non-lethal, but I'm still hitting him.
Okay, you're hitting him. So Fuk'ler, for some odd reason, as Bayhorn is currently resting, he literally takes his lightning serpent, spins around, and stabs you on the side.
Oh, no. Hey,
Roll
listen
your
here, you
damage.
codgety little bastard.
Alright. Let's see.
You should learn not to stab the people who heal you.
Adrian, do you want me to roll damage? Because it'll take a little bit.
Roll damage. You're hitting him. So yeah, roll
No.
damage.
You've already
This-
stabbed Fuk'ler.
This.
Yeah,
That wasn't sneak. Was it sneak attack? It was assassination.
And then
sneak attack into assassination because
sneak
that's how
attack
his,
is
works.
if I get advantage, I get sneak attack once per turn.
Yeah.
And then what is it? 46, so it's 8d6.
4d8 booming blade?
The crit.
It's a crit?
All of it's a crit.
Why?
Because I crit.
How did you crit? Where did you crit?
Assassinate.
Your assassinate is an auto crit?
Yes.
Yeah, because
If I
you haven't
attack
taken
something
a
that hasn't
turn yet.
taken their turn yet, then I automatically crit.
It's an auto crit. Yeah, that's how it works.
So any damage I'll do is a critical hit. That's why I normally stack damage when I crit. 101.
good lord.
Well, you've just knocked Fuk'ler down, you unfurless cunt.
Immediately,
You don't know how to
Uh,
react to you.
immediately, Finnegan is going to tap his comm badge and go, Captain, Bayhorn's gone lethal and insane, and he's going to launch something at you immediately because you literally just stabbed Fuk'ler to shit for no apparent reason.
That's fair.
I had 2 things I could have done. I didn't choose to, though. I could have
you go to
done Lucky and
Finnegan's face.
changed your attack roll against me. I could have done Silvery Barbs against you and changed your attack roll against me. I just didn't because I had in good faith that you wouldn't try and murder me.
Yeah, I don't know why you tried to do that. He is going to. Uh, do, 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 do.
Wow. Very demure. Very mindful.
Let's see what spell is he going to throw at you at this point because you are going insane.
Whatever he throws at me, he can just hit.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah,
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure.
You have like no health, boy.
I'm sure.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. He's going to cast a 6th level spell at you.
Okay.
He is going to. You see, he pulls out a small silver cage out of his back pocket, and he uses a reaction cast on you. And he's going to. He's going to modify Soul Cage. And immediately you go catatonic, and you see nothing, but everybody else around you is huge. And immediately Isolde rushes down and pumps in health points into Fuk'ler. Fuk'ler, you're going to get a Cure Wounds, and she's going to pump in. Okay. You get 14 points of HP, Fuk'ler.
Listen here, you cheeky bastard.
Bayhorn is catatonic. He is laying down on his back. He is barely breathing, and you see Finnegan is out there holding a cage made out of silver, and there's like a small bluish flicker of like light inside of it.
Alright. Now that I've got that out, Adrian,
Mm-hmm.
can I make it? I don't know if you can, but before Finnegan did whatever he did, can it be understood that Bayhorn turned around and gave his equivalent of a bitch slap to the nth degree, and then
I
stopped?
mean, if you call that a bitch slap, then I don't know what you call
Yeah,
actually
bitch
hitting
slap.
somebody.
You stabbed me and murdered me. yeah, a
It's the
bitch
slap to the nth degree.
That's a bit more than a bitch slap. And if it was to the nth degree, that was more than 10. Very excessive. Very
very excessive.
non-demure.
But Kai-Sai, are you gonna do anything? Because Finnegan did call you.
I will have my simulacrum swap places with me and go down.
Okay. After about a few minutes of walking down, you see that Fuk'ler's being helped up by Isolde as she has barely put Cure Wounds into him. And you see Finnegan is currently standing there, holding a silvered cage in his hands, with like a blue flicker of light inside of it. And he looks over, he's like, "Okay, well, I think we need to put Bayhorn in the brig."
What happened?
He almost killed Fuk'ler.
He stabbed me, the bastard.
Why did he stab you?
I might have said something a little rude. Told him to brush up on his religious history. Told him that most snake gods are seen as deceivers and whatnot. and then he stabbed me because of it. Mind you, this was full force. Very, very intent.
Yeah, and well, upon seeing that, I basically snatched his soul into this. He's trapped in there for at the very least 8 hours.
Okay, well, can you hold it for 8 hours?
I very much can.
Okay, we'll hold it for 8 hours. Let his body heal. And we'll put it back.
Okay.
And we'll see why he did that.
Fair. So he's on timeout. Should we move his body into the brig afterwards?
We'll let him wake up here, but we'll all be ready for if he attacks and has gone crazy.
Fair. Alright. I'm gonna put this cage back into my bag. And he shuffles it back into his bag of holding. Fuk'ler, are you alright?
Yeah.
Alright. Well, we've had enough stress already. Vidra, I'm sorry you have to see all of this go down. As much as we are a crew, we are all dysfunctional in our own ways. See, Vidra just kind of raises an eyebrow a little bit as she says, well, I'm no stranger to dysfunction, but it was a little bit odd. Since I wasn't commanded to, I didn't do anything. But if you wanted me to, I could have stopped him, one way or the other.
You do know you don't have to wait to be commanded to do something if you see that it is the right thing to do.
What?
Uh-oh.
I've never really been in a situation where I can just do what I'd like. Even in Glorum, when I was hiding out, um, Bonebreaker would give me at least some duties and things to do to keep me busy. I never just did things because I wanted to do them before.
Well, here, well, yes, everyone has things to do and are given tasks that are specialized with them. You will have some free time where you are free to pursue wherever we are some of your own interests. If you wish to forge in the forge like Bayhorn, you could do so, or you could read, pursue art.
All right.
And
Okay.
on top of that, if you're in a situation where you see perhaps something is not as it should be, like Bayhorn attacking a member of his own crew, you could have stepped in and tried to stop him. You didn't have to wait to be ordered to do so. You are free to try and help of your own volition.
All right. I will take that into consideration then. By the way, do I just do I have a place to sleep, or
We did not
do I
give
just
you a
stay here?
tour. How about we give you a tour, huh, Fuk'ler?
Yeah.
Let's go give her a tour.
Sure.
All right. as you take her out on a tour, as Finnegan goes off in his own direction. Looks like he's going back to his own room, and Isolde is staying by Bayhorn's side. You guys show her the ways around. Initially, you show her everything that there is to do on this deck before you move on to the engineering room. Still as vibrant and as strong as ever. And you continue upwards, showing her to the rest of the different areas of the ship, the hollow room, the quarters, the mess hall. It's takes you quite a bit of time due to the fact that she is very intrigued with almost everything. It's like she's taking everything in at a far, how should I say, grander embrace. Far more than your other crew members. It seems like she's taking every little bit of the ship in, either because she's just studying it because she wants to know about it, or because she's just in awe because she doesn't know about it. But eventually, you do take her to the crew quarters area, and you do find an empty room for her. A very simple room. It's not as big or as elongated as the other rooms that you have for the other crew members, but it's a bedroom.
I let her know that she is free to, inside of her bedroom, place any decorations she likes.
Okay. Decorations, you say? Well, I do have some candles. I do have a few books that I like to draw and read in. I'll go ahead and do that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
At this point in time, as she is currently placing down different, I guess you could say, necessities that she has. She pulls out some clothes from her bag and puts it on the bed. Um, she puts candles and she puts it on the bedside table. She has several old and musky-looking books with tattered pages and tattered and destroyed book spines, and she puts them on the side table as well. If is there any chores or duties that you need me to do?
Well, since you're a cleric, you could maintain our medical bay.
I will do that. That I am known to be quite a healer in Glorum. And of course, being a cleric does come with its perks of healing.
Have we shown her the engine room?
Yeah, I'm saving the best for last.
I was gonna say. Well, if you're willing to take up those duties, it'll be much obliged because, unfortunately, as best as I've tried to help keep up with them, me and Finnegan, it's just not turned out as well as we hoped. Sure, Finnegan is well studied and well versed, and I know how to do some healing magics and a bit of, well, medical healing. It's just, well, neither of us really specializes in it.
You've been adventuring for how long without a healer?
Ooh. Surprised we made it this far.
We are quite surprised we made it this far.
A
Well,
few months now.
I can see that you're determined and you are resilient and strong. Just like rocks in a river. You're resilient. You fight against the tide. Eventually you wear down, but You're still strong. I'll try my best to keep you all as healthy as I can with magical needs. Now, magic can't heal everything, but I'll try my best. Is there anything you wish for the other side to do anything? I'm more of a healer, but they're more of a, I guess you could say, combative and more dangerous than I am.
They can be part of security. If we have any intruders on the ship that are not allowed on, they can help deal with them.
Exactly.
All right. Well, is there a bathhouse on board, or do we have to step out to do that?
Oh, well, there are little showers, bathrooms within your room. And I will show her a hidden side door and be like, you can go to the bathroom in here, wash your hands, and shower.
Hmm.
But if you wish to indulge in, say, a hot spring, we have something for that as well.
You see that she has like kind of a confused look on her face, and she just goes, "What's a shower?"
Sometimes I forget people don't know these things. Um, you you see these little handles, and Kaiasai will point at them. You turn them up. One generates cold water, and the other one generates hot water. And you turn them until the water's at the temperature you like. And out at this spigot, it uses create water and heating magic to pour water onto you. You can then shower.
Interesting.
As I will turn one of the
Alright.
levers so the water starts pouring out.
That's uh weird.
And then she'll shut it down and point at the bottom of the ground where there's a little hole. The water will then collect down there where it gets then destroyed by magic.
Oh. And she reaches down into the water, and she feels like you see the steam coming off of her hands. This is very inviting. I'm very much used to spring or at least a tub of water, but this is new. Are you sure it's
helps you.
okay to use?
Yes, the spell is forever enchanted within the spigot and connected to these levers, and of course, the hole is enchanted as well, so it's technically as long as no one casts Dispel Magic, looking at Fuk'ler, onto these objects, you can forever wash yourself in here. You have water.
Oh. Hmm. Can I want to try it. You see she already like starts taking off her breastplate, and she starts to unfurl and remove her top half of her clothing already.
Jesus Christ. I'm a
we're gonna step
with
out
the shower,
and
take the
and
shower.
allow
I'm
you
gonna
to
leave.
She's already just like tearing parts of her clothing off.
You know what?
And-
Enjoy the shower. Left one's hot, right one's cold. Yeah. And Fuk'lers leave.
As she's taking off her clothing, the bits that you can see from her back, it's heavily scarred. Like her pristine white face skin turns soured and almost like it's definitely like if skin's been ripped off of her back and whatever got healed couldn't fully get her white skin again.
Mm.
And it just travels all down from under her neck down to her thighs, and it keeps going. And at this point, you guys immediately just rush on out before she gets fully in the nude, and you close the door.
Good.
You hear through the doorway, like you hear the water coming out, and you hear like a slight kind of like a shock, like not like a shriek of like danger, but more of like a shock of surprise as you hear water rushing through the doorway, and you kind of just imagine that she finally took a step in. So Fuk'ler and Kaisaya, what do you guys do?
Should we wait until she's done to show her the engineering and holodeck, or
The door immediately opens, and you see her standing there dripping wet, and she says, "Is there any soap?"
yes, under the sink there's a drawer.
She is scarred everywhere. Her whole entire body, front to back, is completely torn asunder by damage and wear.
Mm.
Okay, I'll go take a look. And the door closes, and you hear footsteps.
She has no sense of modesty. What do you mean? I'm surprised you didn't panic seeing her naked in front of us.
Ah,
Did you just space out?
I
Don't tell me you saw a naked woman and you just blanked.
no. Fugler would never do something like that. Nuh-uh. I would never do something like that. Nuh-uh.
Are you sure? Because you did not panic. You didn't even respond.
I would like us to move on from this situation, please.
As I was originally saying before we got interrupted and you blanked out. Should we wait here for her so we can continue showing her engineering in the holodeck? Or would you like to move on and go do your own thing?
It depends on how long she's probably going to be oogling at the shower. Who knows how long it's been since... Well, most people don't get to use showers on the regular, so...
I wonder if a magical ship ever runs out of hot water. We can test that.
I would hope it would be runic magic that would heat the water for us.
Yeah, that is
It
true.
is runic magic that heats the water.
And so as the water passes by, it gets hotter.
Yes.
Mhm.
But you can then change the levers to change the amount of heat that is applied.
Beautiful. But we should probably ask her how long she's gonna be.
But she's already in the shower. I told her where the soap was.
Exactly.
Unless
she could
if you'd
be
like to go in there and ask
3
her.
hours. You get your dirty little mind out of that rotten gutter it's sitting in.
My bigger question is what happened to your mind when she came out because you were just dead silent?
You need to stop asking questions.
I'm sorry, I am a wizard, and the purpose of every being is to ask questions. To get
I'm being
answers, to
betrayed by
find-
every one of my crew members today. First, Bayhorn stabbing me. I don't think you meant to kill me. I think he just meant to stab me. I wasn't expecting it though. He didn't have to stab me so hard.
I'm
But,
so sorry your buddy stabbed you. You
It's
want to
okay.
talk about this?
No.
Are you sure?
Kind of.
Well,
I
that's
think I
kind
just
of-
got on his nerves.
Well, you do like to poke at him, and he did go through something traumatic, and you then poked at him.
Yeah.
Perhaps you should not poke at someone who's gone through something traumatic.
Yeah. No, that was a bit of an oversight. I didn't
Hence
think he
why
would stab me.
Hence why I
I,
didn't
I,
immediately put him in the brig.
well, let's hope he heals up soon. And hope that him stabbing me was a result of the traumatic experience he went through. Or at least, how hard he stabbed me. Cedric, I was not expecting you to automatic crit your
Oh yeah, no,
entire...
that's why I rewrote everything. No, it was
Did
gonna
you
happen.
want to kill me?
No,
Did you
I didn't
want
think you'd
to
die. I didn't think you'd die, but I
No, I
definitely
had
meant to do
fought.
that damage. The killing wasn't intended. The damage was.
I had fought Varia earlier today, dude.
I thought you were healed.
I was at 72 HP.
Not fully.
I almost died. I was at 30 HP by the time the fight ended.
I thought y'all healed each other. And your
We
weird
healed each
healing
other as much
touchy
as we
stuff.
could, but not like that much.
Your touchy healy
Ugh.
fest.
See, that's what I figured it was. I don't think you meant to kill me, like, at all. I think you were just like, he can tank this. He's probably fine. Not
Oh,
knowing
jeez.
what my health was at.
At this
I
point in
figured
time.
that's what it was.
You know, you did poke a little too hard.
I did,
Yeah.
and I'm sorry.
I
At this point in
demonstrated what
time,
happens when you poke a little too hard.
I guess, yeah.
as the both of you have, I guess at this point you guys would separate and leave from the doorway, right?
Oh no, we're
Got a
still
short-
standing here semi-talking, like, about what happened to him.
All right.
How do you think Varia is gonna react to the magic dragon in our basement?
I'm a bit intrigued to see how she reacts to it.
I
But
think
I
she's
think
gonna
she's-
absolutely freak the flip out.
I honestly think she's gonna flip the freak out more about the holodeck over the dragon, because I can turn the holodeck into whatever she desires.
Well, yeah, but also the dragon downstairs is basically proof confirming that there's something else in the astral sea beyond the wall.
Well, he's not.
I told her
technically
about the
from
new
there.
magic.
You
Well,
want to
the
share what else you
new
told her?
magic. Well, she's on her. She's with us now.
I know, but I'm very curious as to what you've already shared.
Well, she was basically the group she was with. What are they called? I forget the sect. What they were called. Thor's. It starts with a TH. I don't remember what they're called. Basically, the people she was with had already known that there was something else beyond the astral wall. They were suspecting that there was something of greater power than even the gods beyond the astral wall. Which is basically what the architect is. And that all the gods are false prophets and dissenters and fakes. Which I don't think is quite the truth. But I do think there is some truth to what they're trying to preach. Be it that it has been twisted and malformed from what its original message might have been, I do think that there is something that we can gain from it. Which is why we're probably going to that city on the big spire.
Well, the city on the big spire is an alternate, I guess you could say, Strixhaven.
Yeah.
They're
She said,
another storage of knowledge that we could possibly gain about everything.
okay. Well, she said she would take us to basically, I think it's the... Man, I'm forgetting things today.
I mean, well,
Basically, she would take us to the temple that was there. And she would show us what teachings that they do there and how we might be able to gain some information that we don't currently know. Because it sounds like we're talking about a lot of the same thing. Something beyond the astral wall, the architect being beyond the astral wall trying to get in, the gods being false prophets. The architect might be able to reset the entire universe, including the gods. It sounds like these people might know a bit more than we do currently. And she said she would help us get in contact with them.
They have the different part of the same message. Or we
Yes.
only have perhaps a few words or a few lines of the first bit, and they have the other bit.
Yes.
Worth looking into.
I agree. And so, after I told her about what we know, she immediately shot up from where she was, basically ran out of the dining hall, and bolted over towards you, I'm only assuming.
Oh, she flew like a dart.
Yeah. And I tried to tell you, but I don't know if she made it on time, or if I made the message on time, or if she was already there.
It
But
was back to back. Just as you started speaking, she disappeared.
okay, well, basically, she's now incredibly intrigued with what we know, and is really curious about the architect. Now, I don't know how much I've hinted at that the architect is hostile and we're trying to stop him, but it seems like she's got that idea in her mindset. Like, we don't exactly want the universe to reset. And so we're trying to figure out a way to prevent that from happening. That's the gist of what I've told her. And so, by telling her about Genesis magic, which the architect uses and or may be connected to, and also the dragon we have in our basement, which uses Genesis magic, this new type of magic, it's basically proof confirming everything I've just said. It's like lighting a fuse and there's a big firecracker on the end of it. What do you think, Captain?
Yeah,
Surprise. But I do think she'll be excited seeing the dragon downstairs.
I think so
I
too.
also do think she'll be pretty mesmerized by the holodeck. Like, more encaptured than anything.
Well, considering her reaction to the shower.
Yeah. No, definitely. Definitely.
Because almost every place I've ever been to that is magically inclined has some form of this. I'm sure you grew up with some form of it as well.
Something like that, yeah.
Akin to it. Nothing probably as refined and fancy, I feel
Definitely.
like, as I made.
Definitely not.
Because
Definitely not.
Quadradoms wasn't just like this either.
No. This looks like it was meticulously looked after and made. But yeah, no, I didn't have anything like this. Much more how do I put it nicely? Penny pinching-esque. Much more unfortunate circumstance. Yes. Not the lavish and nice tiled rooms you have aboard the ship.
I did spend a lot of time, material, and gold building this ship. I wasn't gonna let anything slide in design.
Seems like it.
Especially if this was to be my home.
And I respect that. I am curious, though. She says she hasn't really been in a position to do what she wants, and
Well,
she has all those scars.
it seems like that basically cult she came from is, well, a cult. And
Yeah.
she probably grew up being told what to do, how to do, where to go, what to say, only to escape and be lost.
It's unfortunate.
When you go from a very strict society upbringing to, in a way, being free to do whatever you want, it's jarring. And some people either take it in stride and go ballistic on trying to do everything, or they freeze up and need to find a way to get more structure, more order. He went for the order route, needing someone to tell her what to do. But we can help her learn that she is an individual who can do what she wishes as she has free will.
I agree.
And with that agreement and that time to talk and have some introspection with each other, the rest of the night is yours. Is there anything last or any last minute things you guys like to do before you guys head off to bed?
Well, is she still gonna be in the shower?
How long are you gonna wait?
Felt like we waited for almost over half an hour already, leaning up against the wall chatting.
Yeah, true. Some people take long showers. I know you do.
Shut up.
Maybe she's just sitting there watching the water.
You don't know that. That is true. You don't know. Do you want to take a look? Go ahead. It's up to you guys.
Out of respect, I won't. Kaisai, do it.
Kaisai, you go in there. You're a woman. You do
Oh.
it.
Kaisai, look.
I will.
Is she just staring up at the water?
Instead of looking, and she raises her hand up to the door and knocks.
Genius.
You knock?
I knock on the door.
Okay. As you knock on the door quickly opens, and you see that instead of the normal holy side, you see the necrotic side of her, also fully naked, water dripping down, with a towel over her head, and she says, "What do you need?"
We were wondering how much longer you were going to be in the shower.
Oh, I was done like 5 minutes ago.
Well, we would like to show you 2 more places of the ship, if you wouldn't
Oh.
mind getting dressed.
Sorry. Typically after bath, it's usually bedtime. I'll get dressed right now. And
We'll
she
make it
closes the
quick.
door. For about like 5 minutes, the door opens up again, and she's in her normal clothing. You see, it's a very basic white, loose-fitting shirt with some basic brown trousers and some slippers on that she has. She's still in her necrotic dark form, but she looks at you guys and says, "All right, where are we going?"
We're going to show you our engineering room. Basically what powers the ship.
Okay, let's go.
And we'll lead the way.
Making
This
the
time, as you guys saw her, Her body isn't scarred in this form. Her neck is.
Like from the choker.
Yes.
Hmm. Hmm. Now you've got me
But
all sorts of
eventually,
curious.
you do lead her down to the last two rooms. So which room do you want to take her to first?
Up to the
Uh,
captain.
Engineering.
Engineering. As you guys take her down to engineering room, you open up the door and you see Finnegan is working over some sort of table, and he looks over at you guys and says, "Hey guys, oh, I see you're showing her around. I was just about done here. I was just making sure that everything's in order. Um, so I'll catch you guys later." And he just picks up his work and takes off.
Sleep well, homie.
Varia looks over at Finnegan. What does the small one do here?
He helps keep the ship running.
Maintains magic repair. He
Good.
builds small things in his spare time. Studies a lot of stuff. A lot of interesting stuff.
I'm glad to see it. So this is, what room is this? And she kind of looks around.
The engine room.
Yes.
Huh.
That giant
I sense a
crystal
lot of.
is a crystalline.
I've seen one of these before.
You have?
Mm-hmm.
Where, if I might ask?
In the Shattered Temple, where Factual Terrence and the others make their home. They have it in the dungeon room.
Might I ask how big it is?
Not as big as this, but probably about half the size.
Oh, damn. That's a pretty
Decently
sizable
sized.
size to be.
It's still pretty
Yeah.
decently sized, yeah.
That's a decent size to be outside of, what's it called?
Aerosire? Well, I got my
Aerosire.
piece in the middle of an asteroid field.
Well, yeah, but a lot of it's found in an asteroid field on the Celestial Spire, or Celestial Spire. What the hell is it called?
Radiant Citadel?
Radiant Citadel.
Radiant Citadel, excuse me. Like, it's hard to come by usually, especially
Yes, it
pieces
is.
of that size.
That is
Whole
true.
pieces of that size. Meaning somebody had to work long and hard to get one. Meaning it might be doing some. Well, it might even confirm the theory that I was thinking.
Perhaps?
Well, it's not surprising that you've seen, well, something of this material around before, but it is surprising you've seen something of at least half of this one's size.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to get material like this in the Astral Sea, I've heard. But that's not, well, quite what I've wanted to show you in here. Vorthecaron, have you decided to stay home today?
You see the large crystal starts to glow in a very bright rainbow-like energy. I have. What is it that you need, Fuk'ler?
Well, me and the crew have decided to bring someone along with us. Her name is Varia.
Doesn't matter how you pronounce it.
What's the place she's from called? What's the place on the Citadel?
Not a place on the Citadel.
No, not on the Citadel. What's the place on that plateau? The giant spire in the middle of the map.
Outer
So
Plains?
the giant spire is Sigil. You're on the place called the Outer Plains,
Yeah.
and the place that she has said she is from the faction from Athar, and the faction's headquarters is called the Shattered Temple.
He said she's from the faction Athar, from the Shattered Temple, and that her sect might actually know a bit more about the architect than we currently do. I've given it some thought, and I decided to let her in on our information, and decided to see if we could get a bit more information from where she's come from.
The Shattered Temple, you say? Headquarters of the Athar faction in the city of Sigil. I know of it. The ruined temple of a once mighty god of portals and doorways. Shattered Temple remains as a lasting reminder of the fallibility and weakness of gods themselves, and also the destruction of power of the Lady of Pain. It is a ruin, but it is well kept. The Athar there ensure that there's enough shelter and safety for day-to-day activities. But the place has been overgrown with razor vine, and the ground around it has coarse grasses growing through the cracks in stone floors. You say this one comes from it. And you see Vida change from her necrotic form to her radiant form, and as soon as she changes over, you see the clothes also change with her. Instead of the usual normal white shirt and the brown trousers and the slippers, it goes from the normal casual clothing to a more very luxurious nightgown. A white nightgown that covers her up from her shoulders to her ankles, and she wears basic socks for protection for her feet. But the choker still appears around her neck. I am. The Shattered Temple was once my home for many, many years. And then eventually I escaped it, mainly for my sanity and secondary for my life. The temple isn't used by people who aren't faction members, as many would feel uneasy and nervous to the grounds, although faction members do facilitate visitation and holding centers for those who are traveling along the wastes nearby. What is it that you need to know, Fuk'ler, about this Shattered Temple or its people?
Well,
Besides a basic description.
one of two things. Basically, what they're trying to teach at the Shattered Temple with the Athar is, well, that there's something beyond the astral wall. Something more powerful than the gods themselves. Something that can rip the universe asunder. I was thinking mayhaps we travel there and get a bit more information on what this religious sect might know.
It would be a fine mission to gather your resources and try to circumcise or figure out any knowledge there. You can go there as neutral parties, keeping her hidden at the very least.
I agree. But also, I wanted to show you to her as living proof that the architect does exist.
We know that the architect does exist.
Mm-hmm.
I know that there is something out there.
But we now
What you
have
brought me here
also
today is
proof
confirmation that there's people that worship him,
Exactly.
or it at the very least.
It shows that the architect has already made itself known within our universe,
Which is concerning.
which is highly concerning, especially depending on how long has some form of this cult has been around.
It's hard to say. The
But
Athar and the Shadow Temple have been there for many years at this point.
But even then, that is a quite long time,
It has.
and it could be longer than we even thought, or know, or shorter. But it is concerning that this being has made itself known within our universe, and we need to know what it's made itself known of, as, and how. And now, out of curiosity, we know Extus Nar, leading the Orkee at Strixhaven, basically committed a coup there, taking over, is in league with the architect. I have a theory, Fuk'ler. What if Extus Nar is a member of this cult?
Go on.
Well, if this cult is aware of the architect, there are different levels of a cult and a religion. You, being the true paladin of Ytolt, know far more of Ytolt herself than perhaps any base level cleric or priest of Ytolt, especially since she herself speaks to you. What if there's something akin to that with
For the
this cult where
architect.
the architect has spoken or given directions and or signs, indirectly or directly,
So
to specific members of this cult?
you're saying there could be one of three things guiding this sect of cult members.
Mm-hmm.
Either A, an avatar of the architect himself is
Mm-hmm.
made manifest. B, a true paladin of the architect being guided by him, her, whatever it is.
Well, it doesn't necessarily
Or
need to
C,
be a paladin, but someone being guided of them close to him.
yes. Or C, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Perhaps he's done something that revealed himself indirectly or directly, and some small number of people witnessed it and created a religion around it.
Whatever the case, it's concerning enough for us to investigate.
Agreed.
It's highly concerning. Champion. That's what I was going to say. A champion of the architect has arisen.
Agreed.
If
There you
either,
go.
if all three of those have been if one of those has been chosen, I can't imagine how immensely destructive or powerful they may be.
I'd bet you money. We know we've not seen the last of Exosnar. I know it. God. He could be perhaps one or the champion of the architect. And I'm thinking he either was raised or joined at one point this cult, learned of things, and either was given instructions or moved on to find more information himself to create a different cult.
I don't know about the champion part, but I do believe he is directly influenced, like you're trying to imply.
Mm-hmm.
He might be taking orders from someone else, or he is, how do I say it? Directly involved with the cult. If either of these are the case, we still need to go search for the cult. And actually, that makes me Vera,
What is it?
did your cult, or not, did your religious group happen to have a certain leader that went by a certain name?
Well,
Well-
he might have changed his name.
Yes, but still, it helps.
We can try.
The facto leader, at the very least, you can call him. His name is Terrence. He is a defiler. He, of course, accepts that there might be true deities that oversee everything, but such beings are beyond comprehension. And he does revere an entity known as the Greater Unknown, which, from what you've been saying, might be called the Architect in a different name. While many defiers there are bitter, he remains compassionate, pointing wayward swords towards truth like a friendly guide or a guardian or shepherd of sorts. Out of everybody there, even though I have suffered, he's always been a kind hand to me. I guess that's one of the reasons why I never went out and sought any sort of repentance or any compensation these years, because even though he is the leader and many things have happened to me in that time, he was always good to me and to others. I don't see him as a bad person, I just see him as, I guess you could say, wayward, or someone who's lost their way and just needs a little bit of push to push them back in the right direction.
Mayhaps. Though I'm not quite sure. The only way we'll be able to find out if any of this is actually connected is if we make a visit to this place.
Mm-hmm. We will add that to our list of places to go.
I completely agree.
There's
But for
also
now,
other factions we might run into.
such as, the more information
Well,
you have, the better adept will be.
Mm-hmm.
The Athar are friendly with the faction known as the Mind's Eye. The Mind's Eye are crafters, gatherers, wanderers. Their leader, Saladrin, is an elf, an archmage. She is extremely powerful. Relatively powerful for being so young, and also guiding the relatively young faction. The Mind's Eye only came about less than about 100 years ago, so comparatively to everyone else, they are very young. The Mind Eye sees experience and exploration as a means of realizing one's potential, taking challenges, wandering the universe, um, growth and understanding, such like that. That's their philosophy. Um, Beyond that, there's the Bleak Cabal, nihilists, as well as counselors and healers. Um, there's Doomguard, the soldiers, weaponsmiths, entropithists that wear that symbol. There's the faded, um, the bullies, Mughals, and warlords. They see the multiverse, and those within it belong to those that are strong enough to take it. There's the Fraternity of Order, lawyers, spellcasters, con artists, surprisingly. There's the Hands of Havoc, anarchists, arsonists, freedom fighters. The Harmonium, authoritarians, mediators. The Heralds of Dust, grief-stricken, undead folk, corpse collectors, necromancers. There's the Mercy Killers, bounty hunters, executioners, vigilantes. There's a Society of Sensation, artists, entertainers, revelers. And then finally, there's the Transcendent Order, daredevils, rescuers, athletes, those who wish to attain a higher state of being. And of course, there's several free minor factions. There's the Free League, there's the Incanturium, and there's the Ring Givers. There's quite a lot of different people on Sigil and beyond in the Outlands. So we might run into any one of them.
Well, the more the merrier. The more the merrier.
You hear Vorthekron speak up. It seems like you have plenty of adventures left ahead of you. Is there anything else you need of me, Fuk'ler and Captain Kaisai?
Not from me.
Not really. Thank you, though.
Then I bid you farewell for now. I'll see you some other time. And you see the bright glowing Genesis magic start to fade away from the crystal itself. You see Vaira just say, "So you have a crystal that talks to you?"
Oh no, that's Dragon.
That's a different thing.
What's a dragon? I've seen dragons before. They don't look like that.
That is a creation dragon.
I should have thought of this. Do you think he'll come back? What if I cook him something?
It's okay, we'll
You
try
think
our
he
best
will?
to explain it. Essentially,
I
the
don't-
creation dragon was created by what we call the architect to seed life in this universe. Goes around, becomes an egg, hatches out of this egg, and a planet forms around the egg. And other stars and planets shift around this egg as well. He's also a source of Genesis magic. The culmination of all magic.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I know he really wasn't showing off there, but he's busy with a lot of other stuff that he won't tell us about right now. So, well, what can we do?
Over the centuries and millennia that our universe has existed, he has gone back and forth, being a full dragon to receding back into an egg to going back to being a dragon. He's recently was in an egg form and has finally reverted back into a dragon form, and has done so inside my crystalline.
All right. Well, not the weirdest thing I saw, but it's quite up there. Well, I'm glad to have met this Vorthecaron, even though I haven't seen his face yet. I'm glad you showed me him.
Well, we wanted you to know. He is among your allies that you can count against those who fight for life.
Then I'm glad to have him as an ally.
Yeah.
Now, let's show you one more room, and then we can let you go to bed.
All right. What's this room that you need to show me?
Well, the fun thing about traveling the astral sea sometimes is there's long stretches of time, days to even weeks, occasionally months, where you're stuck in the ship. As we're traveling from point to point, and there's nothing much in between except for the occasional planet of nothing, or some trees. Not really a whole lot of people to interact with. So my former crew and I came up with a way to entertain ourselves during long travels.
Copious amounts of sex? The way that she says that, so flat-faced, you almost hold back a laugh. Like you feel like you want to let a chuckle slip out.
I don't know. Ironically, Kaisai is blushing
Fuk'ler,
and
how
just
do you
umming a
respond?
little.
If you'll take a look in D&D room for me.
Oh no. Yeah, I love that one. I love this image.
Was not quite the answer I was expecting.
Hey man, she's been through a lot. She's been through a lot.
Baggage.
Baggage. It's called baggage.
Well, Fuk'ler, I guess is our ship's counselor.
No, don't put
Yeah,
this on me. Don't put this on me.
You have a lot of work to do there, buddy.
Oh, fucking hell.
Okay.
I mean, you tend to like to help us through our stuff, you know. Me with
Look.
my PTSD, Ahorn with his stuff, so on and so forth.
I guess you could do that on the holodeck. Make a sign and tape it on the door outside before you do that, though.
Yes, please. If you do so, please leave a sign so we know not to disturb or interrupt or just walk into it.
Still taking a bath. This bitch threw a curveball out of left field, and I don't know where it came from, and it hit me in the side of the head. What's up? What's down? Jesus Christ.
Let's just walk her to the holodeck. Let's just do that.
Let's just show her. Yeah, no, let's
Let's just go
show her
show
some
her.
cool holodeck stuff. Yeah, no. Yeah.
You got him good, Adrian. You got him good.
Yeah, no,
Good.
this definitely caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting it.
Good.
You got him good.
Holy shit.
Good shit.
And she,
Good shit.
as you guys are kind of like looking at, as she's looking at you guys, as you guys are kind of like blushing and kind of slightly freaking out, she kind of goes, "What? Do you not partake in such
No,
activities?"
that's
Well-
not what I'm saying.
So, some of us here are
Fuk'ler
not
trying to salvage
in
his options.
relationships to
Shut the fuck up,
perform
Cedric.
such acts, and some cultures it is a considered private thing. I mean, between partners.
Most is a fair word. Most cultures. And so, for
And
future
so-
reference, we weren't exactly expecting that. And so it threw us for a loop. We weren't expecting that. Just
Mhm.
calmly and plainly putting that out there. It's not that we don't partake. It's just usually it's more of a private matter.
Yes, we don't typically discuss with each other our sexual exploits with our own partners.
Understood. I will keep that in consideration. I just had a wonder if you were polyamorous or monogamous, so I'm glad to know where you guys stand.
I am married and happily only being with my husband. Fuk'ler here, however,
Okay.
is, as far as I know, single.
Well, being married or single has no concern. The act is for pleasure and happiness, so I was just assuming that out of boredom on this ship during those long treks, some might seek comfort with one another in that sort of way.
He's got the 14th century Persian Empire outlook on it, dude. Oh my god, marry 37 different people. Holy shit, I haven't gotten to Nandor's 37 wives yet in What We Do in the Shadows. But holy shit, I am waiting for that episode. Oh my god, and Nandor's been growing on me like ivory on a house, dude. Like, I'm just loving his character more and more. Man, it's such a good show. If anybody here listens to this, go watch that show. Highly recommend it. But
Very good show.
back to it.
hmm
Well, again, I wouldn't say people on the ship don't. I guess from your point of view, it would be called more exclusive. Yeah.
Oh, I understand then.
Yes.
All right.
Like my husband and I, Chakna, we're exclusive.
Okay. I will take that into consideration then.
Something tells me she doesn't understand.
Consequences for later people.
For you.
I have
Oh no.
excluded myself from those consequences now, as I have told her we are exclusive for me and Chakna, so we're fine there. Let's go to the holodeck. Let's go do this. Let's.
Bayhorn and Isolde are exclusive. I don't know about Finnegan and Tiana though. That one's. I'm pretty sure they're dating. I'm not quite sure yet though. I haven't exactly asked them. Man, I need to catch up with Finnegan.
Well, at this point in time, as you lead her down to the holodeck,
I'm gonna show her the
the
room
halls are flat.
off. Yeah, I'm gonna show her the
Okay.
holodeck off,
Okay.
and then close the door. Look at Fukler and say, "Which one should we start off with?"
I think it would be extremely funny to put it on random.
No. That's a little dangerous to do.
Adrian, do I get a dice roll if I put it on random?
Yes, you do.
Yay.
No random. That's a little dangerous. I did not purge
Mm.
all of the other things that my former crew made, and some of those stuff caused problems.
Problems such as.
Well, I mean, one of those problems, my former pilot and paladin, were playing a game where they were pretending to be heroes of the universe, and we entered the region of the Astral Sea where the weave itself was a little fucky, is the best way I could put it, and the illusionary characters became very realistic, including all the weapons they used.
Hmm.
So, within the confines of our little holodeck, we had an intergalactic war.
Wonderful.
Not wonderful.
Very
Ever since
wonderful.
then, I
Cooper,
have
are you going
banned
to roll? Are you going to roll
anyone
for
from
it?
using it.
Mm,
You can do what you want. You're going to set it to random unless Shelby's going to do it or Kaisari.
mm. Scrolling down the list, what options do I have, Adrian, before I set it to random? I want to know
Well,
what I can choose before I choose.
They all have like different types of code names. Well, not really code names, more like just names that have like, you don't know if they have any significant meaning. You see different names. You see a name that's called Body and Soul. You're not too sure what that means. You see a name called Homestead. You see a name called Endgame. You see a different name on there that's like says Demon. You're not too sure what that means. You see something called the Thaw. You see one that's called Deadlock. You see one that's called Year of Hell. There's like different names that you don't really see a description for.
Hey, Sarah, you should really make a directory for these things.
For her, it is a directory.
Does she know all of them?
You should ask her.
Kayasaya, do you know what all of these do?
I am captain of the ship, so yes.
There's
Some
also
of those
there's also
I have
one.
banned anyone from using. I do need
You
to
also
go
see
through and
one
purge
that
them.
says Bride of Chaos.
Bride of Chaos?
Yes.
What the hell does that mean?
Don't open that one.
Why? Give me a good reason. One good reason.
Because that is permanently banned, and I thought I had it removed.
That is not a good reason.
It is very personal, and I do not wish to share the personal reasons why, but I ask you to do not, and just remove it.
Hmm. Hmm.
You also see one that is also called Fair Haven, and you kind of assume by the name, you probably think that's safe.
I'll take note of the Bride of Chaos one and save that for later.
Okay.
And then
All right.
I'm going to choose the Safe Haven one.
Okay. So when you click on the words that say Fair Haven, immediately, the white room starts to take form of a village. This village. Sorry, my apologies. Is kind of sitting at the bottom of this beautiful hillside that has peaked on the top of like what looks to be like a mountain on the top with a bunch of forest and grasslands. You feel an ocean breeze off to the side, and you see there is cobblestone streets. There is people starting to spawn and appear in very nice, well handmade clothing. Far more unique and far more well made than you're used to, like on the Radiant Citadel. These are more posh and clean, even for it to be a smaller village. You see that these buildings that are being generated around you have vibrant blues, greens, some gray, some yellow colors. It seems like a very nice little town or village. You hear people speaking to each other about their going on their day to day. You see a child running around with like looks to be like this leather ball as he's kicking it as he's going around. You see a dog chase after him as well. It is a very quaint little town, and you see Vida kind of looks around, and her eyes are kind of like wide-eyed, and she pulls out her mace, and she's just looking. What type of magic is this?
Mostly illusion.
This is illusionary magic. It feels real. I feel the wind on my skin. The people are passing by me and they're paying no attention to me. She kind of just stands up straight and she puts her mace away.
Well,
Um,
thanks to Vorthecaron downstairs, it's become extremely realistic illusionary magic.
mhm.
I understand.
Do?
This is... Well, yes, I do kind of understand. Sort of. When I was in my room in the Shattered Temple, one of my companions had a knack for illusionary magic, and when they were around, they would allow me to use their magic for my own benefit. So sometimes I would have them let me see things that I know weren't there, like a carnival show, or performers on a street, or even pretending the food that I was eating was far more glamorous than what I was actually eating.
Well, this is a bit different, as it is using illusion magic. None of these people have any spirit within them, no free will. They've been designed to act within a role. And are here for our entertainment safely. But it can do,
Okay.
this room can do far more than that. You can generate any landscape.
Is it alright if I just explore? How
Yes.
far does this go?
Depends on the simulation, really.
There are some where it isolates around you and your perspective and makes it feel as if it's endless. But you could, after a long while, just end up walking into the wall.
Then is it alright if you allowed me to explore, please?
Go ahead.
She kind of like, you see her face kind of turns into like a small, not a small concern. She kind of has like the look of like worriedness and a slight sprinkle of excitement before she starts to walk around, and you see her pick up a basket and she goes around and she finds an apple like on like one of the food stands, and she takes it and she sees more fruits like oranges. She takes that. She just keeps going around to different food stands and she takes little bits and bits, and then eventually she starts to walk off into the distance. The crowd density is starting to get a little bit more and more heavy as the hologram keeps going, but eventually she walks off, and at the very least you don't see her, but you know she's exploring, and at the moment she's not causing any trouble. And as she goes off and as she explores, and as you guys are left to your own devices waiting for her to return, I will say we'll take a little bit of a break because Cedric has informed me that food is almost ready, so I'll let him do that. So we'll take about a 30-minute, 40-minute break. Is that all right?
Yep, I need to go get food too.
All right, we will
Nice.
take a 30 to 40-minute break then. So I'm going to exit out of the YouTube.
Already.
What's for
All right.
dinner?
I don't know, but it smells good. And I haven't had an appetite, and now I'm starting to get one, so.
Nice.
Yeah, no,
All right.
my stomach's growling a little bit.
All right. We'll see you guys in like 30. Shelby, do you want to make some food, or are you still good from the omelet from earlier?
I'm still good from the omelet.
I'm probably gonna grab some like chips. Do you want anything from downstairs?
You just want to chill downstairs for 30 minutes?
We can chill. Yeah, I'm down with that.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna go mute.
Same.
Oh, I hate that. Wait,
He
did
rolled a
food
die
did
and now he's giggling and
I think I'm
here we
dead.
go.
wait, did you just try and possess Finnegan?
No, no.
No. Oh, the sheep.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I totally forgot about this and I realized.
Oh no! Oh
There's some
no!
aspect about Soul Cage that I don't know about.
No.
Or is this a homebrew thing that you're doing to us?
Slightly homebrew.
Speed up your website copy with an
I took two things.
It only happens when you're
one
under
thing and
the
one,
amount of
and I made a
specified health.
successful business.
And since you were very weakened, Finnegan was able to do it. So, Fuk'ler and Kaisai, as you are in the holodeck, just watching this quaint little town / village go about their day, and you guys are speaking to each other about the aspect of Vadia and who she is or what she is. Eventually, the night will keep going on longer and longer. What do you guys want to do?
Well, I'm kind of just gonna like see
Well-
where she's going and like maybe after a good
Does she
while ask
seemingly
if
be heading in a direction, or is she just wandering off into the woods? Adrian?
If you want to follow her, eventually she does find a clearing where there's a very nice big tree that has like a small swing for like a swing set for children. And with the basket that she carried off with, and she has all this food in it, she just sits down and makes herself like a small little picnic area. She's taking in the ambience, the luxury of being outside in a nice weather with fresh fruits and vegetables in front of her, and she's just sitting down and eating.
So she's not really doing anything at all.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I'll walk over to her.
As you walk over to her, she's like chowing down on an apple. She like is completely devouring it up into the point where she starts eating the core, and then she just throws the stem away. Oh, yes? What is it that you need?
Just checking on you. Making sure you're okay.
I'm at peace right now. Thank you.
That's good. There are other settings we can pull up or even create for you.
No. This is more than enough. Will this be here forever or for a while?
Until we turn it off. It automatically shuts off if we end up getting into a battle.
Then I will await here until you need me. Is that all right?
That is fine.
I don't mind sleeping on the ground.
Well, this is a illusion of a village. There is an inn, and they don't ask you for any currency.
I would like to sleep under the sky tonight.
Okay.
Somewhere where it's not frigid and freezing. Somewhere where I can feel the sun on my skin and the wind through my hair. I want to breathe whatever air this illusionary magic gives me.
Well, enjoy your night, then.
Thank you. She reaches down and she grabs an orange and she just tears it open with her hands, like not even using a knife or anything to pare it or peel it. Even though she looks a little bit barbaric eating these fresh fruits and vegetables, there's some sort of weird aura of, I guess you could say, peace, or an aura of sincerity around her. It seems like, based on your estimations and your passive insight, she's never experienced this before.
Oh, Fuk'ler. She's gonna be here for the night.
Okay.
So, you can go about your evening. And I can go about being happy that someone else is not gonna complain about the synthesized food.
I don't complain about the synthesized food.
You
I just use the
occasionally,
synthesized food to make my own food.
but you can have it synthesize what you're gonna make.
Meh. I like cooking.
Well, you have someone new to ooh and ah for breakfast.
I agree.
Have a good night, Fuk'ler.
Have a good night.
As I will leave and go to bed.
Okay.
Fuk'ler, not wanting her to get lost in here, or really just start wandering out into the middle of nowhere and get utterly confused as to how to leave. He's gonna look at the data slate and try to set it to where the doors will stay open.
Okay.
And with that, he's probably gonna take his leave to go make some dinner and then go to bed.
All right. Kaisa, are you heading off to bed right now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. As you head off to bed, you see Chakna's already awaiting for you in the bedroom. So how'd the tour go?
Well, she met Gorgathon. Was a little confused about some things, but took it very well in stride. She's never seen a shower before.
Really?
Yes. And so I had to teach her how to use the shower. She does not have the standard modesty that most realms carry. So Puka and I got an eyeful.
Well, let's hope she just doesn't appear like that around the ship.
We spoke to her about
As much as. Fair enough.
She also is very interested in the Holiday and is actually going to sleep the night there.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. Anyways, it's a long night. And even a longer day tomorrow, trying to head over to either the Ruby Palace or wherever else we're gonna go.
We're
Let's
gonna
go to
go to
bed.
the Ruby Palace. Everyone needs a day or two before we get in the thick of it, and perhaps we can use our good graces with the leaders of the palace and see if they will join our little alliance.
Well, the leaders might be helpful, but I'm not too sure about the leader. We'll see what happens.
At the very least, everyone can get a day or two of rest, relaxation.
I hope so. We have a long road ahead of us.
Exactly. To take this opportunity to take a small little break, a moment of reprieve.
At this point in time, as you settle off into bed with Chakna, Fuk'ler, you make your way over to the mess hall. And as you open up the door, you already see that the lights are on, and you hear some rustling coming from within the kitchen.
Lord, is it Bubbles?
Or rustling, like somebody's scavenging for food or looking around.
What part of the kitchen?
Deep within the kitchen, probably around where the fridge/freezer's at.
Okay. Let's go take a look. Assuming it's Bubbles. Hopefully. If not, it's something worse. Bubbles, are you in here?
You hear the noise stop.
Where might he be? And Fuk'ler is going to cast Detect Magic.
You cast Detect Magic, and you notice a single blip of magic. But it's not small like you're expecting from Bubbles. It's bigger, humanoid size, probably about a medium human that's currently crouched down inside the fridge.
What the hell? Whoa, 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 whoa. Huh?
You can tell that the magic that is on them is illusionary magic, some sort of invisibility.
Fuk'ler's going to activate his new eyeball.
Okay, yeah, that's true. So you can see invisible people. As you activate your new eyeball, you hear and feel like a slight whirring, or like it's like a slight like coiling sound happening within your eyeball, and then suddenly you feel a tinge of pain as you are now able to see invisible creatures, and you see within the kitchen, overlooking the bar area, as you look into the fridge door itself, you see Bayhorn currently like hunched over, grabbing food and putting inside of his bag.
Aren't you supposed to be unconscious?
He turns over and looks at you. Yeah. Yeah, I woke up. Sorry
you
about earlier,
bastard.
by the way.
You bastard. Oh,
What's happening
fuck.
here? Oh, huh?
I'm gonna DM
Nothing-
you real fast, Adrian.
He's giggling.
Pause. 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 Time out. Time out. What's
You
happening?
bitch! Oh my god, I hate you. I hate you so much. I don't know why I didn't think of that earlier. I hate you so much.
You see Bayhorn just stand up with his hands open. He's completely unarmed. He has like some cheese and other food residue on his hands. He's like, hey man, sorry, I was just grabbing some food. I was gonna head off to bed. I was a little bit hungry. Sorry about the whole. And he does like a stabbing motion. Sorry about that. Do you want anything to make it up to you? I can give you some gold that I've been hoarding. I'm sorry. I was just a little bit
Hold
frustrated
on.
throughout like those few days.
Did you just say, give me gold? Look in the D&D room chat. Did you just say, give me gold? I know Bayhorn for a damn second. He wouldn't dare give me a single fucking coin. Who? I'm gonna roll an insight check on this motherfucker.
Okay.
I need to. A natural 20. A natural 20.
A natural 20.
I feel like
That's
it's
my
deserved because I know
Yeah.
this motherfucker
Oh, yeah.
wouldn't give me a
Oh
coin.
yeah. This is definitely not Bayhorn, but it's definitely somebody that's inhibiting his body.
Inhabiting him?
Yeah.
Who are you?
I'm your buddy. Ba-
Don't even.
Come on. been
Bayhorn
through a
would
lot
never
together.
give me a cent. A
Well,
dime.
okay. What's a cent? What's a dime? I've never heard of that currency before.
He wouldn't give me a coin. How do you know it's a currency?
I didn't think this.
Wait a minute.
Well, okay. All right. Then if you don't want coin, I can give you something else. You want something from my inventory? We can share.
You have approximately 12 seconds to explain what you're doing on my ship.
Well, it's a good thing I don't need 12 seconds. And immediately he teleports.
Fuk'ler immediately presses on his lapel. Kayasaya, we have an intruder on the ship.
I then tap mine and say, okay, intruder alert
As you say
for
intruder alert,
everywhere.
all of the lights immediately flash red. And the whole entire place starts whirring with magic. At this point, as people start to run out of the rooms and trying to figure something out, Fuk'ler, you eventually run into Finnegan. And Finnegan's like half dressed. He's got a shirt, trousers on. He doesn't have shoes. He's got his staff out. He's like, what's going on? What's wrong?
Were you watching Bayhorn's body?
No, it's in the infirmary. I was in my bedroom about to head off to sleep. I got his cage right here.
Go double check it for me. If not, we have somebody who is impersonating him.
Well, the last person in there would have been Isolde. Let me go down. And he starts rushing. He starts running. You see Tiana rushes out of his bedroom with the sword and the shield out, and she's barely in a t-shirt and some shorts. And she's like, what's going on?
We have an intruder dressed as Bayhorn.
Oh, shite. All right. Where's the bastard at?
Don't know. He just slipped out of under my grasp out of the kitchen. He teleported away.
Got it. All right. I'll take care of it. I'll start looking around this section. Go to the bridge or go to anywhere. Find someone. And then she rushes off. At this point, everybody starts mad dashing through the halls and trying to find people. Eventually, you hear a clicking on your lapel, Fuk'ler. And eventually you hear Finnegan going, yeah, Bayhorn's still here in the infirmary.
And we do really have an intruder, so we have even more reason to be concerned. Somebody was stealing food from my kitchen. I'm not that concerned about it, but I'm more concerned about the fact that somebody snuck onto our ship.
And in. They shouldn't have been able to walk into the ship without a badge.
So we need to
Well-
investigate and find out how they did it.
All right. Well, I'm gonna get him out of timeout. I'm gonna reverse the spell and get him here because
Before you do
Well-
that, confirm you have his spirit in that cage.
I probably would know. Do I? And he, after a few seconds of silence, you don't hear anything before Finnegan answers, "Yeah, it's definitely his soul, all right. I can hear him cussing me out."
Okay.
Tell you I'm sorry.
Put him back.
I agree.
Bayhorn, you freshly awaken from your comatose state to the lights blaring red and they're flashing, and you see Finnegan half dressed with the staff hanging off to his side, and he's looking at you with the silver cage starting to disintegrate from his other hand, and he looks at you, he's like, "All right, what's your name?
Huh?
What's your name?"
Last time I checked, I was Bayhorn.
Okay. And what did you do last before you got knocked out?
Oh, I smacked the shit out of Fuk'ler.
Smacked, stabbed. He's
Okay.
there.
All right. What's shit? What another test? Another test. He's like snapping his fingers, pointing the staff at you. What
Bayhorn's
was?
gonna feel around for his
What was
weapon.
What was? You don't feel your weapon on you anymore. What was the? What was one of the things that I tested Kyrian on in the tavern back at my home?
You're reaching a little too far back in the past, buddy.
Come on, man. That
I'm
was
gonna roll a
only 2
history
months
check.
ago.
I'm gonna roll a history check because
All
I
right, roll a
don't.
history check.
I have a feeling. Is it his genie shit?
Roll a history check, and I'll let you know.
I rolled another natural one. Can I redo it?
You can
Please.
still read bars.
You need to fucking change your dice.
Okay. I've rolled 4 nat ones.
You need to change
I
your
rolled
dice,
5
man.
nat ones.
Oh my god.
27.
You remember when Kyrian learned that he was a half genie, Finnegan was talking to him about like, why don't you test it out? I heard genies can walk through walls, and
Yeah, I
Kyrian
had a feeling.
ran through a wall.
Is it his phasing bullshit?
He puts his staff down, and you see like the ball of chaotic energy start to subside. Okay, well, I know you're Bayhorn. Somebody or something is on the ship that looks exactly like you.
Bayhorn's gonna sense to see if all of his parts are still there, mental and physical.
You feel your back is in searing pain right now.
And Bayhorn can't find his weapon, so he's gonna ask the 2 or 3 people around him, "Where's my weapon?"
What do you mean? Shouldn't it have been on you? Fuck, they
Bayhorn's
took
gonna
your weapon.
snap his fingers and will his weapon to come back to him. Because only he
It
should be
appear-
able to wield it.
It does not appear in your hand.
Okay, well since he's
Oh,
so
Skedio.
intimately connected with it, can't he sense where it is?
It is currently in the engineering room around that area.
Okay, and he'll pull out some backup weapons, one being his red wizard blade, and
Aren't you
What's
The
blind?
on
other-
Bayhorn? What's on Bayhorn? I was about to mention. You're not blinded right now.
no, I think I know what's happening.
Is your simulacrum out?
No,
Did your brain splinter?
no.
Is
I
this another
think
fragment
when you
of you?
took me out, you left Zorzark in control.
Oh, balls.
Cause I'm not blinded, and I should be. And so
Balls, this is
he pulls his
bad.
red wizard dagger, and he pulls out his gun, I guess, and has his meteor daggers ready. And he's like, "Come on, I know where he is." And he starts sprinting out of the infirmary best as he can.
as you sprint out of the infirmary, you run into the necrotic form of Vira as she's currently standing outside the room with her scythe out, and she says, "The illusion wear off. The lights are blaring. What's
Follow
happening?"
us and we can get it back. And he does not
Yep.
stop. He does not, like, decrease his speed at all. He just says that to her, passing her, sprinting past her.
She follows you, and Finnegan also runs past. Finnegan does hit his lapel, and he says that, "I got Bayhorn up. He's leading me what seems to be to the engineering room, so meet us down there."
Gotcha. I'll be down there in a second.
Alright.
Same.
Pretty much the second he bursts through the engineering room, what he'll do is basically the same no matter what he sees, but what does he see?
You see, in the engineering room, you see that there is another copy of you in front of you, sitting down cross-legged, eating out of a charcuterie board, and you see next to him, sitting also cross-legged, is the dark-skinned, bald-headed, really well-muscle-toned fourth Echeron in his human form next to him.
And maybe he won't do what he was gonna do, and he'll just instead prime one of his meteor knives and his gun toward the other Bayhorn. Very confused.
As you aim both of them, you just see the other Bayhorn just clap its hands. He goes, "Hey, you hungry? I got some food here."
I don't want to hear it.
All right, more
Give
for
me
you
my
then, I
weapon
guess.
back.
Which one?
You know which one.
No, seriously, which one? I took quite a bit.
Did I
Which
just
did he
happen to
take?
name weapons that he didn't grab?
Yeah.
Bayhorn's
Wow.
going to.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I have a lot of weapons, but okay.
Yeah, but you specifically name, "I'm grabbing a meteor dagger and my phaser." I'm like, all right, that's all he has.
What did he grab?
He grabbed everything you didn't name. So he took your javelin, your lightning serpent, your red wizard's blade.
Oh, he named the Red
Your-
Wizard's blade.
I did name the Red Wizard
Oh,
Blade.
okay. So he took your javelin, your lightning serpent, and your meteor dagger, or a meteor dagger, and he took your sword of
Okay.
warning.
My dagger of warning. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Bayhorn is going to walk briskly and very alertly to the side of the other Bayhorn before making a maneuver to basically push him face first on the ground, and he's gonna tie his hands and feet.
All right. Contest with your own dexterity check.
Check or save?
Save. So you make an athletics or acrobatics check to handle him down, and he'll make a dexterity save.
A natural 20 for the athletics
All right.
check.
Now roll a dexterity save.
A 19. 10 plus 9.
10 plus 9. That is true. He's going to silvery barbs you
For my...
Wow.
for your
Well,
athletics check.
No, that's the gun, though. The silver barbs is on the gun.
I have the gun, don't I?
Oh, that is
Yes.
true. He does have the gun.
So he can't silver barbs.
Well, then, with his own lucky feat, he will make you reroll.
I forgot that he had
That
lucky.
does work. That does work. Yeah.
Damn. I tried.
Yeah. No.
So roll another athletics check. Immediately,
okay, I'll
as
use
you-
my own silvery barbs then.
Persona.
Sabuku.
22,
Basically
he still
counter
fails.
spelling here.
It's like a weird
It's a soft
like
counterspell.
dance of like snakes. Like, have you ever seen the fucking like Looney Tunes ass like cloud dust of like everybody fighting each other?
It's like you're
Yes.
trying to tell whose
It's-
leg
it's
is
kind-
who, and
It's
you're
kinda
not
like
really
that, like,
sure.
Like you're not too sure whose is who. You see the charcuterie board get in there. You see food and other like a cheese wheel come out. You see a bag fly, and then eventually you see one Bayhorn on top of the other as everyone else from the B team and the A team eventually make it to the engineering room. All of you see there's a Bayhorn on top of another Bayhorn. Figure it out.
Is Vorthecaron still sitting drinking tea or something like the old man he is?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Bayhorn is like searching through his pockets, taking back his weapons. It's like, motherfucker.
You
Give my
hear
fucking
the other,
lagger.
you hear the Bayhorn on the
Asshole.
bottom. He's like, "Hey, Cap, can you get him off of me? He's hurting me."
Alright. Now that I have him secured, can I sense if this is Zorzark or if this is a simulacrum because my back is burning?
Roll an insight check. Also, everybody else outside, so Fuk'ler and Kai'Saya, roll an insight check.
I rolled a 25.
25, okay. Fuk'ler. Kai'Saya. Alright, Fuk'ler. The guy on top is not the real Bayhorn. Kai'Saya, the guy on bottom is the real, or the guy on the top is the real Bayhorn.
We're doing the Detroit Become Human test right now. Are you
Yes,
serious?
Yes,
I
Bayhorn.
hate you.
You can tell that this thing in front of you has the soul of Zorzark in him.
Am I gonna have to kill you and absorb you again, man? I thought we went over this already.
What are you talking about? Come on, Fuk'ler, buddy. Can you help me out here?
He's the
Captain, come
Fae.
on. Fuk'ler, you don't believe he's the fake. You believe he's the real one.
Look, she will telepathically connect to Fuk'ler. Just test him out. Bayhorn would never give up money without something else in return.
This is always true. No, he would just never give up money, the stingy bastard.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I figured him out the first time.
So just follow along with what we know of Bayhorn.
Hmm.
Besides, you know his favorite foods.
Okay.
What do you mean foods plural? It's just cheese.
Exactly.
Damn.
So, as you guys are walking up to this conundrum, as like Fourth Echeron is now, instead of drinking tea, you see him throw the tea out, and it gets replaced with wine.
What is he?
What's your favorite? What's your favorite breakfast food? Both of you, answer.
I typically don't eat breakfast. I stay up too late in the engineering room, and I wake up pretty late, getting Isolde mad at me, so I just eat cheese for lunch.
And you?
You eat cheese for lunch? That's it? I mean, I like breakfast tacos whenever you make them, but you told me you wouldn't make them as often anymore, bastard.
You. The other Bayhorn. You were stealing from my pantry. You bastard.
What? Wait, hold on a second. Just to be frank, as he's like, his hands are behind his back as he's wiggling around. I do that all the time.
Oh,
He's
and
never catch me.
Bayhorn, as an expert of getting out of sticky situations, he's counteracting his every move to make
Yeah,
sure
of
he
course.
stays secure.
Yeah.
Game knows game. He knows what he's doing. He's gonna prevent it.
Game respects game.
Game
Respects
respects game.
But and exactly how did you get to look like this, if I might ask?
I mean, a lot of hard work, a lot of products. You know, the usual.
That does not answer the question.
Takes a lot to look this pretty. You know that, Fuk'ler.
How did you get out of Bayhorn's head stomach?
Head stomach?
Head
That's
stomach.
disgusting.
He was busy
You see-
reintegrating you back into his mind palace.
You see Vadia is coming around with her big scythe, and she says, "Which one do I hit?"
Hold on a second.
Yeah. Not exactly sure, but
You
I'm
do
pretty
hear-
sure it's the one that's being pinned down.
You do hear Isolde from the back end just give a little cough, and she says, "I wouldn't mind having both of them here."
The real Bayhorn's gonna look at her very taken aback, among other things.
She
I'm
looks at
guessing
you
a-
with like a. She looks at you like with like a what? Don't blame me.
What does the one on the ground look like?
I don't know if I should feel Honored
mean-
or taken aback still?
The one on the ground also looks a little bit taken aback at her comment.
Both Bayhorn in their own right. Respectable. But again, how did you exactly, materialize?
I'd
mean-
assume it has something to do with somebody, and me, Bayhorn, will stare at Finnegan, putting my actual main soul into a little bird cage.
Oh. Oh.
I mean, to be fair, whoever did do it, you deserved it.
Well,
I will take partial blame. But did you
Well-
have to do a soul thing?
actually,
it was-
Finnegan, this was caused by the spell because Ahorn doesn't have a full soul, so when the spell gets cast and it does that,
just
because
grabbed
his
the
soul's
soul you
already
knew.
Slit,
Don't blame Finnegan on
Oh.
this. He panicked.
Yeah.
You
it's not
stabbed me.
Finnegan. I
You deserved it.
I did not deserve to get stabbed.
You poked the bear too much.
I did not. You could have slapped me. I would have gladly taken that. You stabbed me in the stomach, you prick.
We will deal with this after Bayhorn has been reintegrated. Finnegan did what he needed to do to try and stop a situation, but that particular spell used on Bayhorn in his condition has this side effect, most likely.
Has Bayhorn rearmed himself / disarmed himself?
So, what?
Yes, at this point, yes.
Once you take the one who's driving out of the car, all the passengers get out with him?
Well,
All the
considering
passengers
it
don't go
fragments
with the
of the
driver
soul,
and are instead left outside of the car.
Yeah. No, that's what I mean. Once you
Mhm.
take the driver out of the car, all the passengers get out separately.
Yeah. So Bayhorn was pulled out, but Zorzark was left floating. What does
Yeah.
Bayhorn's soul fragments do? Create their own bodies. What Zorzark do? Create a body.
And Fuk'ler's gonna poke Zorzark's head.
Hey, buddy, stop poking me with that.
Does he feel
Also,
real?
can he- Oh yeah, he feels real as can be.
Well, the fragments, of course, feel real because Zorzark bled.
That doesn't explain how he's real. Didn't we, dispose of him?
We disposed
oh,
of
in
the
a most
body
spectacular manner.
after
Yeah.
Bayhorn absorbed the fragments.
Okay, well, how about this?
How
How
is
did
he
they
out
manage to
walking
make the
around?
body? How did they manage to make the body the first time?
Yeah,
That's the question.
Yeah.
However,
This
the
is
body
probably
was
just
made
something
before-
it can do.
Exactly.
That's a good question, actually. Yeah, no, this is a good question. How'd you do that?
He might not be aware.
Me Bayhorn is going to prep the whole absorption process again as they're all talking.
Okay. How do you do
Do I
that?
have to do the absorption process again?
You don't know. This is
Would
brand
you-
new territory.
Bayhorn, would you like me to at least give you a good minute of focusing purely on it? I could try and stasis him.
I mean, I guess I'm gonna have my back. It hurts, man. I need this to fix itself.
I will cast
Ugh.
momentary stasis on Zorzark.
Ha!
Is he stasified?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can I absorb him now?
How do you do that?
I guess the way I did the first time.
You meditate
remember?
on him real hard and then you murder his body.
Well, I already won the fight, so this should just be a matter of putting him back instead of wrangling him into the pen.
You
So
gotta
I'm just
stab
gonna
him
grab
again.
him by the neck and just since Bayhorn's Arcana is electric, he's just going to take the other Bayhorn's electricity.
He's
Quote unquote.
As you grab onto him and you start to feel this process, you feel your back burning again.
In a bad way or a good way?
Bad way.
Good. What?
Am I feedback looping myself?
Are you in the main
It's
body?
it's not how I would put it.
Are you in the main body?
Okay, he's gonna stop and be what the fucking. He's gonna look at Vortecheron and he's gonna kind of ask, any hints, any ideas, any insight? This is kind of weird.
I mean, I'm having a great time watching this show here. You can keep going if you'd like.
I would rather not. Please,
We
and
are
thank you.
on technically a time crunch. Can we please?
We were
Oh,
all about to go to bed.
You're in a time crunch? I mean,
We were about to go to bed.
I can extend the show if you like, and he claps
No.
his hands.
No,
Oh shit!
No.
Oh shit! Nope.
not the
No,
time
no.
crunch. I'm talking
No,
about
he-
universal
he
time
clapped
crunch.
his hand. He claps his hands, and nothing happens.
He
At
fucking
least
froze
around
time
you.
around us.
He fucked with destiny. God damn it.
Vortecheron,
Joe,
can
you
you
keep
pretty
going.
please
This is-
help?
This is
I-
very comedic, and I'm having the time of my life here, and I have a very long life.
If we're at least going to do this,
Can you at least give me a hint on what's happening and how to put him back?
Yeah, I can do that. The reason why your back is hurting is because you used a magical spell on your back.
Is he a simulacrum?
And just as much as the one
I'm
that's
gonna-
walking around the halls taking checks and balances on your ship.
I'm gonna
No
I'm gonna really focus on my back. Which head feels like it's on fire?
The one that was attached to Simulacrum.
Which only happens when it's used twice or more. Where are the other two?
Not too sure.
Are we in the middle of the astral sea currently?
No,
No.
we're on Quorum.
You're on
Oh
Glorum.
god. Lock the ship. Lock the ship.
Actually-
Lock
The
the
ship's
ship.
already
already
was.
been locked.
Actually, funny enough, at this point in time, Tiana, who has not arrived at... Actually, no, not Tiana, sorry, Glenn, because Glenn doesn't have a lapel on her, eventually makes her way down, and she starts
No,
looking
she
around,
does.
she's like, all right.
She hasn't figured it out yet.
Well, she
I-
did show up late, because she was wandering the halls in the red lights. She comes in and she says, what's going on?
We have stowaways in the form of a friend.
And at this point, you hear your lapels go off, and you hear the other Kaiasaya, her simulacrum, go, what's going on down there? The snow fell stopped, and there's no more wind, and the birds have stopped flying.
With Echeron, I hate chronomancy.
Or am I gonna have to figure out which one's the real me?
Wait,
and
wait,
put
wait,
everything
wait,
back
wait, wait.
together?
Wait, Adrian, outside of D&D, is this like reminiscent to that big spell they had to get Felinor into the
Yeah.
big city?
Oh, yeah.
This is the level of spell that he's currently casting?
He's casting it on a much higher degree.
Really? Because that was already a really high degree.
He's a creation
no.
dragon. He gets to do whatever he
So
wants.
at 10th
Shit.
level, to get Felinor out safely and unseen, they used a 10th level spell that hit the whole city.
Yeah.
This is hitting beyond what you guys can see and feel right now.
Oh,
Is he time stopping part of the astral sea?
boy.
Greater than that, some gods are going to get a little bit mad at him.
Oh.
Fuck.
Well, he's technically like their grandpappy, so
Drunk grandpappy, wine
Yeah,
drinking
yeah.
old man.
Drunk Grandpa came around after losing the Super Bowl. He's creating a ruckus right now.
Oh
He's
no.
causing a ruckus.
anyway, does
Shit.
Vortecheron answer my theory question?
What was the theory question?
I asked him, am I gonna have to figure out which one's the real me and put everything back together in that body?
Well, there's only that one. There's no more other ones.
Well, then why is my back burning on simulacrum?
To be honest, I'm not too sure. I think maybe he just used too much energy trying to get out.
Did you fuck up the first body?
He can't speak. He's currently frozen in time, in stasis. Thanks to
Literally.
you. Sorry.
I'm gonna cast message to him. Did you fuck up the
He
first
can't
body?
respond to you. He's literally
He can't
frozen in
respond
Yeah.
to
time.
message.
So the feedback loop you get from message, all you hear is just a long reverberated version of where is it at? That's all you hear. Just this loud echo of happening within him.
Is that why you made him? Is that why you made his last word bat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
He's gonna roll insight on the whole situation to figure out what he has to do.
Okay.
Bayhorn's got to be smarter than me.
Yeah.
A natural 20. He's smarter than me.
He's sort of
28.
So based on what you can surmise of what Vorthekron's saying, and just it seems like this is low stakes. It seems like nothing bad's gonna happen, mainly because Vorthekron's hanging around and your team's here. You're thinking maybe during your stupor and unconsciousness, Zorzark awoke, but didn't want to use your main body because of some reason or another, and just created a simulacrum for himself and transferred himself over to that one.
And how is the other simulacrum?
So
charged?
do I need to kill the simulacrum to make his soul force back into the main body?
No, but what you're doing is technically incorrect for the simulacrum. So that's why your back is burning and it's not working.
What do you mean incorrect?
That's not how
Um,
you get rid of the
not how-
simulacrum.
It's not how you get rid of simulacrum.
Hey, Fuk'ler,
Can Bayhorn
Mhm.
just...
What's up?
did you in your rush out of bed?
I wasn't going to bed. I was making me a snack, and this bastard
Oh.
was stealing my
Can
cheese.
Bayhorn just dispel the
Um,
simulacrum that's currently being casted?
I don't know.
You could try.
And
What's up?
in your midnight snack searching, did you happen to bring your hammer?
Creative was really
Maybe.
essential to what I wanted to make, and I didn't find a platform that
Why?
I dispelled
well-
before he can hit him.
Nuh-uh. 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 Hold
I
on.
Does
was
it-
about
does it
to
work?
say- I was about
It
to
works.
say,
Oh,
you either
damn it.
kill it or dispel him.
Does Zorzark get back into the main body? Does my
You
back
see
stop hurting?
You see the body that Zorzark is inhabiting kind of flesh meld into a snake skin before it turns into a full snake, and it starts crawling up your back, and you feel it resonate and start to install itself into you again. And you just hear Zorzark in your head going, "You're no fun," and he goes quiet.
Oh, damn. He literally, escaped off of you.
Well, you tried being the guy put in the bird cage, he mentally says to Zorzark.
Well, maybe you shouldn't do stupid shit to get yourself there then, idiot.
I can't hear him.
He can't hear him.
I'm ignorant.
Alright, well now that that's over, I'm assuming that after the whole rush, Bayhorn's really feeling the aftermath on his injuries.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bayhorn's gonna go back to bed.
You see Vorthekron just sitting there, grabs another piece of cheese, and he starts eating it. What, is the show over?
I figured it out.
For now, yeah, it's over. Don't worry, it's probably gonna happen around the same time tomorrow.
Actually, did you give him the ability to cast Simulacrum so you could have a fun show for it?
Don't. He's
no,
gonna get
he did
ideas.
that on his own, surprisingly.
He's gonna get ideas.
What? How?
Well, with
I
you
don't know,
not
ask
being
him.
in control of the body, he probably on his way out of the car, as Fuk'ler puts it.
What's a car?
Is that why it hurt so much?
Yeah.
She didn't for it. Just ask what's the card.
Yeah.
You said car. I'm just using the word you used.
Cart.
Cart.
Cart. There it is.
Cart.
Carriage.
There you go.
cart.
That's better. That's better.
Carriage. Cart.
Carriage.
Whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
On the way out of the carriage, he took the opportunity to grab the box of jewels under the seat.
You know, that's actually not a bad representation.
Thank you.
Good job.
Does Bayhorn feel like he can cast his major image / simulacrum right now that it came back, or does it feel pretty like casted already?
I'm sorry, what was that, Cedric?
I said, does Bayhorn feel like if he tried to, he could cast simulacrum right now, or does the tattoo feel worn out for the day?
It feels pretty worn out for the day.
I figured. Bayhorn's just gonna like pick a soldier out of the crowd and say, "Can we go to bed now, please?"
We can go to bed.
Yes, I'm going to also go to bed. Good night.
Varia, if
Walks out the door.
if you want to follow me, I'll turn the stars in the village back on if you want to go back to sleep to that. But I'm gonna go to bed soon.
She switches over back to her radiant form and she says, I would like that. That was a interesting time we just had here.
You should sleep with her under the stars.
You know, Cedric, if I was in your presence right now...
Varia coughs and just says, I mean, sleeping with me would be beneficial for both of us. It's stress relief, it's companionship.
What the...
I was not expecting the reference, Adrian!
And then Bayhorn
laugh
will
as
walk
she starts
away.
sleep engineering.
Is Isolde coming with them, or is Isolde doing her own thing?
Isolde goes with you, Bayhorn. And Isolde, as she's like carrying you off, and she's like, you couldn't get the other one out for at least tonight? That would have been interesting. And she just walks out with you.
We can do that another time when I'm not sundered away.
Fair. Vorthakron just sitting back. He kind of leans back like he's in a chair, but there's no chair behind him, and he's just like perfectly leaned back, and he just goes, oh, that was fun. He claps his hands once more, and he's gone.
He's doing shenanigans around the Astral Sea, I swear. He's like Q Senior. Like Q of Qs. Q Prime over here. Creationist.
Q Prime. That's actually... Yeah. I can see it.
Is he? Is there a Q Prime?
We don't need to talk about that.
We don't need to
I want to talk about that.
we don't need to talk about it.
Is there a Q to rule all Qs? I want to know. But
at this, yeah.
No, never mind. I didn't even know what I was gonna say.
At this point in time, you lead Vadia back over to the holodeck, and you turn on the same peaceful village setting, and it's still actively tracking its time. And as you are setting it up, it's set to nighttime already, and Vadia kind of just looks inside, and she looks at you and she says, thank you, I appreciate the assistance.
No problem at all. Happy to help.
Of course. I'm glad you are. Would you like to join me?
Sure.
There should still be, at least I hope my apples and things are still there. Her basket. But eventually, as she leads you inside and you are walked inside, the village is quiet as the nighttime has taken over. A subtle dog bark a barking dog in the distance, a cat meowing, some owls hooting. But eventually you make it back to the tree, and the picnic area is still there, thankfully. She lays down and taps the ground next to her for you.
I'll go and sit. Try and get comfortable.
It's fairly easy to get comfortable, even though you subconsciously know you're laying down on a bare ground. The hollow deck does a pretty good job at simulating a grassy hillside. Eventually, after a few minutes, you just hear softly next to you just saying, "Good night." And you hear light snoring.
Let's hope Bubbles doesn't turn on the water while we're sleeping.
As everybody heads off to bed, and the night continues on, with no more shenanigans in place as the snow and the wind buffets the ship. The night goes off without a hitch, and the morning comes as those of you who only need 4 hours of sleep awaken early, so the elves, the knife eaters, basically.
My vernacular has infiltrated.
Yeah. So Kai Asaya, you awaken to a sleeping and snoring Chakna. The snow outside is still pretty heavy, but thankfully it's not as bad as it was earlier. And Bayhorn, you also awake with a searing side pain on your side. And Isolde still sleeping next to you.
Oh, I don't like this.
The music is a paid actor.
What's not to like?
Who said that?
You look around, there's nobody in the room.
Well,
I'm kidding.
did Zorlak say it?
You feel like it was like a whisper in your mind. Yeah. You know, you could have just let me at least have a little bit of freedom. Do you realize how hard it is to be cooped up in here this whole entire time?
The last time I gave somebody freedom, I'm pretty sure they blew up a couple mountains. I've since learned my lesson,
That is your fault. That is not my fault.
and I will not make the same mistake again.
Well, I'll have you know, since I'm also in here, I also have to deal with all of your shit that you're putting our body through. So next time when you go through a meditative save, don't get us killed. You're living for 2 people in here right now. You're also living for her as well, and he's referring to Isolde.
Schizophrenic Bayhorn.
In my defense, I thought it was the snake deity that is on the katana that we're using. I didn't think it was an evil snake deity for the god of poison.
Well, did you ever figure out why your blade was glowing like that in the first place?
No, I thought it was because they were matching. Turns out they were not. Adrian, we went and took a good old long nap, right?
Good old long rest, yes.
All right.
Now,
I did say,
instead of -4, you now have -3 to stealth.
Whoa.
I did say that as these next few days are happening, I was gonna spend my meditations trying to commune with Raikou. Did it work
Okay.
last night?
It did not work last night.
All right. Then my response to Zorzark will be like, well, I'm still trying to figure it out. I have to try and commune with him, which isn't easy.
Nothing in life is easy, Bayhorn. Well, there is a few things that are pretty easy. Stealing's
Like
one of them.
Picking? Yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You see, we
so-
share the same brain. Literally.
Same person. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. You should let me out more. You
No.
know how... I mean, you You know how it is to be cooped up somewhere. You want to stretch your legs. You should know how I feel. Come on.
We'll talk about this later. Namely, when I get a power boost from Vort.
No. We're talking about it now. I finally am free of your stupid head. I finally felt quietness for the first time in, what, has it been 2-3 months now at this point since we merged?
Something like that.
So, the first thing I do is I don't take your body. I don't steal your body. Yes, I took a few weapons off of you for personal defense, but that's besides the point. I use Simulacrum, a spell that was originally my doing, by the way, on your back tattoo. Thank you very much. And I decided to have a little bit of a chat with the creation dragon that's down below in the engineering room and had a nice cup of tea and some cheese, apples, and some meat slices.
He's probably trying to
All right.
from a body.
What's the crime?
How-
in that?
How
a
about
meal?
the
A
next-
succulent meal?
How about
Here's
the
my
next
charges.
time? Bayhorn's gonna progressively get louder and louder. How about the next time we communicate this so I don't get woken up to an intruder alert?
Well, I mean,
I will give you a
Fuk'lers a little bit-
simulacrum.
look, Fuk'ler's a little bit too smart for his own good. He saw right through me immediately.
But how did you even get fooled by? How did you not fool him? What did you do? What was your giveaway?
Damn.
Oh man, I'm gonna tell him you said that the next time I talk to him.
Damn.
What was it? What did you do?
strays here. I'm catching strays here, dude.
Look, man, I just told him that he's like, hey, sorry for what I did last time. Do you want something in return? I almost killed you. I'm just grabbing some meats and cheeses because I'm a little bit hungry.
Okay. What did you offer him?
I just offered things from my inventory at the time, which wasn't too much, to be honest. But he saw immediately right through me. That man, sharp mind, sharper
What
eyes.
exactly did you offer him?
Very good bullshit detector. Let me tell you that. I gotta praise him on that.
Bayhorn is mentally raising an eyebrow at him. What exactly did you offer him?
You'll never know my secrets. And he goes quiet.
The only thing that would have kept him up that fast is gold. You offered him gold, didn't you?
No. Yes.
Oh my god. No wonder you gave yourself away. You should know by looking through my eyes that I'd never give away gold.
Well, then I appreciate that you confirmed for me, so next time when I make my escape, I don't offer him shit.
That's okay.
Good
There are other
night.
things I don't give him.
That'll probably work better.
I'm gonna have to borrow a few Genesis scales to give him some times out. I'm sure Isolde would love that as he looks over at Isolde, probably still sleeping.
Yeah, she's still sleeping.
Thank you.
Long shoe.
He said that Simulacrum was his own doing to the tattoos.
That's what he said, yes.
Could I investigate my back tattoos to see if they're not just what they are right now? If they're supposed to be able to do other things?
Yeah, I would say you go to like a nearby mirror in your room and you lift up your garment shirt and you take a look. Roll me a insight check.
I'm going to tweak.
Did you roll another natural one?
No, but it was close enough. Can I re-roll? Because I
Oh.
really want to know.
Like, you gotta use something to re-roll it. What do you got?
Silvery barbs. See, I didn't mention this because it was going to be one of those things where it's like, if he remembers, he remembers. If he doesn't, it works well for me. Silvery barbs is a first level spell, right?
I'm sorry, silvery barbs? Yes, it is for some. Yeah.
It's a first level spell that I learned from the Book of Spells.
Mhm.
It functions well no matter what class I am.
Mm-hmm.
So even if my gun runs out, as long as I still have my spell slots, I can still roll them.
Yes, you can.
Regardless, my gun still has spell slots in it, so I'm gonna roll it from there anyway.
Mhm.
I'm gonna shoot my foot or something and persona myself.
Shoot my foot.
Persona.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, you're
I
rolling
got a
so low
natural
today.
2.
Change your
All right,
dice.
19.
Change your dice, man. Crazy. Didn't you buy new dice recently? Change it to those.
All right, fine. Wait, which dice did I buy again? Oh, I bought the blacksmith's dice.
Mm-hmm.
I'll use the gold one. Why not? I imagine I can't silver barbs again.
Mm-mm.
No, it only happens once.
19.
19. So what are you looking for specifically on your back?
Well, I was more referring to like investigate it arcanically, but visually works too because I haven't looked at it in a while. Does it look any more refined or different or
It actually looks more intricate.
Gives you the power of
As in, like,
impact.
somebody went to your back and added more detail to the snakes.
so? I don't want to cast anything right now, but can I prep major image and try and without Vorthecaron's help, upcast it myself to simulacrum? Does it feel like it would let me do it?
You feel strained. Like, as you put your mind to it, you feel like there's something there that's inhibiting your action. That there's something like it feels like you're on the precipice that you can do it, but there's something that is stopping you from doing it.
Do I feel like it's because I don't have enough of my soul?
It could be.
Well, if Zorzar could do it just by himself, not even using my remnant, why can't I do it? Wait,
You're not too sure.
have I not properly integrated Zorzark into Bayhorn yet?
Roll me an insight check.
I'm gonna tweak a little more, and I'm going to silvery barbs again if it's not enough.
Okay.
Is it enough?
What'd you roll?
A 16. Actually, it'd be an 18 because of my thing.
And your question was, is it because you technically didn't integrate Zorzark into your soul correctly? Is that what you said?
Yeah, my most recent question is, have I not integrated Zorzark into my main soul fragment fully yet? Like, have I let him in but not fully integrated him?
Your answer is in the stone block chat.
I hate you. I hate you so much. I'm gonna spend the next like 2 or 3 days fully integrating him so I can gain my power back.
You do feel that sensation that, yes, you have Zorzark in your mind, in your body, in your soulscape, but he's not fully integrated with you at all.
Is that
It's
why
like you
whenever
have-
he split, there wasn't more from the other fragments because he had already fully integrated them into one fragment?
Now he's getting it, ladies and gentlemen.
So
Wow.
if I had fully integrated Zorzark into Bayhorn, even if my soul got sundered, it would have been the combo, not leaving one part behind.
Exactly. Yep.
I'm gonna spend the next couple days
Man,
integrating now.
dozens, months, almost a full year of playing, and he's finally getting it.
Wow.
I wasn't wondering when you were going to get to it.
Well, I thought it just worked. I thought that me absorbing him would automatically
Dude,
do
you
it.
know who's your DM? Sometimes things just doesn't just work.
Well, I was hoping, okay.
I know. It's okay, buddy.
I'm not smart. I'm stupid.
It's okay. It's okay.
You're pretty
buddy.
smart. You're pretty smart.
So,
Pretty smart.
was the integration that I did just a base integration? Because you did give me extra
Yes. Yeah.
extra
it was
stat
a base
points.
integration.
So the finite integration will be like more intricate abilities that I get that aren't relying
Mhm.
on my stats.
Mm-hmm.
I got a lot of research to do about myself. And by research, I mean meditating.
Don't you love it when a plan comes together?
All right, Adrian, be honest with me. How long were you waiting on me to catch on to that?
Months at this point.
When did you say, man, why the fuck isn't he getting this yet? Why hasn't he thought of it yet?
Months at this point.
Was it at the time when I was allowed to cast Simulacrum from the Genesis skill for the first time? I should have figured it out.
That was one of your bigger hints of like, why can I do this, but I need this? It was one of those hints.
I thought it was just, oh, Vorthecaron is the pinnacle of let me do what I want to do. Maybe a tiny fraction of his power is giving me so much extra juice that I can just kind of do something.
Cedric, I mean, you can't realistically do what you're not able to do, but he did help you do what you could do. Damn, what a metaphor. I love Vorthecaron.
Vorthecaron is just another outlet for you to speak philosophical shit.
Kind of.
Maybe.
Oh my god.
This is tragic.
God damn. This shit's strong.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
What is up?
But Hooters is filing for bankruptcy.
No, not Hooters. I've only been there when I was 14. It's like, whatever.
But yep, daily update, world news.
I mean, I don't know why they keep prancing around. Like, here's the thing: no king shaming, or no shaming in general for a woman's body. But don't go with the skinny and the classical quote unquote what is attractive women. What men want these days on the internet are reportedly mommies and dommies. So what they need to do to save Hooters is they need to replace all the toothpicks that are in Hooters and change them with dommy mommies. I'm just saying.
I feel like they changed their name then.
I don't know. But anyways.
Hooters to Dooters.
Yes. Good Lord.
I think that would make it fail fast.
It would fail really fast. Are you kidding? But anyways, at this point in time, as Kaisai, you've finally awoken, and Bayhorn, you have awakened. Is there anything you guys want to do in the early morning before everybody else wakes up?
Yeah, I wanted to, since I now have a simulacrum to help me do shit. Around the ship, I have more free time to do other things. I want to work on my magic.
Okay. How so?
I want to take one of my spells and integrate Genesis magic into it.
Okay. All right. And can you explain to me how do you wish to do that?
Well, I'm going to go down to the engine room where Vorgathon inhabits the ship when he is actually physically here.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. And I want to, using my connection and knowledge of the weave, and seeing Genesis magic in action already. Try to manipulate the weave within the spell to pull in the Genesis while I cast it, so the spell is capable of being upcasted to Genesis magic style.
Okay. Go
Like,
ahead
instead of
and
just
roll
lightning,
me.
it's everything.
Go ahead and roll me an Arcana check, please.
Can I still rebars my ass?
Oh, a 19 got a silvery barb.
I rolled 3.
Damn, rough. You could still rebars yourself.
Nah, you,
I'm playing. I do the same
yeah,
thing.
I was silver bar. Yeah, I was
Okay, go ahead.
advantage. 33.
33. Okay. That's, of course, really good. What spell do you wish to modify?
I want to modify my Ray of Frost.
Okay.
But instead of
In
just
the
shooting
engineering
out a
room.
Ray of Frost, it shoots out a Ray of Genesis magic.
Okay. As you shoot out rays of frost as a practice, just before the energy releases and you expend the magic, even though it's a cantrip, you still, over the course of a time, expending a cantrip over and over and over will start to wear you out slightly. You stay in the engineering room for a few hours just practicing. You start to get the radio energy of Vorthecaron's crystal. Vorthecaron doesn't answer you. He's not there, so you're not too sure where he's at right now. But eventually, after a few dozens, getting close to the upper 50s of tries, you see a very hint of lightning come out instead of frost. And you think to yourself, did I cast Shocking Grasp? Did I mess something up? You hear the door swivel open, and you see coming in, rubbing his eyes with a cup of coffee, his magic robes on and his staff on his side. He's like, "Oh, hey." You see Finnegan. What you up to?
Trying to manipulate magic.
All right. How?
Well, let me try this one more time. Cantrip's Ray of Frost, and I'll cast it again for the umpteenth millionth time.
You're hitting close to 60 times.
I know.
Like, you're actually starting to work up slightly like a sweat at this point. As you cast it again, you see that bolt of like electricity come out in that same ray-like formation. You manage to change your Ray of Frost into a Ray of Lightning, and Finnegan kind of looks at it. He's like, "Whoa, oh, hey, nice. Was there anything else to that? Did you want to do anything else to it?"
I'm getting there.
All right, well, explain what you want to do, because you just told me you wanted just to change something up with the spell. You haven't really explained to me yet.
Well, instead of shooting a Ray of Frost, I want to shoot a Ray of Genesis, like the Genesis cannon.
Oh, okay. Have you tried coursing it through the crystalline in your arm?
Looks at arm.
You haven't yet. You've been doing it from your spell disc. Because if you want to do something like that, he taps his staff on the ground so it extends to the full magic staff that he has. And you see him point at the wall where there's a training dummy nearby. And you see in his right arm that has the onyx crystalline, you see he flexes and the veins start to pop up around from it. and you see that the black onyx starts to coalesce and start to rainbow into that Genesis rainbow looking magic, and he shoots out a beam of energy, not enough to destroy anything, but just enough to tag the training dummy on the end, and you see that he shoots out a version of Genesis magic out of his arm. That's how. Is that what you wanted to do? I can help you. I can teach you. I was able to do that with my Chaos Orb. I can change its effects almost on the fly. You just need to focus it not through your source of magic, but through the crystalline. It's kind of like how Vorthecaron does it. And he refers and he points over to the crystal behind you.
That ironically was something I'm trying to avoid.
Well, I mean, you can keep trying as hard as you can. You might eventually get to it, but it's up to you whether you want to go the long and arduous route or if you want to take it a little bit easier.
I worry of the consequences of going the easy route.
Like what? I've been doing this since I was a child. Literally. This onyx in here saved my life.
It may have saved your life, but you're now part crystalline. I am
So are you. Well, not exactly, but you have some of it in you.
I have some of it injected into me.
So, does that make you part crystalline, or does that not make you part crystalline?
Do you feel your crystalline?
Sometimes I do. I have more of it in me than you do.
Can you feel every
Because
inch of it?
I can control most of it. But there's always something there that's dormant. Something there that's not waiting, just watching, I guess.
But you feel it, you sense it, you are consciously and subconsciously aware of it.
As conscious and subconsciously aware that it is a part of me. It is a part of my body and I control it. It's like Fuk'lers' prosthetic arm. It's him. He controls it. You just need a little bit of a time to train with it, I guess you could say.
Well, with my crystalline embedded in me, I don't feel it.
Have you ever tried? Have you ever tried just focusing your magic through it instead of your spell disc?
I've honestly never focused my magic through anything other than my discs.
Well, and then he kind of just points, like palm open to the ground in front of him, and he points to the training dummy. Try it. You might surprise yourself.
What if it grows?
Then at that point, that's a risk you're going to have to take now, aren't you? Crystalline's not all bad. I mean, look at this. I mean, it looks like a pretty sick tattoo, but it helps me a lot. It's not a parasite. It's not a fungi or cordyceps growing on you. It's beneficial. Honestly, I can't even imagine living without a crystalline in my arm.
You've technically never really did.
There was a time I did, and then I fell over a boat and I started drowning.
But for a majority of your life, you've had the crystalline.
Yeah, at the very least. That's true.
I've
That
only
is true.
had this for a few months.
Well,
And I'm a couple hundred years old.
you don't look any older than 30. You're fine. I'll be long dead before you will, Captain. So, you got plenty of time in the universe to keep trying.
Be grim.
That's Finnegan, man. And I love my little boy.
Grim, sad little man.
He's happy. He's a little bit
Grim,
morbid in the
troubled.
mornings. He's a little bit morbid before he gets his coffee.
I got you.
It's like me without a monster. It's like I'm a little bit grim in the morning.
Kai
Well,
Sai
you can
will
try it
point
out.
her hand at the training dummy,
Mm-hmm.
but instead of Ray of Frost, she'll channel casting a firebolt, but instead of her discs, she'll use the crystalline. And
You
she'll try and
feel-
make the firebolt into a bolt of Genesis.
You feel the crystalline in your arm react. It is a searing, burning pain, but also almost inherently peaceful. Like it's meant to do this. Like this is what crystalline, or at the very least, the facet that you have inside of you is meant to do. It's not a curse. It's not a detriment. It's a benefit. And suddenly you feel the magic course through your veins, coalesce at your fingertips before they all start to link. The fire, the embers start to grow around your palm before your ember starts to grow even bigger and larger and louder. And as you're about to ignite and let it fly as a firebolt, you feel that same pulse push through your arm as your crystalline grows, and it glows into this rainbow-like pattern that almost looks like a beautiful elven intricate tattoo, and it flies off into the distance, leaving a trail of rainbow Genesis magic, and it hits the dummy square in the forehead, and you see a searing, burning pattern of rainbow energy. And you just hear Finnegan in the back just start clapping. Hey, you did it! Congrats! You did a lot faster than I did, that's for sure, but you are older and smarter than I am. Old. You see, it just takes a little bit of practice. Well, for you, that was what, your 50-somethingth try?
Well, this was technically the first try with the crystalline.
You're a natural then. I'm sure Chakna's very proud. Speaking of which, I passed by him. He was heading over to the mess hall to pick you up something to eat because he noticed you weren't in bed. I think Fuk'lers already cooking up a mean breakfast by now. Or at the very least, if he's not, we can just get some out of the replicator. And he takes a big swig of his coffee. But, keep at it. It's kind of weird for me to be the teacher and you're the student. You'll surpass me quick enough anyways.
I think I'll stop for the day.
Go right ahead. Overexertion's always bad for the body. I kind of want a nap, but I just woke up. Ugh. I'm gonna stay down here for a bit. Try to work on the cloaking mechanism for the ship. If you need me, you know how to find me.
Thank you, Finnegan.
You're welcome. And you see he puts down his coffee mug and he takes out a bunch of papers and scrolls out of his bag and he lays them on the table. All right, where to begin? And he just starts focusing on his work. So what are you gonna do, Isaiah, as you start to leave?
She's going to go sit in her captain's chair on the bridge. Since people are waking up.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of waking up, Fuk'ler,
Hey.
you awake to not the normal hillside anymore, except this time you're on a hill, but you don't have a tree next to you. You look around and you notice that there is a large riverbank in front of you, and you see down in front of you inside the riverbank is Vadia, clothed on but with a spear in hand, and immediately she just throws a spear and she just goes, gosh. He grabs the spear, takes it out, and she caught like a giant carp. I finally got you. She turns around, and she says, "Oh, good morning."
Good morning.
What's your sleep?
It was nice.
Good, I'm glad. When I woke, this lake was in front of us. I don't know who changed it.
Oh, you wouldn't have happened to see a little shark with legs walking around, have you?
Oh, I have actually. The one that I caught, it's hanging over there. And you see a tent pole, and you see Bubbles is currently locked up in a net.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
He's looking at you with his face like slammed against the net. His palms are up looking at you. He just goes, "Father, help."
Oh no, okay. My little guy. Varia, I owe you one, but this little guy is my pet.
Oh, well, okay. I'm glad I didn't cook him up earlier then.
He should have a little family wandering around too, so if you see them, try not to catch them either. They
Okay,
sometimes like to change the holodeck to make it look a bit more watery, so they can come and swim.
Okay, I'll look around. Well, I'll try my best not to. I should get out of the water. And she hobbles on out. You see that her dress is like like dripping down from the thighs down because she just went straight into the water with like just the dress on that she had last night. She says, "Well, I caught this fish. If you want some breakfast."
Actually, that's awesome of you. Though Adrian, I have a very big question.
What's your question?
We've never really discussed this. So, are there any apples still around?
There is a few apples left in the basket nearby.
Great. Is the door nearby?
The door is still wide open. If in the distance you see it open, you see the hallway of the decks.
Okay. I'm going to check something. Varia, I will gladly eat breakfast with you. I'm just gonna check something real quick. And
Okay.
Fuk'ler is going to pick up one of the apples and walk over to the door and stick his hand out.
As you stick your hand out, the apple stays.
Really?
Yes.
I guess this is another one of Verthecaron's benefits for the holodeck. Alright. If that's the case, it'll make getting magic resources a lot easier. Though that would mean I would have to work for them sometimes. Ah, that's fine. But this being the case, did Varia imply that she wanted to cook the food?
She did imply that she wanted to cook the food.
Someone around here making me breakfast for a change. Very welcome. Very demure. Very thoughtful.
very thoughtful, very demure.
Very will have.
Very well done.
Sorry about that, Varia. I'll gladly have breakfast with you. Bubbles, what do you think?
Just get me out, Father. I'm stuck.
Oh yeah, I need to get you out. Fuk'ler will untie Bubbles.
He gets untied and he just sits. She's crazy. But she's fun. She's
Wait.
both. And he skitters off into the hallway.
Who knows what he's going to do?
Who knows? Who knows what that little man's gonna do?
He's probably made a nest up in Q's secret room.
Yeah.
I forgot about
But this
that
time,
room.
Vadia looks down at her dress and looks at the fish. Well, where can I cook this? Should I make a fire here?
If you want to, but we do have a kitchen.
Okay. I can do that.
So it's honestly up to you. If you want to have a fire here, I could get the room to generate some pots and pans for us, or if you want to use the kitchen.
It's a decent enough size that I can cook for the rest of the crew here. Can you take the fish and I go get changed out of my dress and my attire?
Sure.
She hands you the heavy stick and the large carp, and she gives you a nod and she rushes out and she runs over to her crew quarters to get changed.
That Fuk'ler will make his way to the mess hall, fish in hand.
And Bayhorn, what are you doing right now that you've pondered about your back tattoo?
Integrating.
Integrating? How are you
You
going to
said-
integrate?
Holy shit, you said that like Subnautica. Integrating new PDF profile. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit.
Meditating? I don't know. How does one integrate your soul into your soul?
Some more
I heard,
with Vortecheron.
I heard weed and crack cocaine does wonders for the soul back in the 70s.
Do shrooms. So you can talk to him face to face.
I can already do that.
Do shrooms so you can talk to 7 of him face to face.
7 whole hymns.
I don't think I can handle 7 of them.
Not with that attitude,
tried.
you're not.
Exactly.
Also, guys, have cheese man.
You have cheese.
What's your cheese man?
This,
Wait, should we stop the recording for the cheese man?
yes.
Hold on.
Oh, Shelby. Pause.
Hold on.
We're gonna take a break.
Shelby, of girl being dumb, so we have to criticize her. But I don't know. I'm worried about my friends sometimes because some of them make decisions like that, and I get worried.
It's okay.
Oh, fucking hell.
I really fucking hope she doesn't do that.
I hope not.
We're gonna find out.
We're gonna find out.
Cedric, you want to go to Chili's with me and talk about dumb shit people do?
When?
Dude, I miss Chili's, bro.
I don't fucking know. I mean, there's a
Right
Chili's
now.
in Beaumont. There's
Right
a Chili's
now.
in Beaumont. It's 8:30. We could totally go to Chili.
We can totally go right now if you want to go right now. If you guys are hungry, I don't mind letting you guys go to Chili's.
No, we're good.
Dude,
We
I have
good.
$40.
I have. You just got paid. What'd you spend it on?
Dude, Chili's fucking the meal for what is it? You get an app of entree and a dessert, or what's the Chili's menu right now? Hold on a second.
Mm.
Chili's. I wish there was a Chili's near me. Oh. Delivery. Can you deliver overseas?
Damn. You better tip well.
Shit, dude. You go get the triple dipper. That's enough to quell both of you. And cheese me. Anyways, now that we're back to order.
No, Preston, you want to know where all that money went?
Mm.
My savings account.
Yeah, you have been saving a lot more. I'm proud of you.
You want to guess how much I have saved up?
How much?
$700.
$1,550.
Damn! Let's
Damn.
go!
Good shit.
Good shit.
I got money. I just act like I'm broke. That's why I tell people, like, yeah, no, I've got like $20. I don't got money. I do. I just don't want to pull it out.
That's how you
Also,
should
side
be.
note, I looked at how much a Supra is, and goddamn,
Supra.
it is $40,000 for the current Supra.
Mhm. You got a lot
Look
more
how
to
much a
go,
Must-
my friend.
I looked at how much a Mustang was, and I'm like, that's more doable. That's $20,000 for
You know
for
what
an
it is?
older
It's
model.
called building up your credit and getting a loan from the bank to pay off your car.
I mean, I could, but I. This is because of both my dad and Arlette's uncle. I don't know if I want a Supra or if I want a Mustang. Because Arlette's uncle owns a Mustang. He owns like 3 Mustangs. And my dad had a Supra. So I'm like, I kind of want a Supra, but I also want a Mustang.
You should get a Miata.
No.
What? You don't want the funny Miata eyeballs and you say hi to other Miatas?
No.
No, I want a Miata.
Sam wants a Miata really badly. And I'm like, you are not getting that for your first ever car, boy. You better learn in your shitty, like, shit box of a car before you learn on a Miata.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I can't figure it out. But I might get a Mustang because it's cheaper. I can't say about the maintenance because it's Ford, but
Mm-hmm.
anyway.
Anyways, back to it. At this point in time, as you all start to congregate around the mess hall, Fuk'ler, you coming in with the large fish. Bayhorn, you're still in your room trying to meditate,
I'm integrating.
trying to integrate. Go ahead and roll me a D100 roll.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck, man?
You attempt to try to do some sort of meditation, so anything, any type of process to keep your mind quiet, but now that you have this revelation within you that you never exactly fused Zerzark's soul within you, you hear a slight chuckle. What you doing there, buddy?
I'm gonna pretend like I don't hear him.
You doing all right? I know you can hear me. Hello. Yeah, you're no fun.
What do you want?
Yes. I see what you're trying to do. Trying to finally figure out the last step you've been missing this whole entire time. Want a little bit of help?
Sure. And he's gonna
Psych.
say it with a hint of
You ain't gonna get it.
Yeah, I figured.
Because if I did, I wouldn't exist anymore. Have you
So
ever
I
thought about
assume-
what happens when you put souls together?
I mean, I had a feeling of what happened when there wasn't 5 of you running around.
No, that is also true.
I assume that while I do this, you're gonna be fighting me every step of the way.
No, I won't. You've already won the battle. You just need to figure out the steps to win the war. There's nothing I can do in this body. If I had the other one, the one that I so graciously had within my grasp, doing nothing illegal and, just trying to have a taste of apples, cheese, and meat after not being able to eat for so long. It felt pretty nice, so thanks for taking that away from me.
Hmm. You never know. You might get another one before you go completely inert.
I gotta ask you a philosophical question, although Finnegan or Kaiasai might be a little bit better to answer this. If you do fuse our souls together, does that constitute a murder charge? Do you kill an innocent being? I want you to think about that for a few more days. And then he shuts up.
I don't think it is a murder charge.
You hear the bed being rifled up, and you see Isolde sit up. She says, "What'd you say?"
Nothing. Just talking to myself.
Oh, okay. She rubs her eyes, gets out of bed, and she immediately puts on a robe for herself. How long have you been there?
Where exactly am I again?
In the bedroom?
Oh, well, I meant like exactly in the bedroom.
I'm assuming at the foot of the bed. It's up to you.
I've only been here for 10 minutes. I've made a few revelations.
Oh yeah? How so?
You ever wonder how I can cast Simulacrum? You probably already know this since you've known me before, but
I mean, I've told you, right? Or not simulacrum, at least. You got these magic tattoos on your back when we were adventuring. You kept adding on to it. Really good idea. Allow you to do things that you were never able to do. Helped you a lot. Helped us a lot.
yeah, well, I figured out why Zorzark was able to Simulacrum himself out when I never was able to right now.
Well, I mean, Zorzark was technically the main soul. You have the body. So I assume he has a little bit more control.
Well, you'd think that since I won and I have that under my control, I'd be able to do it, right?
Yeah, it has crossed my mind once or twice, but I never really questioned it.
I never integrated him. That's why he was allowed to do what he wanted to that one time.
Oh,
You ever wonder after that why he was the only one? There should have been at least 4 or 5 of me running around. But it was only
well,
him.
I did have that question when you absorbed him. Why you never, how you never changed your personality. You just stayed as Bayhorn, which I mean, I wasn't complaining. I love every one of you, every one of your not personalities, but I just love you. So when you stayed as Bayhorn, this nice, cheerful, stupid idiot, I didn't mind it. I never really questioned it until, well, just now. Zorzark was always cheerful, kind, but he was a little bit shrewd at times. He was a jokester, but during times of conflict or times of seriousness, he never really joked. He was ruthless, cold almost. I guess I just never questioned it until now. Are you willing
Well,
to absorb him even further if it changes you that way?
well, I don't have any intention on making that change me, but I think it's time to finish the process. But maybe I'll give him one more outing, so long as I know about it this time.
I mean, he was just trying to have like a little bit of a picnic, and Vorthecaron didn't seem to mind. In fact, it seemed like he enjoyed his company.
Yeah, well, I never know with him, me, us, whatever. I know if somebody left me unattended, I would start doing things just because I could.
You did that all the time.
And that's why I was so quick to subdue him.
Fair enough.
I'm sure that
Well,
Zorzark, and he'll partially say it in his mental escape, would have done the same thing if he was in my shoes, knowing what we're capable of.
yeah, possibly. But anyways, let's go ahead and get ready for breakfast. I see you're already up, so you could either meet me there or you can wait for me.
I'll wait for you.
At this point in time, she changes and eventually you two walk off over into the mess hall. And at this point, everyone starts to congregate there. Fuk'ler, as you're there preparing the fish, you finally see Vadia come in with her normal attire, her basically battle ready almost in a sense, but she's ready to either do battle or to just enjoy the days. All right. Do you want to help me prepare the food, Fuk'ler?
Sure.
She goes over to the side of the kitchen area where you have the fish laid out, and she starts. She grabs one of her own knives that she has from one of her pockets, and she starts to fillet the fish. It's almost comical how bad it is. You see that the fish that she's filleting, there's pieces of meat that she's ripping that is not supposed to be ripped apart. She's missing bones. She's having a little bit of trouble to cut through some of the fish's innards that are hard and connected to the rest of the body. But she's trying her best. You can see that she's trying.
Yeah. I don't mind it. Well, I'm gonna try and make sure that she doesn't do anything like too phenomenal to fuck it up. You know what I mean? Like switching salt for sugar or vice versa. Like crucial mistake. But like if it's just messy cooking, like imperfect cuts of meat or misreading a like sample size, like she put a cup and a half of flour instead of just a cup of flour. If it's just like serving size differences and like messy cuts of meat, but she knows what she's doing, I'm fine with it. I'm sure everybody else will be fine with it too. I'm just gonna try and behind her try to make sure she doesn't do like phenomenal fuck ups. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You were gonna make
Go ahead and roll me a D100 to see how well this happens. And she has a negative modifier to this, but she has a negative to cooking, but you have a positive, so it might even out.
How bad is her negative?
I can't tell you. It's bad though.
Oh Lord.
76. 76.
76.
Plus mine is around 116-ish.
Yes. She has a negative 25 to cooking.
Okay, so that's around the 80s range.
Yeah. So as you help her out, you do see that she does have very, I guess you could say, she has a very struggled process cooking the fish. But eventually the fish, with your assistance, as you show her the places to cut, serrate, and fillet, eventually it works out to be a nice presentation of the fish. She looks over at you and she says, "Okay, well, I got the meat part out. How do you want to finish the meat off? Should we just cook it on a pot or a pan and that's it?"
Suppose. Let me look something up. I want to check something. We're gonna make a pseudo California roll.
A pseudo California roll for breakfast. Okay.
It's gonna be banger. It's gonna be banger as
Alright.
hell. Just you watch. Just you
I'll
watch.
say, during the next like 30-ish minutes, as you assist her and you teach her how to cook this odd roll of sushi and fish meat, eventually the mess hall starts to get crowded. You start to see the B team is sitting inside, and you see that Kaisaya walks in, of course, with her coffee in hand, and also Bayhorn and Kaisaya. You don't notice Finnegan. Finnegan is currently not here at the moment, but it's getting loud in here. Like, you're realizing that it's kind of a wonder how just a few months ago you were just
Man,
a
this place
librarian.
used to be empty.
It's you kind of have like a small introspective reflection of, you used to be a student. You technically still are, but you're on some other
Ungraduated.
you're on some other grander type of spectrum now with these people.
Could have been an engineer. I could have been an engineer. That's a Markiplier
Now,
reference.
now I'm an outlaw in space.
There's a video out there of Markiplier rocking back and forth in his bathtub, crying with the shower on, fully clothed. He says, "I could have been an engineer. I could have been an engineer. I could have been an engineer." It has like
But I will say,
25 million views. It's awesome.
But I will say that the day goes off and the breakfast is good. It's interesting, especially with the both of you working. You notice that Vadia cracks a smile, and you realize this is the first time she smiled since she's been on the ship. Or just been around you. You're not too sure if that's a rarity or not, but you assume it is. And as the day continues on, as everybody finishes breakfast, and as everybody has their things in order, Tiana walks over to you, Kaisaya, and she kind of gives you an eyebrow raise and looks at you. So, we're heading over to the Ruby Palace?
We are.
All right. Everybody, let's strap in and buckle up. Not too sure how far this portal's going to take us, but hopefully it's close enough to the Ruby Palace. You see that she sits down and starts initializing all of the commands for the slab. And as you start to float and start to slowly fly away from Glorum's entrance, you see that there's a large crowd outside as they all are like waving things at you. You're not too sure what exactly they're waving, but you assume they're just waving goodbye as you guys fly off into the distance over to the eastern side of the map area of the Outlands, to this other portal that's supposed to take you out into the Astral Sea. Once again, hopefully to the Ruby Palace. There's always a chance that things could go wrong and different. So, as you guys are flying off, it takes you about an hour or two before you finally reach the coastline. And as you guys are reaching the coastline, go ahead and roll me a perception check, please.
No!
Damn, Kaisaya, rough.
Perception, you
Damn.
check?
Rough.
I don't like these dice that you told me to change. I'm changing back to my
Damn,
original dice.
Fuk'ler, rough.
Natural 2. I'm going to use lucky because I've been rolling bad on perception checks all day.
Sandra's just been rolling bad in
I'm
general.
I'm gonna
I know.
use
Natural 20!
And you wouldn't let me use any of my
Shit.
reroll for the fucking saves that I had to do, and I
Look,
died
the
almost.
last like 5 perception checks I've rolled bad on, and I've just stuck with them. So I feel like this
Dang.
one is justified because I want to see things.
So, with the
Nice
23,
level
21,
shift.
and also Bayhorn, I say you would see this at the finality. As you guys break through the cloud line, as you guys are going to the open sea-like area, the sun is shining beautifully on the glistening, almost diamond star-like encrusted waterscape that you see with all the reflections hitting you. But there is something sticking out of the water that is almost incomprehensible to you. As you see the water passing by and ahead of you before you guys start to continue upward, Tiana just goes, "What the fuck is that?" And you see that there is a... How should I say this? What is this? Let me figure out this creature's name because I have it on the tip of my tongue, but I don't have it on me right now. Hold on. Yeah, it's a creature.
Is it a creature that I can shoot?
Well, it's big enough that it's sitting outside the water for some unknown reason.
Don't shoot at things.
I think I'm gonna shoot at you.
No.
What pow?
Blam!
Biden. Blast.
Blast. It was a 42 hit.
Yeah, true. Hold on a second. You see out in the water, that's what it is. You see a gargantuous leviathan coiled upwards like a snake, but with its mouth agape and pointed upwards like it's screaming to the sky. But there's something in its throat. You see a large, almost comically large katana stuck right through the middle and going downward into the sea where this leviathan came out of.
I don't think you need to shoot at it.
Is it dead?
It looks dead. It's not moving, and it's out of the water.
Does the katana look familiar?
It does look familiar.
Is it mine?
No,
Is it Zen's?
it looks like Zen's.
I'm gonna kick his ass. Is it a real Leviathan?
It looks like a legitimate, like, ginormous leviathan.
Do I know if Leviathans have really nice things to work with in the forge or kitchen?
roll me a nature check.
Nature? Oh man.
Yeah, it's an animal creature.
Yucks.
An 18.
An 18. So, leviathans, to harvest a leviathan, you could probably pull out some scales or some hide from it. You could find some leviathan essence, which is basically its blood. Not its blood, it's like its plasma, if you like,
Is it poison?
it's not a poison.
Ooh. What is Leviathan essence then?
You're not too sure. But you know that it's not the blood of a leviathan, it's like the plasma. It's like something that's deeper within that is also very essential to its bodily parts. And it's like
Do I know if it's
living.
valuable?
Anything that from a leviathan is valuable, Bayhorn.
I guess that's true. It's a giant serpent.
It's a giant serpent that has a very high CR rating on itself. That
And wait, and then
almost
Zen
nobody's-
just murdered it?
That for at least you can tell that Zen just straight up killed it and stabbed his sword through the middle of it.
I got questions. You know what? Captain, I request you go down there. I have I have business with that Leviathan and a certain conch swordsman that we know.
You know, the last time we let you do your business, you ended up stabbed, bleeding, and almost dying.
The good thing that this snake's already dead then, isn't it?
I mean, fair.
But
Fair.
is it though?
You want to sunbeam it just to make sure?
No,
That
because
was
if
a
I don't
half
want to,
joke, by the way.
I know that was a half joke, but no.
So is that a yes or a no to going down there?
We'll hover near it.
That'll work. I need like I don't even know how long I'll need, but I first have to ask a certain someone a question. Because if I remember correctly, those are you don't just kill a Leviathan.
However, I'd like to point out that Zen is apparently on the moving tapestries of the mead hall of Glorum.
Well, yeah, but like it's a
As a mighty
Leviathan.
warrior.
It's a
I will-
Leviathan.
And
I
What are you
have
gonna go
questions
down there
for
and
you.
do? What are you gonna go down there and
Well,
do?
well, first I'm going to go down there while asking him questions about it, and then I'm going to have him help me harvest shit, because I don't know about you, but I'm curious
Is he gonna
about
listen to you?
3 things. I sure hope he's going to.
I doubt it.
But
He's not gonna
I'm
wanna listen to
curious
you.
about 3 things. What I can do with its scales and hide, what I can do with its essence, and how good does it taste?
Have I ever heard of Leviathan essence in my time studying, Adrian?
Roll me a nature or a history check because you referred to studying. You might have studied it before.
Nature or history, they're both +3. I need somebody to tell me which one because I don't care.
They're
do
Can I give him-
indistinguishable.
can I
They're
give him,
both
like-
intelligence.
Can I give him help? Because I also went to
Hmm.
Strixhaven and audited classes.
You did, but you
Hmm.
never
Hmm.
really paid attention too much, and you also weren't there for long for the aquatic life sections to begin.
Can I at least
How do
go
I
with
know?
the
I
DC
know.
then?
You will have a higher DC if you choose history.
Higher or lower?
Higher.
Nature it is. 17.
17?
Yeah.
Okay. You know that with the Leviathan essence, it's not the blood of the Leviathan. It's something deeper. You need a special enchanted vial to collect it. But once you do, just a pound of it can give you about a pretty penny, pretty coin purse. Or you can use it to be crafted. Now, crafted into what? You don't remember or know, but you know that Leviathan essence is not only very valuable, it's very sought after for those who wish to craft things.
do I know?
Roll me a history or nature
I
check for
did.
you, Kaisai. What'd you roll?
29.
29? Wow, look at her,
What?
everybody. Wow.
29 to what? Oh,
History.
wow.
Oh, Kaisai, you've heard of Leviathans are extremely like a huge force of nature. They normally have hordes in their lair, but for whatever reason, this Leviathan is above the water, so you're not too sure if Zen antagonized it enough or drug it out of its lair to kill it upstairs.
I could see
Leviathans are
him
rarely
just
seen.
dragging it out.
Leviathans are rarely seen, but they are they are more folk tales than anything about don't see too late at night with your lights on, or else a Leviathan will come and grab you. It is not considered a fish or a mammal of any kind. It's technically called an elemental. And with the enchanted vial, all you really need is a vial that's enchanted by magic. Kind of like any weapon, like a dagger or a sword that's got magic enchantments to it. Just makes it to a +1. Because the blood / Leviathan essence specifically will disintegrate if it's not contained in a magical vial. That's why when people collect its blood, but they don't have the vial to do so, they won't get the essence. They'll just get the blood from it. But if you collect blood from it with the magic vial, you will get the essence. And about a pound of the essence, you have remembered or estimated that sellers and buyers of this will pay upwards to 5,000 gold pieces per pound.
God damn.
However, it is extremely tough to break through the skin of Leviathan, and the Leviathan will decompose within a matter of a few days. So even if you are to slay the Leviathan, if you're lucky enough or strong enough to quickly grab and loot the body, people just leave the body typically alone. Maybe grab a few scales, maybe grab a few strands of hair, maybe a tooth, maybe the eyeball, but leave everything else because it is difficult to get inside the body. Once the body starts to rot in sunlight, the blood and the essence are worthless. But if you're able to get even just a little bit, you're able to create things known as a potion of eternal tide, which is rumored to allow people to swim as free as a Leviathan in deep water. People have used the Leviathan's essence to create rings of water elemental commands, where you're able to summon water elementals out of thin air.
I have a question, Adrian.
What is your question?
Does it have to be a vial?
It has to be some sort of magical enchanted vial.
So it has to specifically be a vial, not any other
yes.
container.
It has to be enchanted, and enchanting a vial does take a little bit of time.
Okay. I was gonna say, remember how I carried all that slab poison and all of the magic water?
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm asking if it has to be a vial or if it can be something else.
It has to be a vial. Good thinking, though.
Well,
Are you still wanting to go down
it-
there?
yes. Definitely.
Okay. Tiana,
Zen
make
killed.
your ship
I
hover over it.
let Zen out yesterday, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yesterday in the early
Yeah.
lunchtime, so like 11 o'clock-ish.
So that Leviathan's still fresh, isn't it?
As fresh as it could be for being outside in daylight for almost a whole day.
You're losing time. And you don't have enough time to make a vial.
The vial I might. Does the Leviathan blood sell for anything, Adrian? Just the blood?
Just the blood? Yeah, you could potentially find somebody who would enjoy Leviathan blood.
Is it used for anything other than just selling it to random certain people?
Alchemists could possibly make it into a potion. You're not exactly too sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't really know. Bayhorn's gonna turn to Fuk'ler. You wanna find out what Leviathan tastes like?
You have my interest.
We gotta go down there and harvest it.
Okay, who's going down?
Me.
Me.
You two? Anyone else?
I request that our newest member come with us because apparently she can fly and she seems strong enough to break through Leviathan hide.
Okay. Anyone else?
And she's a cleric.
Isolde kind of just goes, I'm good. I think I've had enough fish for today.
Does anybody have any enchanted vials?
No, but I can
That's
make people
so
fly.
crazy.
What's
That's
crazy?
so wild. He
What's
offered
wild,
to
Ron?
pay for the trip for Ariana and Arlette.
No. Nah.
Red
Nah.
flag. Red
Do
flag.
not let Arlette go. No, that's a big red flag. Do not let them go. If Ariana wants to go by herself and risk being killed or trafficked, that's on her. Do not let Arlette go.
I would not blame you if you wanted to take a break so you can call your girlfriend and tell her how bad of an idea this is.
I just realized
No,
we're
I just
still
texted
recording.
her.
Uh-oh.
You can edit this out, right?
Yeah.
9 p.m. on the 22nd of February. Remember that.
Near the end of the
Or
session.
I already
or
got the
3
time
a.m.
code.
on the 23rd of February.
5 hours and
Anyway.
30 something minutes in.
Yeah. And anyway, yeah, we're going down there. I'll deal with that in a little bit. I texted her already saying no.
Anyways.
Someone say they can magic up a vial.
No, I can make people fly down there.
Actually, wait a second.
Who wants to
Adrian.
fly?
Adrian.
What?
Oh, Adrian.
What?
If I swap to Artificer and use infuse item.
Artificer.
Artificer.
Does that mean I can have a magical vial?
You can have one magical
Infusion. Ha.
I could have 2, because I have 2 slots left.
If you have 2 slots, so you have 2, yeah. But here's the thing: if you use any of those slots for anything else, those vials will dissipate.
Yes, I'm aware.
So you gotta be careful.
Well, luckily, the other 2 were being used for my smith's tools and my jeweler's tools, I believe.
Okay.
So I could just dismiss one if I need to.
Okay.
But yes, a thing I could. Why did? Oh, never mind. I just saw Bayhorn roll an athletics check, and I was like, what the fuck was that for? I remember what it was for now.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
With Varia staring out into the distance to the Leviathan, she says, I wonder what great warrior has done that.
Got a feeling we know him.
You know a guy named Zen? You probably heard of him in Glorum. Namely, his destruction. Like mountains going boom.
I have heard of him, yes.
That'd probably be it. How close are we to the Leviathan now?
You're hovering right around it. Like, you already see seagulls already starting to peck at its skin.
Okay. So it shouldn't take us too long to get to the actual creature itself now.
No, you're
Maybe
like
another
right in
minute
front
or
of it.
two?
Yeah, no,
All
you
right.
just go out.
Yeah, you're like hovering over it. Yeah.
Can I just
You literally just
step
walk out the
off?
front door.
So we just
I
step off now?
I can
Yeah.
cast fly and you can fly around on it.
Alright, well, since we're there now, he's gonna take this time to summon Zen.
Okay. You blow your conch shell horn, and a fine mist happens around you, and Zen pops out and walks almost out of the wall just to greet you. He says, "Hey, how's it going?"
I request an explanation of this, and he head nods to the Leviathan.
That's a Leviathan with a katana through its throat. What of it?
Looks oddly familiar, that katana.
It looks like mine.
Hmm.
I don't remember doing
Funny. Could this be one of your several explosions that happened yesterday? Pray tell.
that. What happened yesterday?
I'm going to insight him.
Yeah, roll an insight check.
I wrote a natural one. Never mind.
You believe him.
Mm.
Actually, you know what? Since this is the opposite with the natural one, you don't believe him.
I bet. I
You
don't
just
believe
can't
you.
figure
Cough it
out
up.
what he's lying about.
No, I'm just gonna narrow my eyes and look at him more suspiciously.
Fuk'ler, with your natural insight, he doesn't know what's going on. You kind of surmise, since he's technically a magical item, every time you summon him, it's just a different version, or at the very least, a fresh version of him.
That's what I figured. That's what I guess.
Alright.
But Bayhorn over here does not believe him. Bayhorn thinks this is the actual Zen in the flesh, and he's like hiding shit from him.
Alright, well. Now that you're here, even if you don't remember anything, I'm gonna call upon your assistance.
Alright. What do you need?
We're gonna harvest that Leviathan that you may or may not have killed earlier.
Alright. What do you need harvested?
Fuk'ler's gonna want the meat, because he's gonna want to experiment with it, cook it, and all that. I want materials to either sell or forge.
Do you have
So
a net?
scales, teeth, net?
Yeah, do you have a net? Or can you catch it when I do it?
Do what? What are you planning on doing?
Do you have a net?
If you mean you want to haul the whole thing up here, I do not have a big enough net for that. No.
He just sighs and he walks to the door, and you see he just starts walking on air.
Okay, I should expect that.
And he grabs his sheath sword, his katana. You see him use his thumb on his left hand to flick it open. And within a millisecond, you just see a flash, and you see him just slowly put the sword back in its sheath, and you hear it click before you see viscerations start to appear all over the Leviathan.
Well, there's so much for taking the Leviathan essence.
How far away
You
from
have
the
a net.
ground are we?
You're over the ocean.
How far away?
You have about 500 feet above the ocean, and you're about a mile or two away from the sea line, or from the coastline.
Too far, too far. If we were closer to land, I might have done it.
Jumped.
Maybe.
Your intrusive thoughts were in your head. It's like, I
was-
can end it. I could end it
Do
all
you
right
want
now.
to fly out there? You can cast fly on you.
Oh!
Does anyone else like to fly?
Probably me if I have to go also up there.
Do you not wish me to carry you, Bayhorn?
Who's saying that?
Vadia.
You carry like a baby.
I think you should. I think Fuk'ler wants to get carried by you, no?
If he had his armor off, I could. But he's a little bit too heavy.
I was
You're
about to
scrawny
say,
enough for me to carry you like that.
little pretty prince.
Oh, never mind. Ignore what I did. Ignore what I did.
Oh.
No.
Do I notice
damn.
that? Do I notice that?
You
Oh.
definitely noticed
Good-
that.
Oh.
Good luck. Good luck noticing the 29.
Well, yeah, I know you don't notice that. It's a 29. Unless you want to perception check it.
Yucks.
You want to perception check it?
A natural 20 to perception.
No.
Yes, he sees it. He sees it.
I feel like today is Nerf Rogue Day.
What were you trying to take?
What exactly were you reaching for there, huh?
All right, Adrian. Tell me at what phase did he catch me doing what I was doing? Like at the beginning or in the middle?
In the middle.
Can I still try and do it then if I do it
No.
fast enough?
No, he caught you.
What you doing there?
I was gonna try and take off your armor.
Oh,
so
that's
you'd
a
be light enough.
Dude, here's the thing. That's like a whole like 5-step process. Do you realize
Yeah.
how heavy plate mail and like how much is required to take that shit off?
I
Sometimes you
made
need a
it.
second person to take it off from you.
It's what squires were invented for knights.
Exactly.
That's the entire point of a squire's job. It's they
Yeah.
put the armor on and take the armor off of a knight, and they polish it.
Yeah.
Adrian, I have a question.
What is your question?
Bayhorn, you can be my squire. You don't need to ask Adrian.
Shut the fuck up. Magic. Oh wait, never mind. You said it has to specifically be a magic vial, right?
Yes, it's a vial that has to be enchanted like a weapon.
Damn it. I was gonna put it all in like a bag.
You have an
of holding.
artificer named Chakna right there that might have what you're looking for.
I mean, if he has spare like infusement slots, because infusing it like that doesn't take that long, does it, Adrian?
Let me double check. That's a very good question. I actually don't remember.
Plus, he's an artificer. Who knows what he has
isn't-
on hand?
Yeah. He is an artificer with the
Yeah, he
magic
could already
infusers.
have some, I guess.
Infuse item, no action. Let me see how long it takes.
I read on mine. It didn't really say, as far as I look.
It doesn't say, so I assume it's pretty quickly. It's because if you decide to attune the item later, you must do so using normal process of attunement. Okay, so since you're infusing something, infusing doesn't take any time. You just touch it, you use your magic, and it becomes a magic item. If it's a weapon, you have to attune to it. But since this is a vial, you don't have to attune to it.
So it just happens.
It just
Mhm.
happens, yes.
Question number 2, follow-up question. If
What's
I
your follow-up
ask him to
question?
do this for me, and later on I go and infuse my own, and I pour it from one magic vial to the other, is it still fine?
As long as it goes into another magical vial, it works.
I'm
We
gonna
don't be
ask
rich.
Chakra for a favor.
What is it?
Can you turn as many vials as you can into magic vials?
Sure. I can only do
We
so
don't-
many.
We don't
I
be
know,
rich.
but that is extremely valuable and money. Also, powerful potions and magic items could become of it. I don't know how to make it. Maybe you do. Maybe someone does. I don't know.
We don't have an
I
alchemist
can-
on board. Who knows?
I can do 2. Is that alright?
Two is actually fine because I also can do 2. So I will do mine later, and I'll free up your spaces later on. But it's
Alright.
currently bleeding out as he points to the currently
You actually see the
bleeding out
meat start
Leviathan.
to slide. Like it's kind of like the old Resident Evil movie where like they get sliced up by the laser wall.
Oh boy.
Oh, I
Alright,
know
here
what
you
you're
go.
talking about. Yeah,
Here
no,
you
that
go.
lady
Yeah.
that was going through and she got
Yeah.
sliced to pieces.
Yeah.
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 All right. Well, Bayhorn's like, "Oh boy, here you go," and he'll hand him 2 vials.
He immediately grabs the 2 vials on his right and his left hand. He goes, "Huh," and you see the vials light up, and then they diminish in the magical energy. He just hands it back to you.
All right, let's go.
Kaisai casts Fly on Bayhorn and Fuk'ler.
You both feel weightless.
Oh,
You have 10
I have to jump
minutes.
this All right. I guess let's go. And he'll look
You
at
see Zed
Fuk'ler
is
and
just walking around the Leviathan, like looking at the chunks of meat that are starting to slide off. You want me to get any of this?
yeah, as many as you can, and give it to Fuk'ler. The meat, at least, for Fuk'ler. The materials for me.
Try to
this looks
find the
good.
freshest bits. We're not
Oh.
trying to eat things here.
If you want the freshest bits, he takes his katana out and he stabs it right through the chest area, and he slides it off, making more of the meat start to like
Oh
fall
boy,
apart.
let's
And
go,
you
Fuk'lers.
see,
Let's
you
go.
see the giant blue heart of the Leviathan sticking out of the top of his katana.
A Leviathan
dude.
heart?
Dude, that's probably gotta taste like actually heaven. That's gotta
Aight.
taste like
Can we split halvesies on that?
that's.
But as he does that, as he pulls the meat chunk off the base of the
Yes.
sword and then the rest of the heart out, you see other entrails are starting to slide off and drop down into the ocean.
All right, let's go. We don't have all day. We have like no time at all, and Bayhorn's going to immediately bolt down there, flying.
Since you
and
guys
gather-
don't have a net like how Zen wanted, and you guys are just furiously grabbing chunks of meat and other stuff, what are
Bag
you
of holding,
prioritizing?
bag of holding, bag of holding.
No, these are giant chunks. You could probably fit maybe 1 or 2 chunks of meat in the bag of holding before the rest of them start to fall apart. What are
Okay.
you prioritizing right now?
Okay, so the freshest
Tiana
bits
to turn the ship.
in the heart.
You tell Tiana to turn the ship?
Yeah, so the cargo bay is towards them and the door is open.
Okay, yeah, she'll do that. So as that's being turned, as you guys are going, you're going for the freshest bits. Is there anything you want to prioritize? The head, the fins, the hair, the teeth. What are you looking for? I'll give you 2 things each. It's going to be, since Zen already has a chunk of huge meat and the heart, that's his 2.
Okay, he has the heart.
Nadia
the heart.
Good.
Nadia will
Okay.
get 2 because she's flying around you guys, and you 2 will get 2. So you guys got 6 items in total.
Okay, I don't even know what the hair is or would look like on a Leviathan.
I was gonna say.
It's like giant catfish whiskers that are like hanging off its sides, but since this is a giant elemental, they're thicker and huger. They're like dreadlocks that kind of come off of its forehead.
It's so I imagine it to be one of the ancient like aquatic Chinese dragons with like the
Yes,
fancy
technically,
mustache.
yeah,
and
like
shit.
that, yeah.
Okay, I know. I kind of got a feeling of it now. Can you tell me what each of these things would do? Like the hairs, the scales, the teeth, and all that?
No, I will not tell you until you collect them because you have no idea, and it's starting to fall
and
apart.
I only have
to try and give us a bit more
room.
time. It would try and give us a bit more time. If I use my breath attack on this
Freeze it?
specifically,
You're gonna freeze
yeah,
the
to freeze
ocean?
it, to freeze the fucking fish.
You could try. That's a lot of fish, my friend.
I know it is a lot of fish, but
It's a
man,
lot of
am I
fish.
hungry.
Roll a d20 if you
I have-
want to.
I have a question, actually, Adrian. This might not work. This might not work at all, but I want to know. Can I cast Wall of Thorns horizontally and make a floor?
Let me look. Hold on a second. Wall of Thorns. It might need actual thorns.
Isn't that a field of thorns? Isn't that a spell?
Spell.
All right, hold on a second. Hold on. Okay, so it's a 6
The
level
brush-
spell.
The brush is technically enough to act as a solid like round of object.
Yeah. Okay. So
Adrian.
when the wall appears, each creature within this area must make a distance. You can move through the wall slowly, painfully.
Adrian.
The wall blocks line of sight. A handful of thorns. I mean, due to gravity, it'll also fall. That's the
The
thing.
wall.
Yeah.
Will it
What is it?
float?
I rolled an 18.
Okay.
On what?
I'm guessing my breath attack fails
No.
tremendously.
No, your breath attack does work. You start to see like the top half starts to solidify just a little bit, but that doesn't help with the bottom pieces that Zen cut up.
I understand that, and I'm trying to make sure most of it doesn't get away.
I really should have asked him to to do it slowly.
Yeah, no, that was.
Hang on, he said he cut up the top half, right? That means the bottom half of the Leviathan's still intact in the water.
Piranhas.
For right now, yeah.
All right. He's gonna ask Zen since he's just kind of hanging out. How long is the Leviathan under the water?
Is that your question?
Is he inferring to the legend lore?
Yeah.
At that point, I'll just figure it out myself then while I'm down there. I'll hold off on that question. 1 second, as he's currently figuring out what to bring. How big are the teeth?
Oh, the teeth are massive. They're as
Like-
big as Fuk'ler.
Okay, so I really can only grab one of those.
As tall as Fuk'ler, as thin as Kayasaya.
Damn.
Whoa, anglerfish teeth.
So- Okay. And I assume that the teeth have incredible durability and hardness.
Yes, they do.
What about a claw?
What about its hide and scales?
Also very tough to skin and claw, but at the very least, Zen did cut up a bunch of it, so there's a bunch of flayed skin around, so you could probably cut that off.
Is it
What about
floating
one of
on the water?
It is not floating on the water. Like they're starting to fall apart up above, but Fuk'ler did his best to try to solidify some parts of it that were being cut down.
And
What about its claws?
Its
Devilish
claws are
teeth.
intact.
No, I know, but like
they're under the
aren't
water,
they,
right?
Several of them are.
Aren't
I
they
don't-
valuable and used in like precious metals to harden them and like give them greater resistance to stuff?
There is definitely some enchantment and alchemical use for them.
I think I'm more focusing on the things that are on the top half.
Yeah,
'Cause
no.
I kind of want to just try and haul the bottom half into the cargo bay.
Do you think anybody will buy a Leviathan skull?
Yes, they would.
Do you think we should just put the
A
entire
mythical
mummy-
creature.
You see the head is like starting to slowly slide off, and you hear the schlocking of it.
Are you gonna grab the head? Actually, can you grab the head? It's probably
It is-
like 8 times bigger than you.
It is.
I'm going to
heavy.
try my damnedest. I'm going to
Roll
grab
a-
a giant fillet of meat, but I'm first going to grab the head.
Okay, as you go to attempt to grab the head, go ahead and roll me a strength check. Actually, no, this is athletics because you're trying to hold on to it, like you're deadlifting it, basically.
If you grab the
Uh-huh.
head, that'll be so much gain right there.
Proficiency. Yes.
Go on, roll me an athletics check.
Please.
Go on.
Come on,
No.
natural 20. Oh,
Oh.
Silver
Oh!
barbs yourself. Do it.
I'm
yeah,
going
as you
to.
grab it, you're starting to lose like hand grip. It's starting to slide off of your hands, and you're starting to feel the massive weight of the head as you're trying your best not to drop it. So if you're gonna silvery barbs, you do it now.
I'm doing it. A 16 and an 18 for a
Ooh.
29.
29.
You grab
Z-
it, and you're just like your flight is holding you up, but the sheer amount of weight of the head is starting to make you slide downward, but you have it. You're holding on to it with dear life. You feel your muscles are straining, and there's veins popping out of your arms now.
You're coming with me.
You see Vadia
Zen's
immediately
just
swoop down
okay. Yeah, I
under
forgot
you
about that.
and starts to like hold the other side for you. And she goes, "I got you. We'll get this onto the ship."
Your money never
And you see she's in her necrotic form because that's the only form that she can use her wings with. I will
did not
say,
think we found this thing.
since you thought about going for the head, that is your 2, and that's Vadia's 2, because there's multiple parts in that head.
It.
That
Okay.
is fair. There are
That's
eyes.
fine.
There are teeth.
There's
There are
eyes, there's teeth,
hide
there's
scales.
There's his
hair.
breath, hair.
Are there horns?
There's
his
also
brain,
probably blood in there too.
there's horns, yeah.
Horns.
You got a lot.
Gains.
Yeah,
Actual
so
All right,
you-
Adrian.
so you-
How much
yeah.
is that in terms of
Get-
like our twos and all that?
I got a lot.
Like
Please
8?
get
I
me
mean,
some fillets. You
Thanks to his
generous
high
little man.
roll, thanks to his high roll and his like quick thinking, it's more than your 2s and 2s. It's probably like you're probably holding 3 and 3 at this point.
Get me some
Gains?
fillets. Please, get me
I-
some fillets.
If
I want to
dude.
cook this shit. I'll let you
Dude.
sell whatever part of the head you want, dude. I want to cook this shit.
Nah, dude,
Please.
you got me you got me eyes, you got me fucking teeth, you got me the whole
With-
set of teeth.
With the cuts
You got me-
that cullets and the filleting that happened to the Leviathan, and the breath weapon starting to dissipate from the magical hide of the Leviathan, it starts to crumble and it starts to sway back and forth, sliding off of the giant katana. So what are you gonna grab, Bayhorn?
I'm deal's a deal. I'm grabbing meat for Fuk'ler.
All right,
Make sure you get
two
those
pieces of
vials.
fillets.
Make sure you get those
Oh
vials.
yeah, I can do the
So
vials
two of the
first, right? Because they're
vials?
small.
They are small, so you could do 2 vials and 1 fillet.
Oh, I
I'll
can't
make
do
the best
both.
damn dish.
Can't do both.
All right. All right. I will grab both vials of Leviathan essence and blood, and then I will grab the freshest, most juiciest, largest fillet I can find.
Okay. Roll me a perception check to try to find the fillet that you want to look for.
Oh, 26. Dice are being a little nicer to me this time.
Okay, 26. That's very good. Congratulations. So as you are grabbing the remaining chunk, and then you quickly grab some of the spilled blood and you cork the 2 vials. As you do so, as you see your companions are flying over with the big head into the cargo hold, as Kayasaya and Chakno are watching overhead supervising, you see Zen kind of chuckle and looks at the meat before he looks up, and he just kind of goes, "Oh, I might have caused a problem."
Bayhorn, as he's getting his fillet, also looks up.
As you look over, you see the cresting and the explosion of water coming from the far distance as a bigger Leviathan of the same nature comes out and crashes into the water, and you see a giant pattern of its side of like these different skin patterns that signify that it's an older Leviathan. So in terms of reference, this was a ghost Leviathan that you guys are cutting up. That's a Sea Emperor.
Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o.
He's gonna look at Zen kind of scared and say, Can you deal with that?" More out of like concern for safety than greed for more treasure.
What we
Like this
just
time
cut
he's
up was-
legitimately concerned for safety.
So
He
we
puts
were
it-
just cutting up a juvenile. That's
He puts his
Big
He
Mama.
puts his blade on his shoulder with like the meat and the heart still on it, like they're dripping blood behind him. And he's like, "Nah, I can't take that on. It'd probably kill me."
Okay.
At
Running it
least he's
is.
honest. At least he's honest. Let's
no.
go.
Yeah, no. Adrian, is this your way of saying no more Leviathan because of my idea of trying to get the lower half?
You see a tidal wave start to reach towards you since it breached the water.
Uh-oh.
Bayhorn is going to fly as fast as he can back to the ship with his
Zen-
2 vials and giant piece of Leviathan in hand.
Zen,
Kaiser,
please
you
abort
also
the ship.
see this.
Please get on
He
the
will
ship.
take dash actions if he needs to.
You guys quickly dash over to the cargo hold as Tiana hits her lapel and she says, "All right, I'm getting the hell out of here. Where's that portal?" And the cargo doors close.
Where's
You
Zen?
guys feel the rush. Oh, Zen's inside as well. You see,
Oh,
you
thank
guys
God.
feel the rush of the ship start to fly off into the distance as you hear this monumental roar that is just pounding on your eardrums through the cargo hold in the ship itself before you feel Tiana pump the accelerator onto the ship, and you feel the engines go into overdrive as she is flying like away from the tidal wave and towards the portal, and you hear this magical rift of energy appear from the outside. You can't see what you're going through, but you can definitely hear it. And in just a matter of seconds, you feel this whoosh of energy, and suddenly stillness, like you're back in the astral sea. You're hearing from your lapels, you just hear a I never thought I'd have to around a tidal wave before.
Adrian,
Yeah.
as she was doing that, like before, like as she was like starting up the engines to go overdrive. Can I? I'm just curious, and I'm willing to like burn one of my tattoos because I
Have you
just
known
want to.
Arcane
I want you
yet?
to. I want you to illustrate what it looked like outside. I'm gonna drop an
Oh.
arcane eye out there while it's happening.
It was a large coiling sea serpent coiling upon itself, raising its giant subnautical head above the water, and it starts to charge a beam of bluish pure energy as you see the arcane eye staring at it, and it washes over your arcane eye, destroying the divination magic and anything else beyond where it hits, and it is gone.
Oh. He's gonna tap on his badge and say, "Tiana, you did not just escape the tidal wave. I'm just saying."
I don't care what I got away from, but that was fun as hell. Whew. Oh, hey, whatever you got down there, you better bring it up. I got something else to show you guys up on the bridge.
Okay, let's
Fuk'ler will tap
get
his
this into
lapel.
cold storage.
I don't know if we can like fit a lot of this stuff up. We got the whole
we-
head in here.
Can we
But you're
turn the
gonna-
cargo bay into cold storage? Is that a thing we're allowed to do?
Might be able to. That's worth it,
Yes,
Ron.
we could do that. And you're gonna
We're
leave
gonna have to
everything
turn
in
into a
there.
giant freezer.
You have to.
Well, I'll clean up the blood later, Captain, I swear. But we're gonna have to use the cargo bay as a giant freezer.
Next to the cargo bay door that leads into the hallway is a crystalline panel,
see-
and you can manipulate the temperature for the cargo bay.
Nice. You see,
We're going, please.
you see, Zen, puts his sword down and he takes the chunk of meat off of it and he slides the heart down and he puts it like on a leather that he puts down for you guys to put some stuff on. He swipes his sword off to leave like a small spill of blood and he puts it back in his sheath. All right, well, that was fun. That thing's definitely not my problem anymore. Feel bad for whoever's gonna live on the beach. Is there anything else you guys need?
Adrian,
Mhm.
I'm gonna roll a history check, not for D&D, but for you, because I need you to
Are you
help
gonna
me
history
remember
check
what I was.
God?
There was something I was gonna ask Zen, but I don't remember, and I'm hoping that you do.
What was the inclination of what you were thinking of asking Zen?
I just remember I was supposed to ask him about something, and it was something that only he'd be able to tell me, like a legend lore thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't remember.
I don't know your inner thoughts. I don't remember what you're gonna ask him.
Fuck, I thought I mentioned it earlier.
I don't remember you mentioning anything about it. Do you guys remember? Kaisai and Fuk'ler?
Mentioning what about?
I have no idea.
I didn't hear. My earbuds.
Okay,
No,
actually,
my
I am gonna
headphones
roll a history check, but
disconnected.
this time it's for something for D&D.
What?
Okay.
My headphones disconnected. What the fuck?
I rolled a 19.
Hello.
Have
Wait. Preston, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, but my headphones disconnected for like a good 15 seconds. What the hell are we
Okay.
looking for?
Okay.
Or I'm just wondering
you
about
rem-
something.
Yeah. Do you remember any sort of legend lore that Bayhorn wanted to do, or that Cedric wanted to do? I mean.
Not specifically.
Okay,
Not that I
then.
can
Never
remember off
mind.
the top of my head.
Whew, thank you. Excuse me. All right. So, what'd you roll for your history check, Cedric?
19.
19. Okay. What are you trying to remember as Bayhorn?
Have I already asked Zen about the snake deity bullshit?
You have not.
Okay. I'm gonna ask him about Raikou and Zahir. Is that what his name is?
So here, yes. So which one do you want? You can only answer one. One legend lore.
Raikou. I want to know about seemingly my patron snake deity.
Okay.
Also, I realize now, it was a while ago, but I realized I should have figured out that that snake deity wasn't mine when he said kill slowly. When Raikou's all about fast strikes, fast and clean.
He looks over at you and he kind of like narrows his eyes a little bit, and you kind of see like his facial expression is like he's kind of looking up to his forehead. Raiko. Yeah, I've heard of him, or it, more specifically. The Storm Serpent. A lot of legends, a lot of stories from him, or it again. Before it was a voice whispering through steel and blade, before it became the essence of a blade known as the Lightning Serpent, Raiko was a celestial being of the storm and sky, a great serpent that coiled around through the heavens, supposedly. Raiko, from what I know, used to fly through the upper planes, more often the heavens than the hells. Things like Yggdrasil, Elysium, more, heavenly type places. Sometimes in the astral plane, worshipped by ancient storm callers and feared by those who sailed the seas. Trust me, I would know. My first big outing on adventure with the Avenged Sevenfold, we sailed across the seven seas. Raiko was both a guardian and destroyer. A force that was unshackled. Didn't really care what it destroyed or what it caused harm to. That was mainly due to the Tempest Lord and the Serpent of the Deep. It was always constantly clashing within this trio of gods, I guess you could say. Battles rage across the sky, lightning, and tidal. For centuries, Raiko has roamed the skies across the land, or across the place that I sailed the seas on. Its roars herald thunder and lightning and storms that cleanse the land and purge corruption. So it was a bit of both destruction and purity, in a sense. A lot of wandering monks worshipped it. Storms warriors worshipped it. Even those who sought the strength of the Tempest, like me, like this blade, and he pulls out his sword. I forged this blade on top of a mountain, called the Tempest to it, and gathered the wind magic towards it, and eventually I called it mine, and it's been mine ever since. Now, of course, comes with winds and clouds, with the Tempest comes rain and lightning. It looks like your blade there is the lightning part. And there's probably another one out there that's probably the rain part.
I'm pretty sure I found that one. It's in the House of Glory. It's a spear, I think.
It could be a spear. I
The
have
thing
my blade
is-
here, but I also have a spear as well.
The thing is, a tiefling. Oh, I forgot to go visit. We left already, huh? A tiefling. He said that these were made by. I forgot what he called it. Something like the Master Smith. He made
Mastersmith.
He made many blades and weapons. Made them magical like these. Because this blade glowed in response to the spear on that wall, signifying it was the master's work.
You see,
So
he kind of. Roll me an insight check on Zen for me, please.
23.
23. He knows something, but he's not saying anything.
Were you the master smith?
No, I'm not the Mastersmith.
Well, then you know something about him, don't you?
I know of him.
Bayhorn's just gonna wait and see if he elaborates.
You feel the energies of the conch shell start to shake as his time is almost up. I was always a rule breaker anyways. The Mastersmith's name is Tatsu of the Thunder Forge. For 3 days and 3 nights, Tatsuo and Raiko battled each other. The smith wielded his hammer as a weapon. He struck down on his anvil on that blade of yours with lightning-fast precision. As the lightning of Raiko's scales started to hammer down, with every swift strike of Tatsuo's hammer, melded the blade further and further. On the dawn of the 4th day, Raiko relented, recognizing the master's unbreakable will. It's been known that it's been passed down through stories and mythos that Raiko said upon him, "If you would wield the storm, then let it become part of you." Bayhorn, you remember that when you first gained the Lightning Serpent?
Yeah, didn't he say that to me?
He did.
Do I still have any idea of how he meant it? Now that
You
I've
have
come
no
all this
idea.
way?
You do not know. Beyond that, it was kind of a blur. Some people say that Raiko was struck down by the traitorous Tatsuo and used his own blade against him. Others say that Tatsuo gained godlyhood and left the blade behind on that mountain. Others say that Raiko itself struck himself down with their own celestial fang and became the essence that became the sword. Nobody exactly knows, not even I.
Oh, I talk to Raiko sometimes.
Then he must be very special.
I'm just a guy who got this sword.
And I'm just a guy who woke up on a beach with cuts and bruises and nothing to my name. Not even a single coin.
You know
We
what?
all start from somewhere.
Same. Except I was on a mountain.
My brother tried to kill me.
I mean, I tried to kill me. My other soul part.
Oh. Did you kill your other soul part?
Kinda, sorta. I absorbed them to try and put it back together.
Well, I finished my job.
I'm working on mine.
I miss them. I truly do. But like I said, everybody comes from somewhere. Some people are luckier than most. Some people, like you and I, wake up with nothing to our names and no coin in our pockets. It just depends on how you carry yourself through the days and the wind. And at that note, I'll see you later. And you feel this gust of wind as he dissipates into fine mist.
Do I remember if there are any other magic items that house him or aspects of him? Because I remember on one of the first times I ever summoned him, you said it was an aspect of him.
It is an aspect of him.
Giving insight to mean that there's more like it.
Potentially.
Does that mean
Or-
he's always trapped here? Tied to some magic items?
You're
And he
not too
can't
sure what
ever-
happened to him. You don't know his history.
I'm gonna have to legend lore himself then. I'm gonna have him tell me his story.
Oh god, his head's gonna blow up.
Because then I can ask a bunch of follow-up questions, and he's still gonna have to tell me about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because
But
it's
at this
his story.
point, with his dissipation and everyone else waiting on you because you were asking questions,
Oh yeah.
You hear Tiana on the combat again going, you guys heading up or not?
Yes.
Because we're pretty close. At least I think we are. You guys make your way up the to the bridge.
I would have
Okay,
changed the
Kai'Sa.
temperature of the cargo hold to cold on my way out, though.
Okay, that's fine. Kai'Sa and Fuk'ler, are you going to go up to the bridge?
I've been on the bridge the whole time.
Okay.
Oh, she just peaced out.
She just
No, I
left.
no,
She
no,
just
I
peaced
never
out while we were
went. I was
busy.
never there.
Oh,
You
and
casted
then you
fly
went to
on
the
me.
hold. You casted fly on them.
You had to
Yeah,
have been
on the
there.
bridge.
You can't do that.
Before you left the ship, I casted fly on you.
I was in the cargo hold.
No, I had the ship turn around so you can enter into the cargo hold. You left
All
through
right.
the side door.
Now that I know where Kai'Sa is at, Kai'Sa, as they're all in the cargo hold moving upwards, you look up through the bridge window, and what you see, floating, what looks to be on a cloud formation, but in the middle of the astral sea, is an immense floating gold and ruby inlaid castle. Many golden tinged spires that are covering the top of the cloud, shining brightly that if you were looking at it from a different direction, you would swear it's like a star. You know that this place is the Ruby Palace. And to insinuate it, you see a large, coiling, bright red serpentine dragon with long dreads of white hair signifying his age and strength. This dragon that is more ancient than an ancient dragon, with purple scale pigments all over its body and purple scaled feathered tips that run along its spine. You see in front of you is the Ruby Palace as you guys are moving closer and closer towards it. You see Chakna kind of lean over towards you. You ready to have a little bit of a break?
Yes. I think we all need a little break.
No.
Well, hopefully the
I'm
Ruby
joking.
Palace is nice to us. Last time we were in a castle, it was quite messy.
Well, we were walking in on a murder and, had to solve everything for him.
And we did. So hopefully we get a little bit more of a pleasant surprise this time.
Hopefully.
At this point in time, you hear the doors open, and you see coming in with bloodstains all over their fronts is Fuk'ler, Bayhorn, and Vaira as well.
Be rich. Absolutely loaded.
We're rich.
We're rich.
We're rich.
Deep rock.
You see Varia is looking outside the window, and she says, "What is that?"
That is the Ruby Palace.
Oh, we're
It
here.
looks more golden than ruby, but it looks amazing. It's floating on a cloud. Have you been here before?
Yes.
You do have some interesting things to tell me before we land. I need to get cleaned off. Well, we did collect a lot of things. Fuk'ler and Bayhorn, you also see this immense golden and ruby inlaid palace in front of you with the red dragon twirling around it.
Jeez.
Huh.
Well, if there was a place to sell a Leviathan head, I'm sure this place is it.
Kai'Sa,
Speaking of Leviathan,
you know this dragon, Kai'Sa. So
Mhm.
does Chakna. This dragon is known as Sardior. Sardior. Sardior is the Ruby Dragon. The one who is the one in charge of the Ruby Palace. Master of the Gem Dragons. As you see, he notices your approach. He unleashes a loud roar, not in violence, but more of arrival and awakening. He welcomes you back to the Ruby Palace, and you hear in your head through a telekinetic link that you had before, which hasn't been activated in a long time. It's good to see you again, Captain Kayasaya. Welcome to the Ruby Palace once again.
Thank you.
I'll let my partitioners, the 5 Thanes, know you are arriving. And as you feel the connection cut off, you see that the serpentine visage of Sardor start to coil around the large golden spire that he is partaking on. And you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other dragons start to coil on the other 5 spires of the Golden Palace. You see an amethyst dragon, a crystal dragon that is almost translucent and see-through, an emerald dragon, a sapphire dragon, and finally a topaz dragon emerge. As they all start to roar in a welcoming sight. You've never met these 5 Thanes before, but you've heard of them during your time here investigating a murder. But it's finally good to finally see them. Fuk'ler, Bayhorn, and Kayasaya, welcome to the Ruby Palace.
Woo!
And that's what we'll call today's episode.
Woo!
So, next time we play, you guys will land into the Ruby Palace and you guys will be having a fun, quiet, calm time, hopefully.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally, yeah,
Totally. Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah. Totally.
yeah.
Yeah. No.
Totally.
Yep. Yeah.
Mm-hmm,
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
hmm
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, thank you guys for joining and playing with me. Those of you who are listening, watching, those who still are, thank you. And I'm excited to play next week when I get to scrounge up and figure out what the fuck is in the Ruby Palace. Because
Right
I
now.
know some things that are in the Ruby Palace, but I still need to add some more stuff.
Right now.
No.
I want to
It's
catch you
almost
off
4.
guard right now.
It's almost 4 in the morning. There's peas, there's tears, and griffins. There's Peter Griffins.
What?
Adrian, right now.
Yeah. Right now? No. Not right now. Never. Next week. Saturday. How about that?
Right now, Saturday.
Right now? No, actually right now for me it's Sunday. Sorry.
Oh, good. Then we could have
Right.
another D&D session.
Yeah.
Very simple.
No.
Yeah,
Oh no!
no,
Yeah,
new-
it's
new
next
day,
day.
new
Time to
session.
play. Time to
Yeah.
play.
New game, new session.
I've gotten off the YouTubes. It is.
LB, you wanna explore the Ruby Palace?
She's already been there.
You wanna
You
explore it
want to explore
again?
the Ruby Palace again?
You want to
Wanna
do
go
it
again?
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 Also, Adrian, you're gonna think I'm crazy, but it's still actually no. This is still Bayhorn-esque. I need to spend money.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, you're in
Wow,
the
surprising.
right
You wanna know what
fucking
on?
place.
You wanna know what on?
What?
Hmm.
This is mainly just for a really long like fetch. You know how you said that Leviathan is good for like 2 or 3 days when it's out in the sun decomposing?
Yeah.
We have its head in cold storage.
You do.
its head still has blood in it.
Yeah.
The blood is still fresh-ish.
Yes.
If I go buy more magic vials, doesn't that mean I can just get more blood?
But every time you try to extract it more and more, it's going to get harder and harder to get out.
But I could
Don't
at
damage
least
the
get like another
goods.
2 or like 1 or 2 out, right? Well,
Possibly.
the only goods that
Yep.
I'm gonna damage is like the meat.
You have to roll
right?
a DC check for those. I gave you 2 free DC checks because you guys were going to harvest it.
Yeah, I don't know how. I'd have to fuck up really bad to miss like gallons of Leviathan blood
Yes.
in a tiny little vial. I'd have to I'd have to drop the vial.
Mm-hmm. But anyways.
All right, well it's already Sunday, so.
Anyways.
Fuck. Baba Booey's trending on Twitter. Huh?
Baba Booey. Wait, why is
Baba
Baba Booey?
Booey's trending on Twitter.
Is the
I
Pope
don't
dead
know, man.
yet? I know he was in critical condition this morning.
Oh no, the Pope is also trending on Twitter. Dairy Queen is trending on Twitter.